host this weekend for the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Spotlight Formula event. This is our first event of 2025. So let me tell you something. This is going to be the best event of the year. So before I introduce myself, there are some of you that are watching us on Facebook. There are some of you that are watching us on YouTube, and that's amazing. You can get a lot of information that way. But the only way you're going to get discovered, the only way you're going to have opportunities is to come over here and join us live on Zoom. So this is what I want you to do. I want you guys to join us here by doing this. Go to vipignitesummit.com. Again, go to vipignitesummit.com. And I want you to come over here and join us. You're going to put in your name. You're going to put in your email. It's going to say join now. You're going to click that button. You're going to arrive here on Zoom because this is where all of your dreams are waiting for you. So let me introduce myself. My name is Deneen White. I am the president of talent services for VIP Ignite and Truth Management, which is our mother agency. And I have the distinct pleasure of helping talent elevate their success in the entertainment industry. So before I even start my first presentation, I want to tell you something. And I may be the first person to tell you this today. I may be the first person to tell you this in 2025. I may be the first person to tell you this in your life. But this is the baseline that we're starting with today. You are successful. I'm going to say that again. You are successful. I want you to understand why I'm telling you from the start of this event that you are successful, because that's how I see you. It's Saturday morning. For some of you, it's barely 8 a.m. For some of you, it's a little after 11. A lot of in-between times there. And you chose to start the first weekend of 2025 here with us on this VIP Ignite Model and Actor Spotlight event. That means that you want more. That means that you know that there's something inside of you that needs to be brought to the surface. That means that you know that there's a bigger purpose for you in your life than you're living now. And if that sounds like you, this is what I want you to do. In the comments, I want you to type, I am successful. In the comments, type, I am successful. Type that in the comments. Say it out loud. I am successful. And then what I also want you to do is on that notebook that you have sitting in front of you, at the very top of the page, write that down. Write down, I am successful. I just did. Probably can't. Oh, there you can't see it. The camera's weird, but I am successful. That's your baseline for this weekend. Okay, because over the course of this weekend, we're going to talk about becoming a new you. We're going to elevate your success this weekend. We're going to talk about the characters that you can play, whether you're an actor or model, 6 characters you need to lean into. We're going to talk about connecting with your audience as a performer from stage. You're actually, before 1:30, you're going to have a voice lesson from a Broadway star. Okay. We're going to talk about setting goals for 2025. The reason we're going to talk about setting goals right at the beginning of the day is this, because if you don't know where you're going, how are you going to get there? So we're going to talk about setting goals. We're going to talk about how to tell a story with your voice that no one else can, because you're the only one who can tell your story in a way that's going to impact other people. We're going to talk about what type of modeling you qualify for. If you're on this call, this is your first time you've ever been with us, don't be surprised. You qualify for modeling. We're going to talk about that today. And we're going to talk about how to become a fashion model in 2025. How many of you would love to be the face of a brand? If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. It's possible. There are ways to do it. Maybe you don't fit the typical qualifications for a model, but let me tell you something. There are ways. We're going to have one of our agents get on today, and he's going to talk to you about that. Today's going to be a very information-packed day. By the end of the day, your head's probably going to be like, oh, I learned so much. But what I want you to do throughout the day, again, is take notes. Because as you're taking notes, you're going to process that information. And as you process that information, you're going to grow. And it's our goal that that's the end result. If any of you are the same exact person with the same set of knowledge by the end of the day tomorrow, it's not because we didn't give you the information. It's because that was a choice that you made. Okay, that was a choice that you made. All right. So, speaking of choices, how many of you know that every choice that you make in your life affects where you are right now? Every decision you've made in your whole entire life has led to this very moment where you're listening to me on this Zoom call. For some of you, like, oh, what did I do? For others, like, oh my gosh, thank God I made the decisions that got us here. But I want to talk to you about that, okay? Because as we're entering 2025, it's so important for you to understand that the decisions that you make, the people that you surround yourself, are your choice. Okay. So we're gonna go through that. Are you guys ready? I'm gonna slideshow. Okay, can you guys see my screen? If you can, someone, Sue, give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen. Awesome, thank you. Okay, so I just want you guys to understand that you are the mashup of your life. What does that mean? That means that you can choose greatness. Everyone say choose greatness in 2025. Again, I already said this once. I'll say this again. And I'll keep saying this over the course of the weekend. Every one of you, every decision you've ever made in your whole entire life, even things that you thought were non-consequential, led you to this moment. So let's think about, have you ever stopped to take a moment to think about the power of choice? One of my favorite movies is, oh my gosh, I can't think of the name of it. That's great, right? The one where you choose blue pill, red pill, right? With Keanu Reeves, right? Every one of us has a choice. We have a choice to stay the same. We have a choice to change. We have a choice of who we surround ourselves with. Have you ever thought about how powerful your choices are? I want you to really, as we go through this day, I want you to think about that. Okay. Every choice that you've ever made has led you to this moment. Every choice that you make on this from this moment forward is going to lead you to where you want to go, or maybe where you don't want to go. It's your choice. Okay. The choice of who you let into your life, the ideas you consume, and the influences that shape you. Have you ever thought about that? Like what you consume on social media, the people that you listen to, the people that are on speed dial. Like, look, I don't want you to look at your phone right now, but at the end of the day, look at your phone. Who are the last 5 people that you spoke to? How are they influencing your life? Are they helping to raise you up, or are they pulling you down? As a model and actor, your life isn't about talent. It's not just about talent. It's about the choices that you make every single day. Every day you get up, you have a choice about whether you're going to move your life forward or you're going to keep doing the same thing. How many of you are like, yeah, you know what? I'm living the life of my dreams right now. I don't want anything to change. I want 2025 to be the same as 2024. Is anyone feeling that? If not, then this presentation is for you. Okay? You are, in essence, a mashup of everything you allow into your world. That includes food. We're going to talk about health at the end of the day, right? The food that you've put into your body, even the water or the lack thereof that you put into your body, that all impacts you and your future. Every decision that you make is essential. It's essential. You're making a choice. Am I choosing life, or am I choosing life as usual? Am I choosing greater, or am I choosing, you know what? It's cool. It's all your choice. So let me ask you a question. Are you ready to take control of 2025 and create a version of you that the world can't help to notice? If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments, because that's your decision. I want you guys to truly understand that it's your decision. If people don't notice you, it's because that's your choice. But if you want to be noticed, keep listening. Okay, so let's talk about influence, okay? You are the average of the 5 people that you spend the most time with. And we're going to take that a step deeper. That doesn't mean you're the sum total of the 5 people that you had dinner with last night. Who are you interacting with online? Who are you listening to? Who are you going out to lunch with at work? You're the average of those 5 people. So if you're surrounding yourself with 5 broke people who have no ambition, you're in the same group. That's your choice. But if you're surrounding yourself by amazing people that are off traveling the world, doing amazing things, that's your choice. You're going to elevate or de-elevate yourself to the level of the people that you're surrounding yourself with. Okay. I get so excited about social media, but let's talk about social media. What accounts are you following on social media? What ideas are you consuming? Because that's also determining your future. Social media, we think it's so cool. Oh my gosh, I love social media. It's so much fun, right? I'm going to follow this person or that person. But do you realize that everything you click on determines your future? Everything, every comment, the people that you're following, if they choose to like cut you off, you'll never see anything from them again. So who are you following on social media? Are they helping to elevate you or are they bringing you down to their level? The people in your life, again, do the people in your life challenge you to grow or do they hold you back? Are they like, oh my gosh, you know what? Like, I know that you have this thing for acting and modeling, but like, there's a party at the beach this weekend, or let's go skiing. You could do that later, right? Are they helping you to grow or are they holding you back? Are you surrounding yourself by actors and models that are moving the path, moving forward, that are starting to get more results, that are starting to get more auditions, they're booking more opportunities? Or are you in the same room with the people auditioning that you've always been auditioning with and none of you get the role? Think about that for a second. Who are you surrounding yourself with? Are you consuming content that inspires you, or are you consuming content that always makes you like, oh my gosh, the world's going to end? Ah. And I say that semi-flippantly, but let's be honest. The media, the people that you listen to, all of that is dictating your future. We saw that a couple years ago. We see that every day. Are you doom scrolling? Like, are you just like, oh, I have to escape my life. Let me watch 9,000 videos about this, that, and the other thing. Or you're like, you know what? I'm going to put my phone down. I'm going to do something that's going to help move the dial forward. Your mental health is just as important as your physical health. And again, I'm going to keep hitting on social media because we're all connected way more to social media than we even give ourselves credit for. But when you're using your social media, is it a tool that you're using to connect with and learn? Are you following agents and managers that are elevating you, that they're giving you the tools that you need to be successful? Or are you following people that they act like they've done stuff, but they really haven't? And this is going to be one of the most valuable pieces of advice that you get all weekend long, and we're kicking off with it. Anything that doesn't add value to your life, unfollow. I don't know about you, but I've unfollowed a lot of people from my high school. They're not adding value. They're still going to the same bar they went to in 1995, having the same cocktails with the same people. I have big plans for my life. Do you? If you do, you have to start unfollowing people. You have to start moving forward. Anything that doesn't elevate you, bring you lessons, help you grow, unfollow that. It's not helping your life. That's your choice, though. You have to remember that. Now you have the power of choice. Now let's talk about the secret of greatness. Greatness is not born, it's built. Okay? You already have greatness inside of you. I'm going to say that again for the people that are resisting that, because sometimes you don't know me, Janine. You don't know my story. I do. You already have greatness inside of you. You just need the right people in your life to help you unlock it. You need the right people, tools, and opportunities. Are you willing to look into yourself and see that greatness and do what it takes to pull it out? If you are, type yes in the comments. So how do you do this? It sounds really easy when I'm saying it here on Zoom, right? How do you do this? First of all, you're going to surround yourself with like-minded, ambitious people. No longer are we going to hang out with the people that are doing the same thing. You have to surround yourself with like-minded, ambitious people, people who want more from their life. We have a community of people that want more for their life. I meet with them two to three times a week. We're always pushing the dial forward. We're always pushing the rock up the hill because we want more. You have to invest in skills that set you apart in the industry. So what does that mean? That means that if you want to be an actor, you need to invest in training with people that are doing what you want to do. That means that if you want to be a singer, you want to work with someone who's been on Broadway, who can run circles, who's classically trained. She went to Juilliard. She went to Manhattan School of Music. You want to be surrounded by her. If you're an actor, you want to be around people that are on set consistently, people that call Martin Scorsese Marty for short. You want to be on set. You want to be trained by people that literally have been doing this since they were 8 years old and are consistently working and growing in their skills. Okay. You want to learn from those who've walked the path before you, right? You don't want to reinvent the wheel. You want to learn from people that have already gone ahead. You want to learn from their mistakes so you don't have to spend time making the same mistakes. Does that make sense? Like, one of the greatest things I've ever done is I've surrounded myself with people who are where I want to go. And they're like, okay, well, this is something I learned when I was early in the game. So don't do this because this is just going to take time. Like, how many of you understand time is your most valuable resource? It's your only non-renewable resource. So surround yourself and learn from people who've already walked the path, right? And I want you to do this. I want you to imagine stepping on set or into an audition, knowing you've already prepared like a professional. You're not walking in, oh my God, this is my first time here. You walk in, and maybe it's your first time here, but you know that you've been prepared for such a time as this. Type that in the comments. I've been prepared for such a time as this. I want you to walk in to every room that you go into and not be like, oh my God, I hope they don't see through me. I belong here. I've been working. You get rewarded in public for what you do in private. Imagine walking on set and saying, I belong here. I put in the reps, I put in the hours. I worked with people who work with Martin Scorsese. I work with Broadway stars. I work with voiceover people. I can do this. I got this. They taught me everything I need to know. Now it's my job just to implement. It's my job to execute. That's how I want you walking into rooms. Okay. Now, are you guys ready for the challenge? I can't give you information without asking you to put it into action, right? Because information, if you just get information, it just sits up here. I want you to take action. So ask yourself, who are the people I need in my life to succeed as a model or actor? Who are the people you need? Do you need people to guide you? Do you need people that already have a proven track record of success in helping people get where you want to go? Maybe people that have helped over 10,000 actors and models get on set, walk New York Fashion Week, book amazing roles and shows that you know. Are they the type of people that you need in your life? If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. What ideas, books, or content will elevate my mindset? This weekend, you're going to get a lot of ideas and content that will elevate your mindset. What books can you read? I bet you that if you listen, you're going to get a couple of recommendations this weekend. And I'm going to can I give you a pro tip on that? Whenever Mike, Alicia, and I are at an event and someone says, oh, I'm reading this book. You know what we do? We go to Amazon and we order the book immediately, and it's waiting for us the next day or 2 days, depending on the book. Pro tip. So if you hear recommendations, act on it. Okay. And this is probably the roughest one because we're all emotionally attached to people, but are you more emotionally attached to your future or to the people that are surrounding you right now? What influences do I need to cut out of my life to focus on my goals? What influences do I need to cut out of my life to focus on my goals? I want you to write one or two down right now. Because if you're anything like me, you have someone in mind right now, you're like, okay, you know what? I need to unfollow that account because it's not adding any value. It's just distracting me. Maybe it's a person you need to like, every time you talk to them, they're like, Eeyore, nobody loves me. Everybody hates me. Oh, you don't need that in your life. You need to start cutting things out so you can start adding new things. So what are you willing to cut out of your life so that you can have new things, so you can have great things? And I just want you to understand something too. This isn't just about setting goals. This is about you creating an environment, you making a choice to create an environment, not only in your home, in your friend circle, in your phone, on your social media accounts, but in your brain too. So where your goals become inevitable. Inevitable. That means that your goals cannot not happen. You're setting yourself up for greatness. You're setting yourself up for success. Your success, if you follow the steps that I just gave you, your greatness, your success is inevitable. You cannot avoid it. But are you going to make the choices to do that? The choice is yours. Let me ask you guys a question. Are you willing to make those choices? If you are, type yes in the comments. Okay. Step 4, part 4, next steps. What are the next steps? Okay. Right now, you're probably thinking, Denise, this all sounds so amazing, but how do I even get started? Right? Like, I don't know about you, but I need a catalyst. Like, sometimes I see the mountain ahead of me, but I'm like, okay, like, how do I get there? Right? So let's talk about that. So that's where we come in. That's where VIP Ignite comes in. Okay. We've spent over 18 years helping actors and models like you build up that mashup of greatness, build their greatness. We do that by surrounding you with the right people, providing industry insights, and giving you access to the tools you need to shine. Okay. We have everything that you need right here. And we've done it for 18 years, and we're really good at what we do. We're really good at what we do. Okay. And that's what I want you guys to think about. Okay. You made the decision to be here this weekend. You made the decision. You made a choice to be here, and you had to make a lot of choices. Okay. This wasn't just, okay, you know what? I'm going to wake up and show up at a Zoom call. Like, literally, you had to get up, you had to turn on your camera, you had to put your information in, you had to do all of these things. And I want you to understand that you made the right choice. I am so excited to get to know you guys over the course of the next 2 days, because let me tell you something. We create success here at VIP Ignite. The other night I was watching television, and when I watch TV now, it's like, sometimes it's, how many of you watch TV because you just kind of want to zone out a little bit? I know I do, but I don't have that opportunity anymore, because I feel like every other commercial is one of the talent that we work with. I feel like I was watching Power Book 2 Ghost, right? And I was like, oh, I'm just gonna chill. And then all of a sudden, like, one of the talent that we work with came on. I was like, oh, hi, how are you? Like, this happens over and over and over again. And for me, that's the most exciting thing, because it's taken me almost 50 years to get to the point where I could come and I could tell you that everything that I just spoke about in that last presentation, there are things I've been working on for years. And I'm not telling you any of this to impress you. I'm telling you this to impress upon you that if a girl from a really small town in South Jersey that most people don't even know can go through life, like, I've had many iterations of my life. Okay. I worked in banking when I first got out of high school. I worked in the dental field for over 15 years. All right. I've worked in customer service. I've done all these things. And with each choice that I made has led me to this moment. And actually this morning I had a conversation with Mike, who I want to introduce you to in just a couple of minutes. And like, I've chosen to surround myself by people that challenge me. Like, so, how many of you sometimes you just want to have a cup of coffee and just like relax? You're like, yeah, let's just have coffee and chill. That's me, okay? But I've chosen to surround myself by people who every day challenge me. Mike always challenges me. Okay, Denise, how are you going to do better? How are we going to do better? How are we going to do better? How can we do even more for the actors and models that we work with here? Like, how can we do better? When I talk to Alicia, like, she toughens me up. Like, she is a tough cookie. I can't wait for you guys to meet her. Like, when I first started working here, if someone like looked at me cross-eyed, I would be like, oh my God, why don't they like me? And she's like, no, Denise, it's not you. It's because there's something in them. Like, they have to work on that. I'm like, oh, okay, got it, got it. And I want you guys to understand something. You have to make choices to go from your comfort zone. Because a lot of you might be feeling slightly uncomfortable right now, right? Because you're, oh gosh, talking about greatness, success. I want these things, but how's it going to happen? Can you guys give yourselves 2 days to rest into the process. What I mean by that is over the next 2 days, I want you to imagine that you have achieved that level of greatness, that it's possible. Maybe you don't have it in you right now to imagine that it's done, but imagine it's possible. And maybe you can't imagine yourself on stage accepting an Academy Award, but can you imagine yourself on set? Maybe you can't imagine yourself on the cover of Vogue right yet, but can you imagine yourself at a photo shoot? I want you to start thinking bigger. I'm not going to call it dreaming because if you dream, you're asleep. And if you sleep on this boot camp, we're going to say bye-bye. Okay. But I want you to be actively allowing your brain to expand. Okay. What piece of information should I take? Okay. Because again, over the next 2 days, the next presentation that we're going to do is going to open your eyes to different characters that you can land. Okay. You need to master them so you can land more opportunities. Lean into your character. You're going to learn how to connect with an audience. You're going to learn about goal setting. You're going to learn about telling a story with your voice that no one else can. You're going to learn about the different types of modeling and what you qualify for. You're going to learn how to become a fashion model. You're going to learn all of these things. Okay. And the more that you learn, the more that you expand, the more possibilities that you see. Then you're going to come back tomorrow. And by the way, at the end of the day, too, we're going to talk about health. Okay. We're going to radically transform our health for 2025 by making some really small adjustments that are going to totally extend your life. Because how many of you know the longer you live, the more things you could do in the world? Yes. Anyone agree with me? Type yes in the comments. Okay. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about, behind the curtain. Secrets Broadway stars, voiceover pros, and producers won't even tell you. Okay. We're going to talk about an opportunity to get some credits, right? Right out the gate, we're going to talk about an opportunity of how you can start getting some IMDb credits, how you can be a part of a television show. We're going to talk about captivating your audience. We're going to laugh our butts off tomorrow because we're also going to have a comedy segment on like how you can own the stage in live comedy. And we're going to talk about top castings for 2025. So over the next 2 days, literally, you're going to get all the tools that you need to start landing more opportunities, to start living in confidence, to start living more healthy, a healthier lifestyle. But what I need you again to commit to is leaning into that greatness, accepting the fact that there is greatness in you. Okay. Are you guys excited? Did I overwhelm you already? Are you guys like, oh gosh, I thought I was coming on here to talk about acting and modeling. What are we doing? Because something I'm going to leave you with one more thought before I introduce Mike, our next speaker. Success, not only in the entertainment industry, but in life, is 80% mindset and 20% tools and tactics. Anyone can get the tools and tactics. It's not really that hard. It's really not. Once you kind of start seeing the matrix, it's really not as hard as it looks. But do you have the mindset? Are you surrounding yourself by the right people who can get you there faster? So success leaves clues. And over the course of the next 2 days, I want your mindset to shift because I want you to see those clues. So what I'm going to ask you to do is I'm going to ask you, if you haven't already started taking notes, get out your notebooks, start taking notes, because the presentation that Mike's going to do next is going to radically transform the way that you see yourself. Okay. I want you to see yourself as the character in your life, as a character that can move forward, as a character that you can portray. Because as soon as you start leaning into that character, whether you're an actor or model, success is inevitable. Greatness is inevitable. You cannot stop it as long as you're willing to do this. Are you guys ready? Okay, let me introduce you to our first speaker. So Michael Fonkin is a co-founder of VIP Ignite, Truth Management, and Visioncraft, and a renowned leader in the entertainment industry. For over 18 years, Michael has been dedicated to helping aspiring models and actors break into the industry by providing them with the right tools, mentorship, and industry connections. He has co-authored books with two of the most respected names in business, Michael Gerber and Brian Tracy, solidifying his status as a thought leader in both entertainment and business strategy. He's also the author of the best-selling Amazon book, Finding Fame, which has empowered countless aspiring talent to navigate their careers with confidence and purpose. Known for his expertise in human behavior, leadership, and branding, Michael combines these skills with emotional intelligence to help talent rise above the competition and build lasting success. Everyone type success in the comments. Throughout his career, Michael has worked alongside legends like Brian Tracy, author of Eat That Frog, Mark Victor Hansen, author of Chicken Soup for the Soul, and Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank, as well as Robert Finaro from The Sopranos, as well as countless other entrepreneurs, celebrities. He's been creating opportunities for models and actors to step into the spotlight. This June, he is going to be knighted as well. The Prince of Spain is going to be knighting Michael. He's going to be in the Order of Cappadocia, which is one of the longest standing knighthoods that has gone since Constantine. So everyone, please give a very warm welcome to the one and only Mr. Sir Michael Famkin.
Hey, how's everybody doing? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. How's everybody doing? All right. Well, Happy New Year. That was a great presentation, Deneen. I love that.
Thanks.
That was so good. Yeah, it's so true about I know everybody here is excited about the modeling and the acting, but at the end of the day, it's anyone can be a model or an actor, but it's not a question of being a model or an actor. It's a question of being successful at it is really what it comes down to, right? It's like if you're going to do something, you want to go all in. You want to be able to be the best at what you're doing. Otherwise, you're never going to have satisfaction in life. You just really won't, right? And the most valuable asset that I can tell you guys is time. Time is your most valuable asset. You can always make more money, but you can't ever replace time. So we try to really compact a lot of information into these weekends to really give you guys a great foundation. Later on today, Denise's going to be going over goal setting. Make sure you are here for that. That is absolutely a life-changing presentation. If you follow this, your life will change in ways you can't ever possibly imagine. And then also the health presentation she's doing, phenomenal. Like I've been following it to a T. I lost like 7 pounds already. My energy levels have been up. Absolutely incredible. You're going to learn so much. It's almost going to be like shocking what you're going to learn about the food industry and kind of how honestly, the food that we have here in the United States is so different than anywhere else in the world. Exactly. Yep. Sue knows. So you guys are going to learn how to get past that. And a lot of things, you're going to realize like how kind of deceived you were by the food industry and the reasons why. But she's going to go through all of that, and she's going to make it so simple for you guys to be able to eat healthy. And being healthy is obviously the most important thing. Health is the most important thing you can ever have in your life. But it gives you the energy, it gives you the clarity, the focus, no longer having that fogginess and so forth. So really important. And another cool thing I want to touch upon is with social media. Social media is designed to keep you on it as long as possible. So it's really important that you do clean up your social media. Follow people that like make an impact. Follow people that have a really clear message. Especially whether it's in modeling or acting, mindset, health. A lot of the nonsense you'll see. They're not showing it to you because they want to show it to you. They're showing it to you because it's going to keep you engaged longer on the platform. And then when you click like, they start showing you more of it, right? So what happens is you're cutting yourself off from a whole nother world. Like it's the craziest thing. Like I tell people all the time, a lot of times people, talk to me, offline about the modeling and acting industry. And they always ask me about, is this a scam or that's a scam? And I'm always like, well, the reason you're seeing it is because you're clicking on it. So they're just going to keep showing you that. So you have to kind of break away from that. Follow Warner Brothers Studios, follow Sony, follow like directors, casting directors, producers, agents. And then the algorithm starts shifting and then you start seeing like better content. Just a little quick tip. I'm going to go over the 6 characters every actor needs. We're going to talk about modeling. We're going to talk about acting. Nikenji is going to be here right after me, so I want to respect her time because I have a lot of information to go over. But I'm going to be here all weekend, guys. We have some really great speakers like this. We do these boot camps all the time, and this boot camp this weekend is like a powerhouse boot camp. This is going to be like Tony Robbins, UPW. You guys are in for a treat. This will be an absolutely game changer for you guys. So let me pull up my presentation. and we'll get started. All right, let's see. Okay. I still haven't had a chance to make this one fancy yet, but everyone should be able to see it. Doesn't always have to be fancy. I was kind of jealous of Denine's presentation. She had it all tricked out and graphics and colors and so forth. So let's talk about this. So we're going to talk about the different types of characters that you can play. A lot of times when people are first starting off as an actor, or people who even have some experience, I've met a lot of people who've been in the industry anywhere from 6 months to 20 plus years. We work with people who won Academy Awards and Emmys, and obviously, I gravitate towards that because we kind of speak into each other's listen. But at the same time, the focus of our company is to always help people who are aspiring, people who've reached a certain level of success and kind of gotten stuck in how they can get to that next level. Or people, my favorite people, of course, are people who are brand new, because they've never been tainted by the wrong training, the wrong coaching. So it's a lot easier to kind of, get them to where they need to be fast, or a lot faster. At the end of the day, acting is about understanding your character, right? It's about being able to portray a character. And a lot of times when people are brand new, they have an idea of the characters they want to play, but they don't really kind of understand the breakdown of that. So I'm going to kind of go through it with you guys today. Most great movies, great stories all follow what's called the hero's journey. You should write that down. It's called the hero's journey. There's a great book about that. It's available on Amazon. Just type in the hero's journey. I would highly recommend that if you're serious about acting, whether it's TV, film, stage. That's a great place to start, because all great stories, and this goes back, the Greek tragedies and Shakespeare, follow what's called the hero's journey. Even if you think about the movie The Wizard of Oz, I'm sure everybody here has probably seen the movie Wicked. You've definitely seen The Wizard of Oz or Star Wars. If you think about The Wizard of Oz and Star Wars, they're almost identical movies, and a lot of times people are like, "What? How are they identical?" Well, think about Dorothy. She's just like Luke Skywalker, right? She's like the hero. She goes on a journey. She has to go from the ordinary world to the extraordinary world. She's going to meet people along the way who become mentors, who guide her. She has to battle villains and so forth. Luke Skywalker, the same thing. He meets Obi-Wan Kenobi. At the very beginning of both their journeys, they don't want to go on the journey, right? They're forced to go on the journey. One is through a tornado. One is because Luke Skywalker, his aunt and his uncle are killed. He has to go battle the Empire. They meet people who help them. They battle villains and so forth. So if you really look at it, the archetype and the story are exactly alike. They're following the same exact thing. Great stories will always follow that. I do a training on that for those of you who are. You should have all had access to what's called the Prime Mover, our school group. We have like a free community. I think there's probably a few hundred hours of content in there. I know there's training in there on that. But if you're not in that later on today, Deneen will drop all the links for that. We do a lot of stuff to help talent. Like we put out a lot of content, a lot of amazing things. It's just you have to kind of set the goal to follow it, spending an hour a day going through some of the content, being a part of the community, being a part of the team and so forth. So let me start with this so I don't run out of time. But actors, you can typically play 6 primary characters or archetypes, right? This is a foundation for storytelling and performance. And these archetypes are universal and can be adapted across genres, across all types of storylines and so forth. So whether it's a TV sitcom, whether it's a television show or movie and so forth. First, you have to have the hero, the protagonist, right? That's the main character who drives the story forward, or for overcoming challenges and pursuing goals, right? And here, it has examples: Superman, right? Harry Potter, right? Those are like your traditional heroes. People always think about heroes and so forth, like superheroes, but the hero can be somebody who's just going through a change, right? So, if you think of like a show like Breaking Bad, or you think of Tulsa King, right? New show with Sylvester Stallone, right? They don't always have to be heroes, right? They're not the hero in the term that you're talking about, but they're the main character who's going through change, right? There's going to be a change. Where they start and where they end are going to be 2 different types of things. The storyline revolves around them. You then have the villain or the antagonist, right? The character who opposes the hero, creates conflict and obstacles. Obvious examples: Darth Vader, the Joker, Cruella de Vil, right? So when you're thinking about being an actor, these are different roles you can play. A lot of times people think, well, maybe I'm not the right age, or I'm not the right look. No, you are right. Age doesn't matter. That's the first thing you need to put out of your mind. Age doesn't matter. Think about all the movies. Think about all the successful actresses and actors. There's different age range, different character types. It's knowing how to lean into being that specific type of character, right? Playing a good guy is fun, but honestly, a lot of actors will tell you playing the villain is even more fun, right? There's more of a challenge in playing the villain. Then you have what's called the sidekick, the companion, right? So when you're given a script, right? So when you're given a script, you're given sides. These are the things you start thinking about to yourself. Like, where are they on the journey? What type of character am I playing, right? A lot of times when you're first starting out, a lot of, there's that one hero, the one villain, but then there's a lot more roles for the sidekick or the companion, right? That's the loyal friend, the assistant who supports the hero. They all usually they'll provide some type of comic relief or emotional depth, right? So they allow the character to develop. They allow the character to be able to have somebody who's, examples, Robin, right? Batman's sidekick, or Samwise from Lord of the Rings, right? Even the donkey in Shrek, right? He's the sidekick. He's funny. He's providing both emotional and also comic relief. Then you have the mentor, the guide, right? The wise and experienced character who advises and helps the hero grow, right? Yoda from Star Wars, Dumbledore from Harry Potter, Mr. Miyagi from The Karate Kid, right? Obi-Wan Kenobi from Star Wars, Glinda from, The Wizard of Oz or the Scarecrow, right? Those are all mentors and guides that guide Dorothy along her path. Then you have the love interest, right? A character's relationship with the protagonist is central to their emotional journey, right? All great stories will always have that love interest. It may not always be rosy. A lot of times it's more interesting in a storyline where the hero and the love interest, there's a conflict there and consistently. See, shows and television shows and the hero's journey, when you follow it, very in depth. You want a lot of conflict, you want a lot of emotional growth and so forth, because that's what makes it interesting, right? That's what gets you to want to watch it. If a movie started where everybody's happy and the next scene is they're still happy and then they're still happy, nothing goes wrong, life is perfect, it just wouldn't be interesting. You just would not catch your attention. So when writing these stories as a writer, it's so important to study writing, to understand character development, because as an actor, this is how you build your character. At the end of the day, actor is stepping into that person, right? Really acting is being that person for the moment. There's no such thing as acting. There's absorbing the character and becoming that character. You understanding the nuances, how that person would hold their hands, how that person would think, how that person would act, how that person would look at something, how they respond to certain things. That's like true acting. When you become a true actor, you're able to step into this role and become that person, while filming. Love interest: Rose from the Titanic, Allie from the Notebook, Lois Lane for Superman, and then of course the comic relief, right? The humorous character who lightens the mood and provides entertainment while offering hidden wisdom, right? Chandler from Friends, Olaf from Frozen, Pumbaa and Timon from The Lion King. What's great about the comic relief, a lot of great actors start with comedy. Like, I think the two things that I can recommend you guys to ever do to become a great actor, is to be involved in community theater, right? To really understand live theater, but then to also understand comedy. When you have a foundation in those two, you will be able to do dramatic roles, love interest roles, like anything, like so well. Like that, like if you want like a shortcut or a shorter way to get where you want to be, concentrating on those two are so important. Now, archetypes overlap, right? Characters evolve into different roles as story progresses, allowing actors to showcase their range, right? So a range is showing the different types of roles you can play as you grow and so forth. You can see somebody who's playing a role that's the sidekick, that comes that emotional scene where he has that breakdown, or there becomes that scene where he kind of transforms into something else, right? There's always a transformation as you're watching a film or a movie. Actors should have a versatile portfolio of headshots that showcase their range and suitability for various roles. Okay. So the first thing, for those of you that are brand new, first thing you need as an actor is you need to have a headshot. When you're dealing with agents, managers, and so forth, real agents, real managers, they're not spending time training you. Like, that's not what their job is. Their job's to work with actors And, we work with some amazing people who cast Stranger Things, people who represent major celebrities. A lot of our talent that are on here are familiar with a lot of the people we work with over the course of the next 2 days. Some of you that are brand new are going to get to meet some of these people. And what you're going to find out is they're great. They want to see you successful, but they just need the tools. And the first tools they need is just to have a great headshot. They have to have something to submit out to the director, to the production, to the advertising agency, and so forth. So usually for most actors, a lot of times when somebody's brand new, they usually kind of have like one headshot, which is cute. But a lot of times when I'm talking to them, you'll see they're kind of struggling. And again, this is just time and wisdom. This doesn't mean you run out and do this right off the bat. I'm just going over with this with you guys so you kind of understand, like, people who are consistently working, how their portfolios, how their training is set up differently, right? It's just like anything else. Like this isn't something I learned overnight. It took me 18 years to figure all this out. This wasn't easy. We want to show you the easy way now, right? We had to do it the hard way. We've seen so many people do it the hard way. But a commercial headshot is going to be something that's bright, friendly, you're approachable. Tomorrow I'll show you some examples of these. Today I just want to go over them with you so you can kind of see some examples. These are ideal for commercials and roles that require a warm, everyday appeal. They're cheerful neighbor, trustworthy professional, and so forth. So I'll show you some examples tomorrow, but here's how it goes. When a casting director or your agent submitting out to casting, they're using what's called a database, and they're just seeing everything online. So their job is just to hire somebody, right? Like they're trusting the agent to say, hey, this person's great. Sue is awesome. She's perfect for the role. So that Sue, the agent is selling you, but the headshot is what they see. And they say, okay, great. This is, my boss, whoever the client is, the director, this is kind of what they told me they wanted. And this person looks like that. So if it's something for a commercial, you want to see something that's a commercial headshot. When something's going to be more a dramatic role, right? Then you have a dramatic theatrical headshot. Everything's broken down. Like when you have like better headshots broken down into these different types of archetypes, it allows you to book more roles. Because the more you can get submitted out, like a lot of times actors will always say, well, I'm not working, right? And I'm like, okay, well, how many headshots do you have? Well, I just have one. Okay, great. How many agents do you have? Well, I don't really have an agent. I'm just submitting out on myself. Okay, well, that's first problem is you're probably submitting out a commercial headshot for a dramatic role, and the person with the dramatic headshot, the more theatrical headshot who has an agent is landing it, right? So a lot of times the problems are super easy to solve. It's just the person didn't know, right? So our hope by the end of this weekend is we're going to give you the knowledge and the foundation to kind of understand what the expectations are from the industry standards, right? Everybody always says they want an agent. It's always great. I get it. But how do you become the person an agency actually wants, right? Once you ask a better question, you get a better answer, and that's when your life changes, okay? So dramatic theatrical headshots, more intense, right? Emotive, right? It focuses on depth, complexity. This is perfect for serious roles, TV dramas, films, or theater, right? It's a more shadowed or moody vibe, often with neutral or darker tones. Comedy headshot, right? Those are those ones where you show your personality, right? Fun, quirky, full of personality, reflecting a lighthearted, offbeat side. These are best for comedic roles, sitcoms, rom-coms, playful commercials, and here's another thing, like, when you think about like the future, there's a great site called IMDb, Internet Movie Database. You should write that down. So whenever I tell you guys I'm giving you something really good, write it down, imdb.com. This will have the listing of all current productions in Hollywood on TV, not only here in the United States, but worldwide. Documentaries, your favorite television shows. They will list the casting directors, the cast. You'll notice there's a big move now more towards rom-coms and comedies and so forth. You're going to also see a lot more action movies. There's movies and TV and film going to go in trends, right? They kind of move in trends with where the population is, who the president is, and so forth. So you're going to see a lot more headed towards like comedy, a little bit more like action, like those old school hero types, Rambo, and those types of movies are going to be those are what are like already pre-production. So writers are always trying to say, hey, where is that population headed? What's great about social media is they can start advertising that to you now and start tagging you in that. So you're like, yeah, I want to go see the new Rambo movie, right? So it's social media is very helpful with advertising. And I'm just hitting upon this because I want you guys to understand, like the movie companies and production companies spend, $100 million on a movie. They will try to make as little mistakes as possible, right? We hear all the time there's a movie that bombs out, but most of them don't. The reason why you see a lot of sequels is because it's easier to sell a sequel. If they know the movie was successful, it's a lot easier to hedge your bets because when you're doing a movie, like Paramount doesn't make its own movies, production companies do, right? Production companies get investors, so people will invest in a movie in the hopes of making a return. Paramount, Warner Brothers, their distribution. They're just getting the movie out. So you may be able to use, you rent their space, right? If you have Warner Brothers, you're renting out studio space. You may sign a deal with them to not only pay for the studio space, but then also having a split. They make money off of distribution and ticket sales and all that. They control that, right? That's why such big markets like ABC, owned by Disney and so forth. So if you ever watch, the news on ABC, the news is pushing like the characters from their next movie, their next show. I want you guys to see it's a business, right? I can get you all excited about being a model and actor, but I want to give you guys the foundation to understand it's a business also. Character specific role headshot, right? So this is maybe tailored to a very like a niche role, a detective, business executive, period drama. This helps casting directors immediately envision you in specific roles. This includes appropriate styling, wardrobes, hints at that. That's when you're getting a little bit more advanced with this. At the beginning, I think a comedy, dramatic, and commercial is going to be like your best three. Those are the three you need right out the gate. But you're also going to notice that you ever notice like certain characters, they play the same roles all the time, like Liam Neeson, right? Right. Think about he always plays that, I'm coming to get you, right? And so forth. Ryan Colby, for those of you who don't know, familiar with him, he's a celebrity stylist. He's actually Liam Neeson's stylist. So whenever Liam Neeson's working on a production, he's going to the red carpet, he's doing an interview, he calls Ryan and they go back and forth via WhatsApp, and Liam sends him his clothing and Ryan says, no, 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 yes, and so forth. It's really funny to see when the two of them go back and forth together, but he leans into that role. As you're doing this, you may find that there's a certain role that you're really good at, right? Like that you can play that villain role so great, right? Think of the chicken guy from Breaking Bad, right? Right. What? Yeah, Gene Carlos, right? He plays that role so good. He plays that villain so well. Then he also played a villain in The Mandalorian on Disney and so forth. But if you go back in his career, he played detectives, like he played other roles. He just didn't play the villain role. He played other roles, but he kind of hit on playing that villain. So as you're doing this, right, you may start off in comedy and dramatic. You may get some leading roles, but then you may also see that, hey, I really enjoy doing these very specific types of roles, right? And what happens is casting directors and people in Hollywood know your name. They associate you with that type of role. And now all of a sudden you start getting roles sent to you. Okay. And then also having a youthful contemporary headshot, right? Now that doesn't mean age. Youthful and contemporary has nothing to do with age. It just means being fresh and vibrant, showcasing a youthful energy or modern trends, right? So this is for roles requiring current or relatable energy, like social media influencers or young professionals, right? More casual, trendy with a dynamic but relaxed vibe. And then also, you always should have a professional corporate headshot, right? This is going to be important. This is important for press releases and marketing. So a lot of times, as you're building your brand, you're building your resume. Your agency usually they'll have like a PR department, or like the movie that you're in, they have a publicist. So they'll now be submitting out press releases, marketing, and so forth. So those usually will require that corporate headshot, right? Again, something that you don't need always right at the beginning. But what's great about also having that professional headshot, like that more corporate one, it's great when you're submitting out for executive roles, playing a lawyer, playing a doctor, playing some type of professional. So that's something where you're doing in a suit, or some type of casual business attire, right? And having that confident look and so forth. Always consult with your agent or manager when deciding on specific headshots. You should never go out and get headshots on your own. Usually for talent, Until you get an agent, you're probably going to get the wrong headshots. I know everybody gets excited about doing photos and spending money on photos, and it's fun and it's exciting, but usually you want to be able to get an agent first and then let them kind of guide you on that. And also, plus, they're also going to have the connections with the photographers. They're going to know exactly what, the right person to work with. A lot of times, talent, especially in a local market, they might not have the quality photographers, the lighting, the equipment, the makeup artist. There's a lot to it. I will go over that tomorrow. I'll show you exactly how to do that tomorrow. So if you guys have any questions on that, I will gladly go through that with you guys in detail. Here's a list of interesting hero characters in modern films, right? So you can think of Katniss Everdeen in The Hunger Games, right? She's the reluctant hero. Again, see, reluctant hero, hero's journey, driven by survival and love for her family rather than a desire for fame or glory, right? So she's the reluctant hero. In the hero's journey, they're always reluctant at the beginning. Something has to push them forward and so forth. Tony Stark from Iron Man, right? He's a flawed genius, right? So always when you have a character that's always so over the top, this always goes back to Shakespeare and Greek tragedies, you always have to have, the hero has to have a flaw. Nobody could be, no hero is meant to be godlike. Even a godlike hero has to have a flaw. There's always a flaw there that they have. So as an actor, as you're studying the script and so forth, a lot of times the writers don't say, here's the flaw. You have to use the script analysis to understand that, right? Great examples for Shakespeare is like Caesar had a limp, right? He walked with a limp and so forth. So there's a flaw there, right? There's a weakness there and so forth. Miles Morales from Spider-Man, right? Coming of age hero, right? So juggles the weight of new powers. Black Panther, right? Shuri transitions from tech-savvy princess to a deeply conflicted hero carrying the legacy of the Black Panther. Her arc is filled with grief, responsibility, and finding her unique voice as a leader. So see, that's a part of the transformation journey. So that's part of where she was to where she's going to be. So think about it. When you get a role like that, and doing your script analysis and understanding the characters that you're playing and going back to this as kind of like a guide, it's the character, the way she's going to read her lines at the beginning of the movie will be different than the way she reads them later on in the film. Now, think about this. When you watch a movie, you're watching it from beginning to end. When filming, that's not how it works. They could be shooting they could be shooting the middle on day 1, the ending on day 6, somewhere in between on day 3. So you have to be aware of where is your character in the lines during their transformation, right? Has their confidence changed? Has their demeanor changed? Their how are they transformed? How are they leveled up or leveled down? Right now, sometimes characters can go the opposite. They become weaker. Something happens to them. So the way they're holding their shoulders. This is why actors are paid a lot of money. This is why people say, I want to be an actor. And they're like, well, I don't want to do training. I just want to be on set. Yeah, I get it. I'd love to do all that too. But unfortunately, when you get on set, you're going to find out really quickly these guys, what they're doing, right? And it doesn't take a lot, right? It may sound complicated, but it's really not. It's fun, right? The more you get to watch shows and TVs and you start understanding this, like I said, when you study the hero's journey, you can literally watch the first episode of a show and know exactly where those characters will land and so forth. And again, it's just time and recognizing patterns. Diana, right? Wonder Woman. She's both a warrior and a symbol of compassion. Her innocence about the modern world, combined with her fierce dedication to justice, creates a refreshing contrast in a superhero. Right now, here's Evelyn Wang, right? Won the Academy Award, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. She's the hero of the story, right? She's in her 60s, right? She doesn't play that superhero like you would think, right? She's just an ordinary woman thrust into extraordinary circumstances. Again, hear the hero's journey in there. Ordinary becomes extraordinary. Her journey is chaotic, deeply personal, and filled with humor and heartbreak, exploring the multiverse while saving her family relationships. Ryan Stone, right? Gravity, right? Why she's interesting. Medical engineer forced to survive in the vast emptiness of space. Ryan Stone's journey is one of resilience and inner transformation as she battles both physical danger and emotional despair. Natasha from Black Widow. She's complicated. She has a past as a spy and an assassin, which adds depth to her role as a hero, right? Her journey of redemption and the uncovering of her humanity makes her compelling, right? So these are all things like, so think about if you were given that role right now, how do you read those lines, right? When you're reading those lines, how would a spy, right? I have a complicated past. I was an assassin, so there's a little bit of lack of trust there, right? But I'm going on this journey of redemption. I'm uncovering my humanity. So how am I reading the lines? How am I interacting with the other characters? How do I bring those characters to life in a way that's believable to the audience? Furiosa from Mad Max, great movie, right? She defines traditional hero tropes by being both vulnerable and ferocious. Her mission is to liberate oppressed women in a brutal post-apocalyptic world, makes her a powerful symbol of resilience. Captain America, the Falcon and Winter Soldier. Sam struggles with what it means to take up the mantle of Captain America in a world where systematic inequality persists. His heroism is grounded in humanity and empathy, right? So if you haven't seen that, you'll understand that. Frozen, right? Heroism comes from embracing her individuality and powers while seeking to protect her kingdom. Her quest for self-discovery makes an unconventional yet aspiring figure. Creed, right? Adonis Creed. As the son of the legendary boxer, Adonis grapples with living up to his father's legacy while forging his path. He struggles with identity and perseverance in and out of the ring are inspiring. Neo from The Matrix. I know Denise talked a little bit about The Matrix earlier, the blue pill, red pill, right? Returning to a more reflective and reluctant hero. Neo's journey in the new Matrix highlights themes of love, free will, rediscovery. Mona. Mona is a hero driven by curiosity and deep connection to her heritage. Her journey to restore balance and discover her identity is emotionally resonant and empowering. Doctor Strange, a hero who continually faces his ego and the consequences of his decisions, right? Strange's exploration of alternate realities challenge him to evolve both emotionally and spiritually, right? So he's changing as a character as the movie's going on. Each of these characters showcases a different take on what it means to be a hero, from personal growth, resilience, to groundbreaking representation and unconventional paths to justice. Right. So here's some other ones. Right. So for headshots, right? Commercial headshot, bright, friendly, approachable. Think of roles that convey trust, warmth, and everyday appeal. So I want you to think about what could you play these characters? Right. Could you play a nurse? Right. Right? That's a character you could play, right? I don't think there's for everyone who was on camera, I think you guys could all play a nurse, right? I think that would be great. Let's see. John Connolly could definitely play a nurse. Kelly could play a nurse without a doubt, right? Ashley's son, you could play a nurse. You could be a great nurse, right? Robert, you could play a cool nurse. You got that beard. You could play a doctor. What about a teacher? Could you play the role of a teacher, right? A shopkeeper, a barista at a coffee shop, right? Or the friendly neighbor, right? Julia Roberts as Isabel in Wonder. Robin Williams as Daniel Hillard and Mrs. Doubtfire, right? Playing the nanny, right? Comedy role, right? Dramatic also at the same time. Tom Hanks playing Mr. Rogers. Emma Thompson, Miss Honey and Matilda, right? The kind teacher. Steve Carell as Frank Ginsburg in Little Miss Sunshine, quirky, warm uncle, right? He also played the wrestling coach in another movie, very dramatic role. Most people, think of him as more from The Office, more comedy, but like he's played some amazing roles. Again, building upon this, building your career upon this. A dramatic theatrical headshot, right? More intense, moody, right? Can you play a role of a doctor, a lawyer, grieving parent, a detective? What about a war veteran, right? Age doesn't matter if we're playing a war veteran. Depends upon the role, what time period this would be playing in. Viola Davis, right? And How to Get Away with Murder, playing a lawyer. Joaquin Phoenix is Arthur Fleck in The Joker, right? A troubled man. Maya in Zero Dark 30, playing a CIA agent. Denzel Washington in Training Day, playing a detective. Meryl Streep, right? Kramer versus Kramer, playing the grieving mother. Comedic headshot, right? Playing an overzealous parent, the talkative shopkeeper, the clumsy intern, the goofy neighbor, the witty barista, right? Melissa McCarthy as Megan in Bridesmaids. Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool, right? Deadpool, comedic anti-hero, right? He's playing a hero, but he's playing a comedy role in that. Wasn't a fan of the new one. The Deadpool and Wolverine, I don't know. It was okay. It wasn't my favorite, though. Rebel Wilson, right? Fat Army and Pitch Perfect, witty team member. Jim Carrey, Liar, over-the-top lawyer, right? Annie, Bridesmaid, Kristen Wiig, quirky protagonist. Specific role headshots, playing a mortician, period drama aristocrat, a mafia boss, right? Mad scientist, a pirate, right? Johnny Depp, Captain Jack Sparrow. Helena Bohan Carter, Mrs. Lovett, right? Sweeney Todd playing the dark baker, right? So again, you can see here something, and Anthony Hopkins, right? Played so many amazing roles, but everybody remembers him as Hannibal Lecter in The Silence of the Lamb, right? The psychologist and murderer, right? So youthful, right? Social media influence, college student, intern, up and coming musician, barista, right? You can see here Timothy Chalamet as Elio in Call Me by Your Name, played a teenager and so forth. Emma Watson, right? These are all people, just to kind of give you an example. So many times people just think there's only one type of role. There's so many roles, right? Playing a CEO, a doctor, an FBI agent, a lawyer, a politician, right? George Clooney as Ryan Bingham in Up in the Air, corporate downsizer, Sandra Bullock as Margaret Tate. These are all roles that you guys on this call could play. These are all things that you can do. These are the types of characters that you could be in. Okay. As one group changes, there's always a need for fresh faces. Everybody has to start someplace. Remember, all these names you're seeing, they've been in this industry for decades, but they all started someplace. What's great about this industry is everyone's given a chance when you're able to follow the foundation, you're able to follow the roadmap, right? He has more flexibility, right? Carol and Carol, period drama, corporate. Tom Hardy, right? In Inception, dramatic character. Andy Sachs, Anne Hathaway, The Devil Wears Prada, youthful corporate, right? Eddie Murphy, Beverly Hills Cop, both comedic and dramatic. Or here, Charlie Theron in Monster, right? She played that dramatic character, the phenomenal role that she played in that. So by aligning headshots to these archetypes and roles, actors can showcase their range and appeal to diverse casting opportunities, right? So here's some more sidekick, right? The goofy best friends, right? So see yourself, right? Playing Joey, lovable, slightly clueless friend who provides comic relief, the coffee shop barista, Gunther and Friends, the quirky barista with a crush or snarky comment, the helpful grocery clerk, the smiling assistant in a grocery store commercial like Publix or Kroger, cheerful and eager to help customers what they need, the eccentric neighbor, right? Kramer and Seinfeld, oddball next door who always shows up at the right or wrong time, the tech savvy coworker, right? Gerard Dunn in Silicon Valley, the quiet, reliable coworker who knows all the shortcuts, the office gossip, right? Angela in The Office, the mechanic, right? Louie and the mechanic, right? In the old Amco commercials, right? Down to earth, worker explaining car repairs. Like there's so many opportunities out there, guys. Like when you have the right headshots, you lean into your character, you understand character development, you understand the hero's journey, you have monologues prepared. Like when you have all the tools, and by the end of this weekend, I promise you guys, we're going to give you everything you need. Everything you need. We're going to drop free gifts. We're going to give you guys access to so much information. All you have to do is put it into play. The snack enthusiast, right? The chip loving friend in Doritos, a Lay's commercial. Ooh, Doritos. You guys are going to learn about why you shouldn't be eating Doritos later today. Might break some of you guys' hearts, but you need to stay away from those Doritos. They're really bad. They're like enemy number one. And like when you read the ingredients on a Doritos, you'll be like, and you understand what they are, you're not going to eat any more Doritos. So if you're a Doritos fan, have your last Dorito before today, because after that, Doritos are going to be out of your life. You can still do a commercial for them, but you're not going to be eating them. Always rating the snack bowl, coming up with outlandish ways to get a bite. Think of all the Super Bowl commercials that you see, right? Sports games, and so forth. Loyal pet owner, the dog owner in a pedigree, Purina ads, right? Bonded with their furry friend, always ready for a heartwarming moment. Supportive sibling, right? Monica and Friends, the caring brother or sister, the pizza delivery guy, right? Domino's commercials. Again, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. The shopping buddy, right? The friend in a Target or Old Navy commercial. The gym buddy, right? Think of Schmidt New Girl, the overly supportive or hilarious, overbearing workout partner. And these are like skits. I want you to start thinking about like skits, roles you can play. Maybe when you're watching like Saturday Night Live or different comedy shows like that, or start paying attention to the commercials, seeing not only the main character, but the other people, like in a car commercial, the shoppers who are buying, the cars, the car salesman, the boss that's in the background. These are all different types of roles that you guys will be playing, right? For those of you who go through the whole weekend, you'll learn how you can get booked for roles like this. Friendly Retail Association, right? Think of Best Buy commercials, Apple commercials, and so forth, right? Playing the polite and cheerful person while helping customers make decisions. The movie buff friend, Dante from Clerks. Some of you guys have been to our boot camps last year. We had actually one of the main stars from Clerks on our boot camps. We get a lot of cool people here. You never know who's going to stop by and surprise you guys over the weekend. The new roommate, right? Awkward and endearing as they adjusted a new living situation. The fast food worker, right? McDonald's, Burger King ads, Chick-fil-A and so forth. Tons of those commercials consistently running. Local delivery driver, right? King of Queens, carpool friend, Jake from Steak Farm, right? Think about that. Tomorrow I'll talk a little bit about those types of commercials and the different types of roles and so forth for that. Office IT person, right? So sidekick roles are relatable, require minimal character-specific skills, and offer a great entry point for actors looking to build their portfolio, audition for commercial TV roles. And what's great is a lot of these commercials pay well. These roles will pay, anywhere from $3,500 to $7,000 for a few days worth of work. We've had, talent have done play ads, have earned $100,000 for one day's worth of work. Usually it goes by where the commercial's running. Is it local, national? When you're doing an ad campaign, is it going to be e-commerce? Is it going to be online? Is it going to be in magazines and so forth? So a lot of times, like most of these questions, like I go over them with you guys, but like most of these are usually answered by your agent. So your agent does all those negotiations. That's why it's so important to always have an agent, because when clients won't deal with talent, well, this is going to be a national ad. It also may be doing a buyout 20%. If it does go international, it's a 3-year contract. It's also going to be e-com and so forth. The buyout on e-com is going to be $1,500. Just need you to sign right here. Right. For most of you, like, what did Mike just talk about? Right. Okay. But an agent would know exactly what that, and they'd be like, what? Whoa, hold on there. No. There's no $1,500 buyout. Like, right? No. And so forth. $1,500 buyout means they want to buy out the rights to that commercial indefinitely for $1,500. No way. That's not how, John Norman, no. And so forth. You'll negotiate how much future payments would be if the commercial continuously runs. Like I had one of my good friends, he did actually a Doritos ad. He was the wrestler in the Doritos ad that if you remember it ran for a long time, but it was the little kid was telling the dad not to eat the Doritos, like mom would get mad at him. And then the kid warns him, and then all of a sudden, like a wrestler comes out and like knocks the dad down. That ad ran for multiple years. The original ad, he was paid $3,500 for it, but then on each consistent time it ran, like over the years, he made like 15,000. So the following year even though this ad he paid 3,500 one time, shot the ad one day, but then the following year he got a check for 15,000. The next year he got a check for 15,000 and so forth. And it ran for 3 years after the initial first year. So he made an additional $45,000 plus the 3,500. So it's 48,500. That's what, as an agency, that's what we negotiated. Had he just signed the deal, they would have paid him the 3,500 plus 1,500. He would have only made 35 plus 15, 5,000 versus almost 50,000. Okay. These are billion-dollar brands. These guys will negotiate. They're very good. But when you're an agent, you understand that it's just a game. At the end of the day, it's always a game. In negotiations and understanding negotiations and what the rates are and the value of the commercial and where it's going to be played and so forth. We've had a lot of talent do international work and so forth, and the rates for international is going to be a lot different than just here nationally and so forth. If it's going to be translated into multiple languages, a lot of times commercials will run in both in English and Spanish. So when you're doing a commercial in Spanish, sometimes they do a voiceover. So you may have done the original English commercial, but then there's like a voiceover added. So you may get less on that Spanish commercial because now they're paying the voiceover actor. But for those of you that are bilingual, what's great is you can shoot both the commercial in English and in Spanish, or you do the voice in Spanish. So they just dub it in. So dubbing is when they're putting in stuff over. A lot of times for movies, there may be flubs or they need to make changes in a movie. 3 months after you thought was your last day on the movie, they call you back in and like, hey, we have to refilm this scene, or we have to add in some voiceover and stuff like that. So a lot of times when you're doing contract, you may not be able to change your hair. You may not be able, they may want you to keep your beard or your mustache. Like each time it's a little bit different But there's a lot that goes into this. There's a lot. And that's why it's so important having an agent, having a manager, having a relationship with them, but you yourself being educated how the industry works, because then you're able to communicate well with them. You don't want to be the person who's just sitting there going, well, okay, I guess. No, you want to be able to understand that. And you're never going to understand it 1,000%. Even myself, I'm learning every day. I'm always consistently learning and all that. But I know enough to know how it's worked and how it's done. And that's how we're able to give you guys great advice. All right. So with that thought in mind, guys, I'm going to turn this back over to Ms. Deneen because we have somebody really special coming up in just a few minutes. I hope this was helpful. I hope it gave you just a little bit. It doesn't have to give you 100% clarity, but at least it makes you think, hey, wait a second. I never thought about it this way. And that's really what my goal was just to kind of open up your eyes a little bit more. I will have a PDF made for this for you guys, and I'll have my assistant put in some photos and examples, and then we'll drop this in the group for you. Just give me a couple of days to get this done, but I'll have my assistant do this. So that way you guys will have this as a resource and a tool. So you can always go back to it. It'll be my gift for you guys. All throughout the day, we'll be dropping free gifts in the school group for you guys. So that way you guys can go back and research, have access to this. Like Deneen said, when you write and take notes, even if you never go back to your notes again, your brain remembers it. It's really helpful. It's something I learned a long time ago from Tony Robbins. So definitely take notes. Even like I say, even if you're just writing them down sloppily, it triggers a different part of your brain with helping with remembering stuff and all that. And you'll be actually pleasantly surprised. Even if you feel you don't remember it, your brain will pull up that information at the right time and in the right moment when needed. All right, guys, my name is Michael Fompkin. I will turn this back over to Mr. Deneen. Hope you guys learned something, and a pleasure and an honor to be with you guys, and can't wait to talk to you guys later today, tomorrow. This, like I said, this is an incredible boot camp. Like, we have some really, really, really incredible people over the next 2 days. So it's going to transform your life, not only from TV, film, acting, modeling, music, but just really, really in so many incredible ways. All right, guys, talk to you in a little bit. Bye.
First of all, how awesome was that presentation? Second of all, in the comments, I want to know, what kind of characters can you play? What kind of characters can you play? Let me know in the comments. All right, let's see. Oh, it was great. It was incredible. I know, right? Oh, Robert said I can play all of them. I love it, Robert. Galda can play a teacher, nurse. Sebastian can play a Russian mobster. Okay, I have a funny story about that. So I had to get my passport photo taken not too long ago. And the way I had my hair done, I was like, I think I'm in my Russian spy era because my hair was pulled back really harshly. Anyway, sorry. So I think I could play a Russian spy, but I'd have to do better at hiding than I am right now. Let's see here. We got rocks. Mike is a rock star, isn't he? I know. Hero, villain, love interest. Awesome. I love this so much. All right, guys. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how amazing is today already? And we are just getting started. You know that the first event has to be like off the hook, right? All right. Are you guys enjoying this? On a scale of 1 to 10, how many of you guys are excited that you're here? It's amazing. I love it. Awesome. Okay. So I'm going to ask you guys, I know we're still early, but I know we have a lot more to go, but I want you to make sure that you maintain your energy. Okay. Because one of the ways that you really tap into your greatness is by maintaining your energy, by bringing energy to everything that you do. Because the way you do the small things is the way that you're going to do the big things. I'm going to say that again. The way you do the small things is the way that you're going to do the big things. So if you're like, that was all right, then I want you to understand that you have to maintain energy. Okay. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to get you guys up because I promise you this is not a pants-free party. I'm going to get you guys up. I'm going to bring up your energy. Then I'm going to introduce Alicia K back to you. And then you're going to have the opportunity after I introduce Alicia to work with a Broadway star. And she is so excited. She's like, how long do I have? I'm like, you only have an hour. She's like, only an hour? I'm like, only an hour. So are you guys ready? So first thing, everyone, please stand up. I feel like Slim Shady. Everyone, please stand up. Please stand up. All right. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to set a timer because I could make us do this all day long, but that would be like ridiculous. All right. So we're going to do a timer for 15 seconds. And this is what you're going to do. You are going to face the right. You're going to put your right foot forward, your left foot back, and you are going to pump your arms as fast as you can at a 90-degree angle for 15 seconds. We're going to raise your energy. Are you ready? Ready? And get set. And, oh, hold on. Let me take off my bracelet so I don't hurt myself. And go. 15 seconds as hard as you can. Come on now. Get your blood moving. Woo! Come on. Oh. Keep going. Gonna be a little longer than 15 seconds. My finger was cold. All right. Ready? And stop. Woof. Do you guys feel energized? Do you feel your blood going? Do your hands feel like they have a little more feeling? I got a picture from upstate New York. There's like so much snow. My gosh. All right, we have to do both sides evenly. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to turn to the left side, left foot forward, right foot back. We're going to do the same thing. Pump your hands as fast as you can for 15 seconds. Ready? Get set and go. 15 seconds. Come on now. Fast as you can. Come on. Ooh. Okay, we got some boxing going on. We got some jogging going on. I love it. Come on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and stop. Woo. How energized do you feel now? Do you feel great? Are you ready to take on the rest of the day? Come on now. Okay, everyone take a seat. Everyone take a seat. The reason we're going to do this is because you need energy in order to continue learning and to continue absorbing information. And you all told me you're here because you want greatness. You want even more success. So I'm going to keep you moving, keep you hydrated. Everyone take a sip of your water real quick. You have water? Or if you're Alicia Kabak, take a sip of your coffee or tea. Awesome. All right, I'm going to bring Alicia on. I want to introduce her to you because VIP Ignite has 2 co-founders. You just met Michael Famkin. Let me introduce Alicia Kabak, looking lovely today. All right, so Alicia Kabak, co-founder of VIP Ignite, Truth Management, and Vision Craft. Alicia has spent nearly 2 decades transforming the lives of aspiring models, actors, and entertainers, helping them break into the industry with the right tools, training, and connections. She's known for her no-nonsense, tough love approach, but that's exactly why models and actors want her on their side. Alicia's ability to push people past their limits and out of their comfort zones has created countless success stories. Her journey began when she saw the need for genuine, authentic guidance in an industry filled with false promises. Since then, Alicia has been on a mission to change the game for aspiring talent by offering them real opportunities to succeed. Alicia has mentored countless talent who have gone on to appear in campaigns for brands like NFL, Apple, and Starbucks, and have walked in major events like the New York Fashion Week. She's also worked alongside industry legends, including Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank. She has a new book out with Kevin, and she was on his show. Oh, there, oh my God. She has it right there. She was also on his show, Get Down to Business with Kevin Harrington. She's also worked with people like Bobby Finara from The Sopranos, proving her influence at the highest levels of entertainment. She also has a new show coming out in 2025 that's going to be like a showcase of her working, like everything that she does. So if you want to know what it's really like behind the scenes of VIP Ignite, you definitely want to check that out. With a deep understanding of the business side of entertainment, Alicia's insights into what it takes to stand out and stay relevant in the industry are unmatched. She is passionate about helping others find their purpose, reignite their passion, and build careers they never thought possible, especially when the odds are stacked against them. Everyone give it up for the one and only Alicia Kabak.
Hi, how
Good
are
morning,
you?
Alicia. How are you?
Good morning. Good. I lost my voice yesterday a little bit. I had strep throat during the holiday, so I apologize if I sound kind of my throat's a little bit scratchy. Hi. Nice to
Hi.
see you.
Nice
Happy
to
New
see-
Year. This is
I
our
know,
first
Happy New
call
Year.
in the new year.
I know. First time.
Man,
We waited a whole 4 days, which is awesome.
I know. I feel like my little boy talks to you on FaceTime more than I do.
Yeah, I felt so bad. He called me yesterday. I was at the dentist. I was like, I'm a
He's
little
got great
occupied
timing.
right now.
Yeah,
All
he's
right.
got great
So,
timing.
Alicia,
What?
what are you most excited about for 2025? And what are you most excited about for this boot camp today?
Okay. So a lot of things. Yes, I'm very excited for the new TV show on Apple. I'm freaking out about it. So that's going to be really exciting because there's a saying that Tony Robbins says all the time. You get rewarded in public for kicking butt in private. And I really want to say that so many people dream about being in show business. Are you willing to put in the work when no one else is watching? So, as you know, I'm a mom and we produce Broadway, we produce movies, and we have the #1 mother agency in the world. And I think in the world that we live in now, I'm not in New York, I'm not in LA, I'm actually in Orlando, Florida. And speaking of snow, Deneen, did you know it's going to snow here, they're saying, potentially this week in Orlando? Temperatures are going to go to 19 degrees. I
I've
left
heard
New
that.
York City for warm. What the hell is going on?
I heard that rumor, but we're gonna be fleeing to Pennsylvania during the snow.
Okay. All right. Because Disney, man, I'm like 30 minutes from the parks and they're already expecting snowfall this week and they're freaking out about like black ice and things like that. It's going to be crazy here in Florida because we can't even drive in the rain. So I can only imagine adding snow to the mix. But I'm also really excited because I had a conversation yesterday with a friend of ours who's a top casting director. And she said real brands are looking for real people. That, I think you guys have seen such how many of you guys have seen such a progression? I get so excited when I go to Target, or as I like to call it, Target, and I see women that are not just stick thin, right? That have curves, especially after having a baby. These things are inevitable. But real brands want real people, and nothing more than, right now on Netflix and Hulu and Amazon. I have so many, Deneen, I have so many new shows for you to watch when you're on the plane and you can binge.
Text me.
But there's so many new shows on streaming networks. They're constantly looking for new people. And that's exciting. So that's like some of the most exciting things. And, somebody asked me in a private chat here, why is this call all day today and all day tomorrow? We potentially talk to talent that have been doing this for like 10 years, 20 years, and they've done it incorrectly. Why not give 2 full days, play full out, learn something, and then find out how to get to the next level? How many of you guys think that's really important? Scale 1 to 10. You could either do it 20 years or 2 days. Do what successful people are doing. So I'm really excited. I think the transition, like Mike said, to the rom-coms, I'm all about the rom-coms. Have you seen Nobody Wants This yet? No, you haven't. Okay, put that on your list. But there's so many great shows out right now, and I like the fact that the world is kind of evolving again. And that's it. I'm just really excited. 2025 is already, man, as far as show business wise, off to a bang. So
yeah, it definitely is. I'm really excited about 2025.
yeah.
So let's see here. Looking for our next guest. She should be joining us momentarily. Okay, so
But
before we move on, what are some trends that you've seen? I know romantic comedies, thank God, we're back. We're bringing happy back in 2025. What are some other trends that you see that you're excited about?
I think traditional. For a while, the world's been such a crazy place. And I'd really like to say that for anybody here that's over the age of 30, 40, 50, I saw somebody say, I'm 59. Is this too late for me to start? Hell no, this is not too late. You're here today. And I think real brands are looking for real people. And I know they are. If you've ever seen shows like Stranger Things, as you know, our friend Heather is the top casting director for that show. They're looking to fill the scenes, whether you have a starring role or you're getting in as an extra. They want real people just like you, and somebody's got to do it. And I want you guys to think about it. Like even this week, I was at Bank of America. I did the drive-through ATM. And when you look at those pictures, even Bank of America ads, those are not Bank of America employees. They're hiring real people to do these jobs, and those jobs pay an exorbitant amount of money. I know that we've had castings for Bank of America and Wells Fargo that pay like $10,000 for 1 day's work. How many of you guys are earning $10,000 in 1 day? How many of you guys want that? Type, I want that. So, real brands are looking for real people. And that's honestly like what I want you guys to take away most. Don't ever think because you don't live in the right location, you can't do this. It's all done on Zoom, guys. It is all done on Zoom. This is where it's at. The world has been a really crazy place, as we know, since New Year's Eve. And I think that's one of the reasons, too, why casting directors don't just hire off of internet sites. They have no idea. They have no idea who they're going to get. Hi, Nakenji. So I just want to tell you, if you guys are here, remember, play full out. You are always on stage. And I want you to type that. You are always on stage. So even if you think no one's watching, even if I turn my camera off, a lot of times I feel like a creeper. I'm going through all of the images and I'm looking at all your little thumbnails and I'm looking at your faces. because without you saying a word, you said a million things about yourself. And that is true. For those of you guys that have ever been on a first date or you've met somebody and they've completely surprised you, remember your body language says so much about you before a spoken word. And speaking of somebody who shines,
Speaking of someone who shines in the spotlight, let me introduce our next guest to you. So I'm so excited to introduce Nikenji to you. She's a Tony, Emmy, and Grammy nominated artist known for her exceptional talent and versatility. She has performed as a soloist at prestigious venues including Carnegie Hall, Lincoln Center's Alice Tully Hall, and Madison Square Garden. She headlined pop and opera concerts with leading symphonies, including the Houston Symphony, the Seattle Symphony, the Jacksonville Symphony, Cincinnati Symphony, Indianapolis Symphony, and the Cleveland Orchestra. She presented at the 58th Annual New York Emmy Awards and performed for U.S. presidents and global dignitaries. She is a proud alumna of the Juilliard School and Manhattan School of Music. Her Broadway highlights include making her Broadway debut in Sondheim on Sondheim. She recently starred in the Tony Award-winning revival of Caroline or Change. She collaborated with jazz legends such as Ornette Coleman and Wynton Marsalis. She has been recognized for her stage performances. She was nominated for Outstanding Lead Actress in a Musical for her roles in Elton John and Tim Rice's Aida and Marian Caffey's Three Mo Divas. She is currently developing a Broadway-bound musical celebrating Dorothy Dandridge's life and music. She is also working on a new TV musical drama called Black Butterfly, co-produced with Gina G. Goff of Goff Productions. She released her hit single Goosebump Moment with a music video that premiered on Vents magazine. Everyone, please give it up for the one and only Nikenji. And I am sorry I was so tongue-tied.
that was a tongue twister. And she's a mom on top of all that. So for those of you with kids and think you can't do this, this is proof right here you can.
Oh my goodness. Well, by the way, my daughter is actually in the other room in her bedroom doing a 30-minute Romanian lesson while we were here. So I was like, you know what?
How old is she?
Let's get her on Zoom too.
I know. How old is she? Because she's booking work. She's doing self-tapes and she's an agent. She's
10 years old. Her name's Jazara Martina Pacarar, and she is working as a dancer at the Metropolitan Opera's production of Aida. So I'm very proud of her. She's also starting with the children's choir there. They start rehearsals next week. And she works for Disney. She's the voice of a animated television series called
I didn't know that.
Logo. Yeah.
So fun.
So she's working. I mean, listen, if the least amount of money that I have to save for her college tuition where she can earn it herself, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's nice to see you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everyone on here. It's so awesome to be here and start 2025 with VIP Ignite. So, I mean, I was like, wow, yeah, this is a great way to start the new year and to continue with those New Year's resolutions and leaving all the negativity stuff behind 2024. And so I'm coming to you from New Jersey. I'm actually born and raised in New York City, and I decided that I wanted to look at the Manhattan skyline instead of be inside the Manhattan skyline. So more space too, because I have a daughter, and it's
so expensive
now. Yeah, it's so expensive. Yeah,
I live in Florida now. I'm like, wait, everybody has their own rooms. We have a pool. What? You can't do that in Manhattan.
No, you can't do that. Yeah, you cannot. But you know, listen.
You have proximity. You can get there when you need to. And
Yeah, I mean,
that matters.
if you want to live in a closet, that's cool. I mean, me, I don't. So, but there are people who live in closets, and there are people who are doing really well and have beautiful apartments in Manhattan too. But you know, Manhattan doesn't have to be like, to be able to work in Manhattan doesn't mean you have to live in Manhattan. So
That's
you
true.
live in
Or you could do like I do. Just go when you need to, go for a meeting and fly right back.
Exactly. And or live in Brooklyn or the
True.
Bronx, or I'm born and raised in Bronx and Brooklyn, and then start living in Manhattan when I was going to school there. So, you know, it's, you know, and you can be in New Jersey or you can be in Long Island. It doesn't matter. Like,
You just need to be accessible.
as
And
long
now
as,
the best part is, as long as you have Zoom,
as
you're
long as you have
good.
Zoom,
And
yes.
VIP Ignite. That's the formula.
I think
All right.
it's awesome. I think the Zoom has, gosh, I wish we had bought stock in Zoom.
You know what's crazy
Because-
though? I was on the phone yesterday with a friend of mine who's casting a new show in New York. They haven't started yet. And she said some of the self tapes that she's seeing are people that live in New York City. And I'm thinking to myself, how much rent are they paying? And then she said, a top contender right now lives in Mississippi. Why
Yeah.
not? You could live anywhere in the country and have
Anywhere.
equal opportunity. If you love that, type heck yeah. So I want you
Yeah.
guys to think about that. Don't let location hold you back from living out your dreams.
Oh my
Ever.
God, absolutely. And you know, listen, there's a lot of television shows that are being cast now, like strictly through self-tape,
Yeah.
you know, and companies that have decided to downgrade and not pay high rents, and everyone's working from home, and marketing team is from their home, and you know, casting team is from their I mean, it's
Some of the biggest agents. This is why they don't do those live open calls anymore. Not only that, but for security reasons, which is crazy.
Yeah.
You know, why not? You get so much more done on Zoom. Like a
Yeah.
top casting director could see like 4,000, 5,000 self-submissions from people all over the country. And it's almost like a first date. If they're interested in just a headshot, okay, great. Let's see if that person can act. But if you don't have an opportunity to get in front of the right people, you're doing something wrong. And that's why you're here. Now, as much as I love you, Emmy, Grammy, Tony nominee, holy crap. Let's talk about like you went to Juilliard, which is one of the most prestigious schools ever.
Yeah.
Do you find now when you think about Juilliard and how expensive it is, do you look back at like your classmates and go, where are they now since you've been on Broadway? Have they all been on Broadway? Do you follow up with everybody?
No. No.
Could you imagine? Yeah.
You know, it's interesting because Juilliard was you know, when I was at LaGuardia High School Performing Arts, so I'm
Great school.
New York, so
Yeah.
I went to all the schools in New York because I'm thinking, why do I need to leave New York to get my education when the best schools are right here in the city? But at the same time, it's even more competitive, right? Because you are in the most competitive city in the world. So when I went to LaGuardia High School Performing Arts, I purposely did not audition for Juilliard for my undergraduate degree because I was scared of Juilliard saying no to me. I was like, I can't deal with it. I wouldn't be able to. So I had auditioned for I auditioned for all the schools but Juilliard. Ended up going to Manhattan School of Music. And so it was like the Juilliard rival, or however we like to call it at that time, and had an amazing 4 years getting my bachelor's degree there. And then my vocal teacher at that time, Edith Burst, was also a vocal teacher at Juilliard. And that's the funny thing, Juilliard and Manhattan School of Music shared a lot of teachers, not just for vocal teachers, composition teachers, piano teachers. Like, it was just like, okay, so, you know, it was kind of like catch-23, like, which school are you gonna go to? But, you know, I went to Manhattan School of Music because I found a really great teacher to study with, Edith Burst. And after I finished my 4 years at Manhattan School of Music and was doing everything you can possibly think of, I was doing all the competitions.
You were being so proactive. You weren't just like wishing on a star. You were putting in the work.
Yes, because I also know, listen, a lot of people say that, you know, you have to focus on your studies and then when you graduate, right? No. You can still focus on your studies, but you also still need to be working and networking and doing all the things so that by the time you graduate, you already have certain things already.
Like the seeds are planted
The seeds are
versus joining a website. Pick me, pick
Exactly.
me. Like
Yes,
that's not being
exactly.
proactive
And
at all.
also,
Yeah.
people don't realize that, like, for example, it's even competitive when you're going to school. Yes, it's supposed to be a safe space for us to learn and to thrive, but you still have to audition to get the lead role in the musical there. You still have to audition to get the lead role in the opera company. And these shows are being um, reviewed by New York Times, Daily News. Like, you're in the capital of entertainment,
Yeah.
and even when you are studying, you are still being in the spotlight in one way or another. You're still competing for the concerto competitions. You're still auditioning to be one of the artists to go out in the outreach programs. So it starts immediately, not like after you graduate. So it was really great to be a part of that, and that learning bubble where it's learning to do your resume, learning to be a great artist all around, presentation, learning to select the right pieces.
I call it sharpening crayons.
Exactly.
Like,
Yes.
you've got to be able to put them to paper. Like
Exactly.
sharpen. So
Yes.
I want you guys to understand information alone is never enough.
No,
You
no.
need systems, you need accountability, but you got to get off your butt and make things happen.
You absolutely do.
Yeah.
And you don't also realize that your teachers is also part of your networking circle, right? I got my first orchestral engagement through my voice teacher who recommended me. So these professors that we're working with are also connected in the industry and can recommend you if they see that you're working harder than their other student. You have more drive. Sometimes it's not always the most talented person that gets the job. It's the person that works the hardest that gets the job.
And it's their reputation on the line too. And I want you guys to understand that I had somebody private message me the other day going, "Hey, I saw that you like cast movies and stuff. Can you put me in a movie?" I'm sorry, and you are who? Or like people email, "Can you guarantee work?" I'm sorry, what? Can you guarantee if I put you face to face in front of a casting director, can you guarantee you're going to book the job? And I want you guys to hear what she's really saying. Even going to these prestigious schools, there's a lot of money that was spent on this with no guarantees.
With no guarantees.
No guarantees.
Absolutely. The guarantee is that you are given the tools to work with, right? They guarantee that. They guarantee you the teachers. They guarantee you the classes, the opportunity to audition for the leading roles or the supporting roles in the productions that they're doing. There's no guarantee that you're going to land those roles. It's you against everybody else that's trying to compete for that same role. And you just have it's 250% being proactive. When I was going to Manhattan School of Music, I was blessed with so many opportunities that included performing at the White House representing Manhattan School of Music. That included me doing outreach programs at different schools. That included me winning the concerto competition, where then it granted me a concert. That included being recommended to Westchester Philharmonic to perform with Joshua Bell as a violinist. That included so many different opportunities that I was doing. But why? It was because they saw that, like, I ate, slept, and breathed and lived music. I was working while I was in college. My mother, I was fortunate to have a entrepreneur mom that had a staffing agency, and I'll tell you a little about that background too. But she would have me while I was going to school. Instead of waiting tables, I was working in offices. So she would send me out to jobs. I'd be working for Morgan Stanley, Merrill Lynch, working as a receptionist, working as a data entry clerk, working in the office when she needed me in the office, handing out magazines, the omnibus magazines for New York Port Authority, trying to get magazines out to people at World Trade Center just for them to like hold it. I would get all of my friends were like, who wants to work this weekend? You know, so it was always a constant, like, let's do this together. I'll help you get this job, and then you can help me, like, teach me a dance lesson or something, whatever. Yeah, like we would barter, we would do whatever we possibly could do to just be out there, to make money, to pay. I would pay for extra lessons. So my tuition included one voice lesson a week. I actually paid for 2 additional lessons. So I was doing 3 voice lessons a week while I was going to Manhattan School of Music. All right. That didn't happen when I was a freshman. That happened like probably when I was a sophomore. I kind of like started realizing that like what was being provided to me wasn't enough to be able to have like 1 hour a week, wasn't enough to get my technique, learn repertoire for auditions and competitions. It just wasn't enough. Like I just needed more. So I would work to pay for extra voice lessons with my teacher. And so that then put me a little ahead of the game when it came to preparation. I also then did festivals during the summertime. I did Tanglewood in Massachusetts. I went to Israel to sing with the Israel Opera Company. I was singing in Rome, the Opera Estate, and I was doing Despina and Così fan tutte. I did Israel for 3 summers, actually, and then I did Rome, and then I did Tanglewood. I did Aspen Music Festival. Like, all of these were festivals during the summer that you would audition for as a student to then work with more teachers and have more training, and it was
The training never
ending.
stops.
It
Yeah.
was never
But
stopped.
think about it. You're
Yeah.
literally competing with your friends, right? And I'm going to show you guys visually because I'm a big visual person. But like the competition is endless. Why would they pick you over anybody else? And I want you guys to understand that. And I see some people on here. I went to Barbizon, John Casablancas. You know, that's awesome. But unless you're getting real opportunities to get in front of the right people, you are screwed. And even going to Juilliard's what, 70, 80 grand a year? Those are the best bartenders in New York City right now, guys. There are no guarantees in this industry, which is why we do these calls, and they're free because we want you to meet Broadway stars like yourself. We don't want to, I mean, I love your accolades and they're tremendous, but you put in the work. This wasn't like, oh, I'm going to join a website. Here's my headshot. Okay, somebody discover me. Why would anybody just find you? So let's talk about it. You graduated from school.
Yes.
And then how can you give us some tips on how to be proactive? Like you said, you were going out, you were networking.
Yes, and I did a lot of free concerts all the time, just
Yeah.
so I would be in the room where people would hear me, right? You know, through
Get in the
college.
room. I want you all to type that. Get in the right
Getting
room.
in a room, yes.
Get in the room.
We're looking for a singer to do, 30 minutes of, it's going to be at this gala. We don't have a budget though. It's a fundraiser. We're trying to, and I was like, yes.
Just get in the right room. Because I want you guys to think about it. Anybody going to a fundraiser, what do they have? Money, right? Which means power a lot of times.
Mhm.
It takes one person to change your life. Type it takes just one, because I want you guys to understand that when we do these calls, casting directors, agents, Broadway stars, it doesn't matter. I want you guys to hear aha moments, things that they wish somebody told them. That is priceless in this industry.
Yes.
Right? We're not talking about somebody that like holds her phone up and sings on TikTok. We're talking about Broadway, Grammy, Tony, Emmy nominated. Do you guys understand that? This is a lifetime that she's put into this, and we're here. What do you wish somebody told you, Nikenji, about being on Broadway?
Wow. So
Was it as glamorous as I'd like to think it is?
it was not.
You know, I produce Broadway, but I as a performer, I can be on the back end watching.
When I got the audition, I didn't realize it was for a Broadway show.
Oh.
So yeah, so when I got the audition, and interesting enough, I know I've shared this story with you and in the past, but I had I was with a major agency through a contact, through a teacher from Manhattan School of
It's
Music.
just one. Yeah.
And they dropped me right before I had my audition for Broadway. So they dropped me because they said they did not want to represent. They were basically tapering off their roster and making sure that they only focused on artists that they saw Broadway in their future. They really wanted to focus on Broadway artists. And since I hadn't done Broadway yet, and they didn't see that happening in the near future, they basically said they weren't going to represent me anymore.
Which came
And
first,
so-
the chicken or the egg?
Right? And I said, wow, okay.
Wow.
Now,
Who's
my
laughing
vision,
now? Yeah.
my vision was I was going to do it all. They didn't see that. They didn't see that light in me. So it was great that they dropped me because I didn't need to be with representation that didn't envision like the world for me. I needed to have, as we all say, like we need to have our circle. We need to have our team, our village. And if there's someone in that village that's just like, you're not going to do this and like stop while you're ahead and blah, 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 you're not this.
How many of you guys have people like that in your life? If you do, type that's me. I'm sure before you even got on this call, oh, I'm interested in modeling or acting or Broadway, voiceover, comedy. Oh, don't do it. Okay, this is your passion. How dare you let somebody dim your light?
Yes, exactly. Oh my God. I have a sign that says, don't let anybody dim your light, that I keep in my dressing room. And when I'm not doing a show, I keep it in my daughter's room because it is so true. Like there's so many people out there that are trying to dim that light, and you have to know your worth, right? Okay, first things first. Know your worth. Know that you are worthy. Know that you are worthy of taking up space. Know that you are worthy to do anything you put your mind to, right? And it's all about manifestation. Everyone's been talking about manifesting things. It is so true. The energy that you create in your circle is the energy that you're going to continue to attract. It's like a magnet. And so as soon as I dropped and I was okay with that agency that didn't want me anymore, that was bringing all that negativity in my circle.
You're like an Olympic swimmer with like weights.
I know. I immediately got a Broadway audition.
You were supposed to cheer me on. Yeah.
And then booked it. All right. So it was
Did they try to get you back after you booked it? Or did you get any text messages?
No,
like,
because then I immediately had other representations. So
okay.
Not available.
Okay. But let me ask you a question. Like, to go back, when did you know it was the right time to get an agent? Because so often people say, I need an agent. I'm sorry, for what? Agents are looking for people that they could, it's almost like a microwave. And forgive me if this is very visual, but an agent's job is to pretty much heat you up and serve you out to all the casting directors. It is your job to build everything that you have to build because they're not there to train you. Don't think that you need an agent or manager first if you have nothing on your plate. So when did you know it was the right time to get an agent?
Let's see.
You didn't just wake up and say, I need an agent.
I didn't wake up and like,
you put in all the work and then you get an agent. Yeah.
No, listen, back when I was doing auditions, okay,
tell us what we need to hear.
We were like waiting outside for the door to open, we're like there.
Welcome to Kenji. Your future is waiting.
I mean, this social media, like, and digital is like a dream come true. I remember being outside the Equity building at like 5:00 in the morning to like get online. So then when they opened the doors at 8:00,
physical line.
Yeah.
Not
we're like,
line.
Waiting online so that like it's first come, first serve. Like it's not first come, first serve when you sign up. It's first come, first serve lining up outside the door to get in for the auditions.
Like concerts back in the day, waiting for tickets. Yeah.
And then and even when you get in, there's no guarantee because at that time
now you're in. Time to audition.
Union. Yeah. So I was lining up on, they first see the union people and then you're hoping that they have time to see like the non-union. And so like that was my life. Like, you're going out, you're waking up early in the morning, you're staying there all day long, and then while you're waiting for that audition, for someone to be able to say, call your name, and like, okay, we're gonna see non-equity. You're like, oh my God, yeah, we're signing up, right?
Well, let's go over what non-equity is. What is non-equity?
Non-equity, okay, so non-equity is
Break it down. Yeah.
I'm going to break it down. So, Actors Equity is a union for actors and singers and actors that are working not just on Broadway but regionally. It's a union that is built to represent all artists. There's also stage managements. Stage managers are represented by Actors Equity. So it's a union that is basically negotiates contracts. Like, there's LORT contracts, that's usually for regional. There's production contracts, that's for Broadway, and they negotiate rates. So when you go in for a Broadway show, or you go in for a regional tour or whatever, and it's a union show, then you have to be union in order to audition, or you can be non-union, and then you can be, once you get that job, you turn union.
It's like grandfathered. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, get grandfathered in, right? And so it's, the great thing about it is that, you know, you can demand a higher fee because Actors Equity has, you know, been put in place to demand those rates. They also require producers to put money in as a bond to make sure that, heaven forbid, a show loses all of their funding and you have actors that are still waiting to be paid. There's a bond that's in
safeguard.
place.
Yeah.
Safeguard so that they still get paid even though the show is closing, right? So that's great. But when you are auditioning for a union show, you are auditioning and competing against everybody else that are union, that have been working for years, that are Tony winners, that are, you know, people like, you know, you're competing against the top tier people because everyone's union. Whereas non-union are productions that they don't have to abide by the union rules. There's a little more flexibility when it comes to rehearsals and what producers can ask of you. The pay isn't always the most, but sometimes you can have non-union shows that are paying really well. They just don't want to be a union show because they want to open it up. And for me, I always say, stay non-union as long as possible until you have to.
Like, I must join. Yeah.
Yes, because there's so much work out there that is non-union that you have access to that union people can't do because for one reason or another, they're not union. So if it's a non-union, they either have to do like a special contract to have a union worker in that. So like when I did a tour of Aida, Elton John's Aida, it was a non-union production, but they had a special guest artist union contract for me. So I was the only union doing Aida, but everyone
no pressure. No
yeah. So that's the difference between non-union and union. And of course you have to pay dues and fees. So even if you're not working, there's still dues that you have to pay. And then of course, after a certain amount of weeks that you've worked in the year in a union show, then you also get health insurance. And then
401k and yeah,
401k. So it's all like, so you can really.
But you have to maintain the minimum in order to even get the health benefits. And that was really crappy about COVID. As you know, Mike and I have invested in 5 shows. We won 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. And I can tell you that there were so many people, even actors from hit TV shows, that lost their health insurance because there was no work during COVID. Between Broadway, TV, film, gone.
Yes.
They couldn't even get health insurance.
Yeah.
So I want you guys to understand, it is so sad, but as a union, how could they, you know, kind of serve and protect? There's like 160,000 members that are just part of Screen Actors Guild. It's impossible for them to be able to give health insurance when the whole entire industry shut down.
Yeah.
And I can tell you right now, 2025, we're off with a vengeance. More shows now than ever. So I want you guys to understand this is the best time ever to get into the industry,
Absolutely.
even if you're non-union. Okay.
Non-union union. So yes, we've been going back and forth with so many things. I'm trying to think, what was I saying last?
We were talking about, so you got an agent, and then
you were asking me
you
when
got dropped from the agent, then you booked a Broadway show.
Booked a Broadway show.
How much did your life change after that? Did you need that little like sparkly, shiny object on your resume? Did that help you with further auditions, or?
Here's the thing. There's a saying that like, if you get one Broadway show on your resume, it certainly helps. But sometimes they can say, well, maybe that person was lucky.
Yeah.
If you have 2 Broadway shows, then it shows that, oh, okay, well, there's
competition.
There's
maybe she's on to something.
She's on to something, exactly, right? So obviously, when I got Sondheim and Sondheim, it certainly helped getting into the doors, right? It's certainly helped with people wanting to consider me. But what was happening is, because I only had that one Broadway show, I was being offered, ensemble roles, and, like promises. We're like, oh yeah, Nikki is leaving and we'd love for you to come in and be ensemble for that. And again,
it was one of Pat Addis's shows, my mentor.
My vision is that I did not, because I had done all of that stuff, I'd done the ensemble
stuff. You can't be a star shining bright like Beyonce and then go back to Destiny's Child. No.
Yes.
Ensemble.
So I turned down a lot of work, and did not get a Broadway show after that until, oh my goodness, I think it was another 5 years until I got my next Broadway show.
How many of you guys could handle that? And you were still actively auditioning.
I was still.
I want you guys to think about that. 5 years, you go from Broadway, where you are the star, literally rose petals at your feet. You are the star, and then 5 years of auditioning, busting to get more.
Yes.
5 years. I get people that come on a call one day. I didn't book the lead role. Well, I'm sorry. And you've done what? I want you guys to understand that it's okay to be ensemble. Totally is. We're not saying it's not, but you have to start somewhere. But when you reach the top, you got to stay at the top.
Yes.
And
for me, I did not want to, because I had a set goal for my career.
Yeah.
If I had accepted an ensemble job or accepted
open Pandora's box now,
then I would fall into that category where that would be, it's hard to get out of that. So I'd rather not accept the job and wait until the right position came my way, the right role came my way, before accepting it just to be accepting because it's a job. Right.
So then what did you do, like, to put food on the table? What were you working odd jobs, or what were you doing?
No. I started auditioning for other things. So I was doing a lot of orchestral concerts. So I started working in a symphony. I started getting hired to do like 60s music or Motown music. And I was working in the symphony, and the symphony world was great. I could get, depending on the symphony, I can get more money in a weekend working in a symphony from Friday to Sunday, doing 2 to 3 shows, than doing 8 shows a week on Broadway. So I started thinking, so I can work smarter.
Weddings, bat mitzvahs, we're just going to expand.
Yeah. I would go, I would sing for weddings. I would do the symphony stuff. I started creating shows for myself. I started writing new music, doing collaborations, like anything that kept me in the scene. I didn't necessarily have to be performing on Broadway to be in the scene of the music and the entertainment and doing what I love to do. There's so many different aspects and avenues that you can do in this industry that can be fulfilling, rewarding, and exciting, that doesn't necessarily have to be 8 shows a week on Broadway, right? So I was doing symphony work. I was doing singing at jazz clubs. I was doing, now I headline cruise ships sometimes. I'll go for a week and sing 2 45-minute shows in a week two, maybe one show, and the rest of the time I'm literally sitting.
I've seen the pictures. So
sitting
fun.
by the pool, visiting Cuba,
Traveling exotic
visiting
locations.
Puerto Rico.
25-minute show. I'll be on the cruise for a week.
Yes, exactly. A lot everywhere. So, it's and then started to create things for myself. So that was when I started thinking, okay, let me start developing a show that would be educational as well as inspirational, and be a platform that I can show off all of the skills that I do, right? Because growing up with my mom, because again, let's go back to my mother. When I was 10 years old,
all these stories stem from a mother, just so you
I
guys know.
When I was 10 years old, my father left us New Year's Eve, and he told my mother that he couldn't bring in a new year with a woman that he didn't love, and that she needed to find a real job and an apartment that she can afford. And so my mother had $75 left in her bank account, and she focused on this dream that my father said was bogus. She needed to find a real
Talk about cutting out the negative. New Year's, an appropriate time to hear this story. Exactly. Bye-bye, negativity. Yeah.
She took the $75 and she built her staffing agency that then turned into a regional company. She had an office in Manhattan, an office in Westchester, an office in Tampa, Florida. And I saw my mother build this company step by step, from interviewing and cold calling in our apartment in Bronx, New York, until she started moving into a shared office, and then her own little office, and then a bigger office, and then an office in Westchester, an office, and became like the sole minority woman-owned supplier for Chase, for Morgan Stanley. I mean, she had an office in Tampa because Chase specifically wanted her to provide temps in Tampa. So seeing that type of story where like just a bit of a dream that someone tried to smush, she had over 1,000 temps working for her at one time.
God bless her.
Okay. And not only was she creating jobs for people, she was also training them, and someone who was
skills for life. Yeah.
She would have someone like who would start as a secretary, a receptionist, but they worked really hard, but they didn't have the skills they didn't have the Word, Excel, PowerPoint. She would then cross-train them so that secretary who was only making $12 an hour now is making $40 an hour at Morgan Stanley, because she cross-trained that security.
God bless her.
Have more skills, right? And so it was always about building and encouraging and lifting up. And so I took that as my mantra, as when I was always doing something, was always building and lifting each other up in my community. And so I decided that I need to create a show that had more of us on stage, right? And there is no show that is on Broadway of a legend that is thriving right now. And so when I did Motown and worked with Berry Gordy, and Berry Gordy was great, I'm bringing Motown to Broadway. I'm not bringing Broadway to Motown.
Right.
That was his thing. I'm going to be as authentic as possible. And so he was my mentor and told me, like, if there's a story out there that you think needs to be told, then do it. Don't wait for somebody else to create it. Create it yourself. And so I created Dorothy Dandridge, the musical, which I then, instead of waiting for a lead producer to take it off my hands and produce it for me, I produced it myself with a cast of 15 Broadway actors and singers and dancers. We produced it. I did it at Carnegie Hall. And then we did
That's a good place to start. Yeah.
You know what? I said Dorothy Dandridge deserves Carnegie.
She deserves the best.
I was like, so I said, and it was also a marketing tactic too, strategically marketing, where Dorothy Dandridge musical has performed at Carnegie Hall, the most famous, most famous theater in the world, Carnegie Hall right here in New York City.
Right.
And we took it to the New York Theater Festival, where we got the most nominations and most awards out of all the musicals and plays. And so now we are raising money to bring it to a regional theater before shepherding it to Broadway.
Of course.
And then I started a nonprofit because for me, Dorothy Dandridge and her contemporaries it's about American history. Like these are
the stories that need to be told.
These
for
are
sure.
stories that aren't told, they're not told, and people need to know these stories. She was an activist with Dr. King. She was a mother of a special needs child. She became an international star, not just here in America, but people in Brazil loved her, England loved her, everywhere. She was an international star, and then died with $4.75 in her bank account. She was penniless, because of bad investments, because of marrying the wrong guy that took all of her money. I mean, but here's the thing. If she had to do it all over again, she probably would have done exactly the same thing. Like when the reason why she was doing all of this and performing, and it was to provide for her daughter, and now that we're in 2025 and there's so much accessible to us when it comes to education, when it comes to finances, when it comes to tools that we need as artists, it is I want to make sure that through our nonprofit, we magnify BIPOC stories, and not just magnify their stories, but see how we can lift them up and then also learn from them. They're good and the bad, right? Let's learn from why Dorothy Dandridge was such a success and why she died penniless. Let's learn how we can be financially sound when it comes to investments, and as artists, setting aside a little money every week to save, for those rainy days, for those COVID days, and just being educated and knowledgeable of why we're here, what we're doing this for, and passing our legacy down to the next generation and generations after that, because we have to create that generational knowledge, that generational wealth, and not feel like, and be able to pick and choose what projects we do. Wouldn't that be amazing that like you don't always have to grab the first thing that someone offers you? If it's not the right thing for you at that time, you can say, actually, no, I'm going to wait. That's not the right opportunity. Or, be able to take seminars like these where you can learn and educate yourself. So with that foundation of seeing how my mother had built a business of $75 and then was employing more than 1,000 people at one time, it inspired me to know that I needed to thrive on things that, if I'm going to push something, then, I believe in it. My passion is behind it.
You're going all in.
I'm going all in.
In.
And so with those opportunities and being able to share these knowledgeable lessons, like, don't settle, like absolutely do not settle, because when you get something that you're not passionate about, you're miserable. And for me, arts and education and performing is what my passion is. So it's not work. Like, it's like, oh my God, I'm waking, like, it's world domination o'clock today. What am I going to do today? How am I going to change something? How am I going to change somebody's life? How am I going to change my life? How am I going to change my daughter's life? Like
That's how we feel at VIP. It's funny because during the holidays, I worked New Year's Eve. I was checking the emails on Christmas Day. And my mom said, but it's Christmas. I said, it is. How cool is it that I get to run my business, helping hundreds of thousands of people get into show business by not only inspiring them, but giving them the tools so that when they are in the right rooms, they can shine bright. Now, you've mentioned lessons numerous times. Now, I want to know very quickly, what is your favorite style of singing? Because I know you could sing opera, you could sing a little bit of everything. What is your favorite?
I hate it when people ask me that.
I know, but it's me, so I'm going to ask you. Go. What is your favorite?
Oh.
Pop.
I love to dance, so I love pop. But interesting enough, I can say theater because
Yes.
Broadway has so many styles of music in it, right? So I could say theater because in theater I can belt out a song, I can sing a song legit. I'm in a fabulous costume, I can dance, I can act, I can do
So you
all
got to
of
be
that.
extra in theater,
Yes.
which you have no problem doing.
I have no
Can
problem.
you sing something for us? Just a little bit, just a little sparkle for this New Year's special
Oh my
first
goodness.
call of the year, Nakenji.
Oh my God. Well, let's see. Something quick, something. Well,
Come
since
on, you're always on stage. I know you are always ready.
okay, so I don't have any music behind me, but we can just throw
Okay,
something
no
out there.
excuses. Go ahead.
Since we've been talking about Wicked, because Wicked is all over the place
You
now.
hear this, Deneen White? Deneen and Mike just saw Wicked.
Yes, I love that movie.
I've seen it on Broadway. I've not seen the movie yet.
Yes, I've seen it on Broadway as well. I've seen the part 1 movie. I was like, they are gonna milk this.
Oh, every dollar. Every dollar.
They
I've
are.
seen- I was at Universal for New Year's. Everything
Oh
is
my
Wicked.
God.
And I'm like,
All right, so we have
Deneen's here just for this performance. No pressure.
no pressure. So we have something has changed within me. Something is not the same. I'm through with playing by the rules of someone else's game. Too late for second guessing. Too late to go back to sleep. It's time to trust my instincts. Close my eyes and leave. I think I'll try to find gravity. It's time to try to find gravity, and you can't pull me down. Oh, so if you can't find me, look to the western sky. As someone told me lately, everyone deserves a chance to fly. And if I'm flying solo, at least I'm flying free. To those around me, take a message back from me. Tell them how I'm defying gravity. I'm flying high, defying gravity. That's when I match them in renown. And nobody in all of us, no wizard that there is or was, is ever gonna bring me down.
And was that with or without preparation? Zero training for that one today, right? You didn't do any type of vocal warm up. You just went cold. Is that what you're going to tell us?
I did. I was
Oh, come
I said to
on.
myself, I was like, ooh.
Who's ready to challenge?
I was like, I didn't warm up
Really?
today.
You ready? Look at John, like, shut up, Allie.
And then you asked me to sing.
You know what's gonna happen. You are here. Come on. It's almost like Bobby Flay in the living room. Cook for us.
All
Sing
right.
for
I was like,
us.
thank
Yeah.
God. I was like, ooh, thank God I got a good technique. I was like, okay, let's do it.
You were always on stage.
And now I'm even more Team Elphaba than I was before.
So yeah,
So
that
good.
was a little snippet of Defying Gravity, which I love. It's one of my favorite songs, but also one of the hardest songs to sing. Definitely when I was approaching that song, I had to learn how to maneuver back and forth with mixed tone and belt tone and all that stuff. But
Mixed tone, felt tone. All right. So are you okay?
I am okay.
All right. And I know, guys,
Also
I've
just
heard
getting
her
older.
sing.
I'm
She
also
can
just
hit
getting
all the
over
notes. I need to bring you with us one night. Remind me next time I'm in the city, let's go to karaoke where we're like, no, I can't go. And then you go ahead and do Whitney Houston. And everyone's like waiting for you to like fail. And you're like belting it out, hitting every note. I'll be like, she's with me. Okay.
Yeah,
So
no, this is the first time I've sung like in a week because I've been sick.
really
Yeah.
Happy New Year to us.
Happy
Okay.
Yes.
All right, let's say for an example, somebody on here has to do some light singing for a new part, some light, voice work. Can you give us a lesson? I know we only have like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
How the heck do we even start this? Now I can't sing at all, and I have strep throat, so I'm not even gonna try. But
Yeah.
I want to hear what you do. Is there a special like drink? Is there like a warm up? Are there like, and how do you know what you can sing? Are you an alto, a baritone? Like, how do you know these things?
Oh, well, I mean, you can tell your voice type by your range, right? What feels
Okay.
comfortable, right? There's some people who don't know their true range because they haven't been trained professionally, and with a teacher that can hear the timbre and be able to extend. Like I've had students that said they were a mezzo, and then after by the time I
They
was done, they're a
self-diagnose
soprano.
themselves. Yeah.
Yeah,
They WebMD'd it. Yeah.
exactly. So, for me, I am a soprano, but I have a lot of lower tones, so I can certainly, do the lower stuff, but I wouldn't call myself a mezzo soprano. I'm definitely a soprano because I can, flip it and do the higher notes. But in opera, there's so many different types of sopranos, like lyric sopranos, spinto sopranos, lyric coloratura sopranos. It's like Wagnerian
Sounds like a
sopranos.
children's book.
I
Yeah.
know. It's like, which soprano should we
Another
be?
good idea. Yeah.
But for someone who is just trying to do like a light warm up, one thing is for sure, it's good to always talk on a higher pitch too, so you're not talking. And so I'm gonna like sing here, like you're in your throat, right? So I learned the hard way in college that I was talking in my throat too much, and I almost got a hemorrhage from singing too much and talking on my throat, where I had to be on vocal rest for a full month completely. And I went to a voice therapist, and they trained me how to sing in a higher pitch. And I haven't had any vocal problems since the age of when that happened. I think it was like 17, 18. And the reason why is because I was just starting school and I didn't really have a good technique at the time. And I was just doing everything, as you heard, everything I could audition for. But that was a real lesson, because these voices are instruments and we have to take very good care of them. So if I'm singing or going somewhere, or know that I'm going to be doing something that requires my vocals, I'm always drinking lots of water, keeping my body hydrated. And then I'm also drinking a lot of hot tea. I love tea. I don't drink coffee. I love the smell of coffee, but I love hot tea. And there's different teas that you can use that kind of stimulate your vocal cords a little bit more than usual, like throat coat, ginger tea. So I do like black tea. I love black tea. But if I'm not 100%, I will immediately start drinking ginger tea. The ginger is something that's really good. And if you love to eat Japanese food, that raw ginger, woo, baby, it's good. It's
Clear
good.
out the sinuses. That's what's for
Yes,
dinner tonight.
exactly.
Yeah.
And if I'm going to be doing a vocal exercise, we always have to go to the root of that exercise, and that is making sure that your breathing is precise, that you are using your diaphragm properly. So you can do all the singing you possibly can, but if you don't have a technique when it comes to your breathing, and your foundation is like basically building a house without a foundation underneath it. Right?
An analogy.
Like,
Yeah.
you're gonna start building from the roof down. Well, that doesn't make any sense at all. So you have to build the house from the ground up. And the ground up, when it comes to your body, is your diaphragm, and then you expand upon that with the sound that you focus outward, right? So I'm gonna just do a quick little thing just so that you all can see how I breathe.
Look how cute you are, even on Zoom. I love it.
I do the
You got the memo. Where'd Cheetah?
Yes. So this is if I'm standing here, when I breathe, my diaphragm expands outward. And then when I sing, I'm singing, So it's expanding outward when I'm breathing, so that when I take in a good breath and I really need to hold something that's going to be a long phrase, I even do another breathe. So it expands in my rib cages as well. So that when I'm releasing sound, it's releasing from my diaphragm as well as my rib cages. I needed to learn that specifically for opera because we do a lot of coloratura. You know, it's fast, so you need to have that breath control to hold that. But if you're not, you still need to have that. I mean, that my foundation is a bel canto technique foundation, and I'm singing pop and jazz and belting my face off. But that bel canto technique is what's grounded me for all of these years, where I've had no vocal problems at all, and I can seamlessly go from one style to the other. And so if I was going to do a vocal exercise, let's do a simple one like an ah, all right? I would breathe in, and I'm going to count to 3. I'm going to give you an example of it, and then we'll all can do it together. So I'm going to count, I'm breathe in. I always keep the shoulders down. Never allow the chest to go up or your shoulders to go up, all right? Because that will interfere in the passageway of your breath. You always want to sing on your breath. So you breathe in, and I'll say, ah. My shoulders are stagnant. Nothing is moving on the top area. The only thing that is moving is the diaphragm, which you saw when I was standing up. So I'm going to do a simple ah vocal exercise. We'll go up a couple of notes, all right? And I'll sing the first note, and we'll all sing together. And so let's take a good breath. Let's all breathe in. I'm going to count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Here's your first note. Ah, ah. And when we do that ah, make sure you slide it up and slide it back down so we can hear all those notes in between going up and down. So I'm going to do another note, a little higher, half step higher. Ah, all right? Count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Breathe. Ah. All right? Let's do another one. One more. Breathe. 1, 2, 3. Now, when we go higher, I always say, raise those cheeks and smile in the eyes. It kind of keeps, we may look a little crazy when we're doing the exercise. You look crazy, right? But it really helps lift that sound higher.
Who needs Botox? Let's do it.
Yes, when you lift those cheeks and I always say smile in the eyes. That's what my vocal teacher always used. She would say smile in the eyes, smile in the eyes, and it worked. It always kept me lifted, and it kept my sound lifted, and I was never sitting on my chords and never hitting my chords hard. It was always from the diaphragm.
So good. I'm obviously keeping myself on mute because I can't sing, and I'm sure you hear that quite often. Deneen White, any thoughts? I see you. She's on mute.
My thoughts are, this is my first Zoom call of the year, so I don't know how to unmute myself. No, I love that because growing up, I took 6 years of choir. So everything you're saying, it's like, oh, wow. My choir teacher was on point and knew what he was talking about. But I think it's so important not only for singing, but the exercises that you're teaching are helping us all master speaking from stage, different things like that. Because once you can master the notes and you can learn how to control your voice, then the world is truly your oyster, because they say that people who have imagination and can speak, that like you can command rooms, you can the possibilities are endless for your influence in the world. So I'm really excited about the voice lessons.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and the voice lessons help not just for singers, but actors and public
Voiceover. Yeah.
voiceover. Yeah, because that voice
Voiceover is almost
you're
like
using,
theater. You have to overact in voiceover.
exactly. If you are using your voice in any way that's part of your career, you don't have to be a singer in order to have a good voice technique in order to there's doctors that are doing presentations around the world to about curing everything's presentation on a PowerPoint, but they have to speak. They have to talk about it. I coach some people. There's people that I coach that are singers, and people that I coach that are entrepreneurs that are launching new products, but they know that they have to present their product to potential investors. They're coming to me. So it's a range of what this vocal technique, it helps in so many different magnitudes of ways.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yes.
Well, Mackenzie, this has been amazing. Thank you so much. I loved hearing your story. I learned a lot more about you today from just from the way that you shared, and I enjoyed the voice lesson. You couldn't see me, but I was doing it behind the scenes also.
I was
so
feeling it.
you could feel the energy coming at you.
Yes.
Mr. Snodgrass will be so proud of me right now.
Oh,
His
yeah.
name was Snodgrass. That sounds
Yes,
like a really long
hand to God, I could show you. His name is Robert Snodgrass, and his daughter Nicole Snodgrass is she is a choir teacher as well, and she's people from South Jersey. She's taking them to all state and all national choirs. So
Wow.
yeah.
Awesome.
These are things I don't think about until I'm on a call with you. So thank you so much.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for having me. And anyone wants questions,
I was just
follow
about to
me.
say,
I'm
how
on
do we
Facebook.
follow you?
Yes, I'm Diva Nikenji on social media. So DIVANKENGE. I'm on Instagram. I'm on Twitter. I'm on TikTok. You can come to my website, nikenjimusic.com, and then also my nonprofit foundation, which is nikenjifoundation.org. So, and all of that is in my link tree through my Instagram as well. And I'm always keeping my Instagram updated when it comes to my shows. I have a show at the Jazz Club next Saturday, January 11th. Any New Yorkers in town, let me know. Hit me up and I'll put you on a guest list.
I may text you for details.
Yes, just for my VIP Ignite folks. So let me know, and I'll be performing with my quintet, doing jazz, Motown, and pop. It'll be great.
Oh wow.
Deneen, so I want to plan a karaoke night with Nikenji. I think Nikenji, I would feel comfortable. Deneen and I sing a Mean Journey. So
we're
I'm
on YouTube
right now. It's so good. We rock the house. It's better
No
if the audience is drunk. They
Taylor!
listen.
Yeah,
we
we
get
gotta
all the
sing
notes.
Don't
Don't
Stop
stop believing.
Yeah, we had everyone believing that night.
Yes.
And one of our talent put us on YouTube, so we're YouTube sensation.
Yeah, exactly. But I want you all to write, even if it's on a sticky note. Don't ever let anybody dim your light. Don't ask for permission. Ask for support. So often, Nikenji, you know this, like people in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. Can I be an actor? Can I be a model? I don't know. Why are you asking? Just do it. Stop asking for everybody for opinions. So I don't ever let anybody dim your light. Yeah, for sure. So I want you guys to think about that. If this is your passion, don't expect somebody to share it with you. Like Nikenji said, she knew she wanted to do this, but you have to have the drive. And remember, you're always on stage, even when you think no one is watching. There's a hustle to this industry. And I want you guys to understand, like, you're here and you're at the right place at the right time. The question is, what are you going to do with the information we're giving you? So that's why you're here all weekend. Nikenji, thank you so much.
Yes, Nikenji, thank you so much. It was great to see you.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Have a wonderful weekend. You're in great hands.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so
We'll
much.
talk soon.
Yes, take care. Bye.
Bye.
All right, let me ask you guys a question. Given the opportunity okay, first of all, how many here are part of our VIP Ignite team, our Team Truth Management? If you are, given the opportunity to work with Nikenji on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you think that would change the trajectory of your career?
not just the lessons itself, but also adding the proximity on your resume.
Yes.
Why would somebody book you over somebody else? I'm working with a Broadway legend.
Yes. Well,
Perhaps
this
you
one,
know Tony, Emmy, Grammy nominated Nakenji.
this Wednesday, you have the opportunity to audition for her to be a part of something she's doing really special. So if you're a part of Team VIP Ignite, then make sure you check out the school calendar, because I want to see you guys there. Because I want to remember who said yes.
And if you're not a part of VIP Ignite, at the end of this weekend, you'll find out how you can be part of
Yes.
VIP Ignite. And that's the best
Yeah.
part.
Yes. Awesome. All right. So now we're going to go into goal setting. Okay. Because how many of you know that you're here for a purpose? Every choice you made up until this very moment brought you here. Can we all agree with that? If you can, say yes in the comments. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to help you guys make some better choices by setting goals. And for some people, the word goal is a 4-letter word, or it's something that's like ethereal. You're like, oh my gosh, that's a goal. I get it. Okay. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through a process that's going to help you set very specific goals for 2025. Because I don't know about you, 2024 was a good year. You know, there were a lot of high points in 2024, but I want even higher points in 2025. I have some big goals myself that I've set, and I'm using this method that I'm going to share with you guys now to achieve those goals. Because you know what? Like, if you're not moving forward, if you're not growing, they say you're dying, right? And I plan on living every minute of 2025 to its fullest. So are you guys ready? Is it okay if we talk about some goal setting before we learn how to use our voice like no one else can? Is that okay with you guys? If that's okay, type yes in the comments and let's get started. All right, so I'm going to share my screen with you. All right, can you guys see my... What the hell? Okay, hold on. Okay, let's try that again. I'm going to share my screen with you. Where did it go? There it is. Okay, awesome. Can you guys see my screen now? Okay. Hey, Jemima, kick Trishandra out of the call, please. Hold on. Everyone say bye, Trishandra. See you later. Adios. Everyone say bye. Bye-bye. Okay, here we go. Now, for the third time, would you guys like to... My goal is to make sure that you learn how to set goals for 2025. All right. Can you guys see my screen? Give me a thumbs up.
Yes.
Thank you. It's always so much fun. Zoom is always a wild card. Okay, so let's talk about goal setting 101 for actors and models in 2025. But it doesn't only have to stop in 2025, okay? So what I'm going to talk to you guys about is why you need to set goals, okay? And I want you guys taking notes on this. We're also going to make this available to you. Jemima, after I'm finished, is going to share this in the comments so you can have a copy of this. And then for all of my prime movers and Team VIP Ignite, this is already in your school community, okay? But the reason that you need to set goals is because if you don't know where you're going, how are you going to get there? So your goals are like a compass for you. I like to say that your goals are a North Star. So you always know which direction you're going in. Okay. And we can use the idea of a roadmap, right? So if you currently, I'm on the west coast of Florida. If I wanted to drive to Los Angeles, I have a couple options. I can just like get in my car and drive west, which will lead to me driving into the Gulf of Mexico, which might be a little problematic in achieving my goal. But if I know exactly where I'm going, I can create a roadmap to get there. Okay. So it helps you create a roadmap. Also helps you stay motivated. How many of you know that you don't wake up every day like, yes, let's go, right? Anyone else like me? Or some days you're like, okay, I have to remember why do I really need to get out of bed? Oh yeah, because I have bigger goals than myself, right? So it's going to help you stay motivated. And it's also going to help you measure your progress. Because so many times when you're doing the same thing over and over and over again, you feel like a hamster on a wheel. But when you have goals, then you can see your progress. And this is all going to make sense as we go through this presentation. Okay. So let's talk about the power of clarity. Okay. And some of this may sound a little bit redundant because I'm going to say the same words over and over again. But the reason I'm doing that is because I want to drive the point home. Okay. So when you think about goals, again, think about this as a career GPS, right? So the first thing is when you have a roadmap, you know the destination, right? Well, again, whether it's landing a major role, signing with the top agency or walking New York Fashion Week, you have to know where you want to go, because then what you're going to do is everything else you do is going to align with getting you there. Okay. Again, it's going to be motivation too. Like, why are you on this boot camp, right? For some of the talent, you guys have been on multiple boot camps. We have one talent that's been on every one of our boot camps, but like 5, but she continues to get on because she learns every time she's on a boot camp. She learns more and more, right? So sometimes you need to know, like, okay, why am I doing this? It's kind of like going to the gym. The first day you go to the gym, you're excited, and then you wake up the next day and you're like, crap, I'm a little bit sore. But you go back. And the reason you keep going back is because you start to see the results, right? You can start measuring your results. It's the same thing here. When you have a goal, you can then measure your results. You know, okay, and I love this line too, what gets measured gets managed. Like if you can't measure your goals, how do you know you're achieving them, right? If you're on a weight loss journey, it's the 4th of January. Probably 95% of the US is on a weight loss journey right now. If you're not weighing yourself, how do you know if you lose weight? If you're not taking measurements, your body measurements, how do you know you're not losing inches, right? Yeah, your clothes may fit a little looser, but you have to measure these things, okay? So what gets measured gets managed, okay? And for this, it's like whether it's the number of auditions or the amount of time you're spending, you're going to be taking decisive action to achieve your goals. Okay. Now, there are 3 different types of goals. And I want you guys to really look at this and I want you to write this down. The first type of goals are A type of goals. These are goals you've already accomplished in the past. So maybe you have a monologue that you've memorized. Okay. That's an A type of goal. It's something you've already achieved. Maybe you have one of your poses down for your modeling shoot, right? That's something you've already achieved. So when you're setting types of goals, you should set 3 different types of goals. The first one is an A goal. That's something that you've already achieved. And when I first heard this, I was like, why do I want to set a goal of something I've already achieved? But the thing is that when you set a goal that you've already achieved, that you know you can achieve it because you've done it in the past. Now, as you're doing that more, you're creating momentum. Everyone type momentum in the comments. Being in momentum means that you're moving forward. It's very important to set goals that you know you can achieve, that you've already achieved, so you can kind of create that traction, create that momentum. The second type of goal you're going to set is a B goal. That's going to be something you haven't achieved yet, but you believe is possible. So maybe you've already been a background extra on set. Your goal is to be a featured background extra. So your face is on camera more. Maybe you've done both of those. Maybe you want to speak a line. Maybe you want to start getting waivers to get into SAG. Okay. These are things that you know are possible, but you haven't achieved them yet. So they stretch you, right? The things that you are like, okay, you know what, this is the next step. You're stretching yourself. Okay. An example is landing your first national commercial or signing with a boutique agency. Okay. So first type of goals are A goals, things you've already achieved that you want to continue achieving. B are things you haven't yet achieved, but you know you can. They're like within your hand's grasp. And then the C type of goals are big, scary, ambitious goals that seem almost impossible. I call these big, hairy, audacious goals. Okay. Like for the reason that you want to set these goals is because you want something to strive for. And the more that you strive for them, the more that you're going to expand, the more that you're going to grow, the more that you're going to have to transform how you think and act. For example, like maybe walking the runway in Paris Fashion Week. Okay. In order for you to do that, you have to weigh a certain amount. Your measurements need to be a certain amount. You need to be able at a certain level in your career. Maybe for you, like, whoa, I've never even traveled to Paris. I've never even thought about that. But you know what? It gives you something to strive for. Or maybe for you, it's being cast in a Netflix series or being the face of a global brand. If you want to be a regular on a Netflix series, you have to have great acting skills, right? They're not going to train you on set. So that's going to help you continue training. It's going to continue to grow. It's something for you to strive for. So does this make sense? Why you need goals you've already achieved, goals you're pretty close to achieving, but you know you can, and then the big scary ones, right? And we all should have a mixture of all 3. Okay, you should have a mixture of all 3. Okay, so this is something else I want you to think about. So now you have 3 different types of goals, right? things you're already accomplishing, things you know you can accomplish with a little more effort, and then big scary goals. Within those 3 types of goals, I want you to break it down even further. Okay. So the first one is results-based goals. So you're focused on an outcome. I want to book 3 auditions this month, which means that you're going to submit yourself out for a lot more auditions, right? That's results-based. And process-based goals are you getting in the habit of doing things that are going to help you achieve your goals. So an example of this is I'll practice my monologues for 30 minutes a day, and I'll submit self-tapes to 10 agents weekly. Okay. So the one thing is results. I want to achieve this goal. The second one is I'm going to do this many times with the hopes of starting to achieve more results. Does that make sense? If it's making sense, type a 1 or 1 in the comments for me. Okay. Because I know, like, I want this to become a part of your life. This is great for acting and modeling, but you can use this in every area of your life. Okay. So how do you effectively set your goals? I cannot overstate number 1 more than I'm going to now. The most important thing about effectively setting your goals is actually getting this, like, I know it's antiquated because we're all on our phones, but there's a power of putting the pen to the paper. When you write down your goals, when you physically write down your goals, you have a 42% higher likelihood of achieving your goals. I'm going to say that again. If you write down your goals, you have a 42% higher likelihood of achieving your goals. So you're here because you want to book more opportunities. You want to be seen. You want to be heard. If you want a 42% higher chance of doing that, simply write down your goals. Okay. Second thing, write your goals in the present tense. Don't say, one day I'm going to win an Academy Award. One day I'm going to release 50 pounds. Write them in the present tense because your subconscious doesn't know, it doesn't understand future tense. But if you tell your brain what you're achieving now, your brain is going to start aligning itself to achieving that goal. Does that make sense? Okay, so write it down. It's going to activate your brain's commitment to the goal. Writing it into the present tense tells your brain, hey, this is what's going on now. So your brain is like, oh, wow, okay, we have to catch up. This is what's going on now. Your brain doesn't know the difference. Okay. And number 3 is just as important as number 1. You have to define why you want to achieve your goals. Okay. So when you're writing down your goals, write down the top 3 reasons that you want to achieve your goals. Now, I took some of our talent through this exercise, and one of our talent, Lalini, who's on here today, was talking about how it was hard. Like, this isn't meant to be easy, but this is meant to be life-changing. So she sat down and she did, okay, this is the goal I'm going to achieve. This is how I'm going to do it. And this is why I'm going to do it. And she's already seeing new opportunities. Okay. So make sure you know why you want to achieve these goals, because if you don't see them, if you don't write them down and you're not emotionally attached to the outcome and the process of getting to that outcome, you're going to give up. Okay. I hope this is making sense, because this is life-changing for me. Every time I go through this, I'm like, oh, okay, that's right. Okay. So this is why it's so important to set goals. You're harnessing the power of your mind. So you're activating, which is called the reticular activating system. Okay. We're going to call it RAS. How many of you have ever said, you know what? I would love to buy a red car. I want to buy a red Mercedes. Has anyone ever, or just a red car, right? What happens when you say that? When you say, I want this, or I'm going to buy this, all of a sudden, what do you see? You see all of these red cars everywhere you go. It's like all of a sudden the light has come on and all you can see is red. I said this recently. I wanted to get one of those stone gray colored cars. I love that color for whatever reason. Now, I think everywhere between Florida and Pennsylvania, everyone has one except for me. Okay. Because now I'm seeing it, because my brain is now seeing what I put into it. So when you decide that you want to become an Academy Award winning actor, when you decide you want to be the face of a brand, you're going to see so many more opportunities to make that happen, because your brain now says, okay, obviously we have to make this happen because it's happening. You're changing the chemistry of your brain so that you're going to start seeing opportunities to achieve your goals. Okay. And here's the other thing too, writing down your goals, it's going to help you overcome challenges. A lot of people on here, present company included, have this fear of rejection. Nobody likes being told no. But if you know why you have these goals, if you know why you're going into audition after audition after audition and being told no, 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 because you have a big why you're doing this. You know what's going to happen? You're not going to worry about rejection, because you know that what's for you is meant for you and it can't be taken away from you. So you're going in and you're going through the process of auditioning and auditioning and auditioning, because you know that every no, you're one step closer to a yes. So you're going to overcome that fear of rejection. You're also going to overcome a lack of direction. I talk to so many creative people and they're like, oh my God, Dean, I want to be an actor. I want to be a model. I want to be a singer. I want to be a speaker. I want to be on Broadway. I want to be on Netflix. I want to do that. And I'm like, time out. Let's take a time out. Let's figure out one thing we can do to start moving in that direction. Right. So instead of being a ping pong ball or just sitting down and being completely overwhelmed, like, I don't even know where to start, you're going to have a direction. You're going to start moving in that direction. Okay. You're going to start moving in that direction. You're going to start seeing opportunities for your goals to start happening. Okay. And the last thing is you're going to stop feeling alone, because once you start setting goals, naturally what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to start surrounding yourself by people who are on the same path as you, right? Because if you want to be an actor, you can't hang out with a bunch of people that just want to keep doing what they're already doing, because it's going to get a little annoying to you. But then also you're going to find that you feel alive when you're surrounded by people who want to do the same thing. That's why I'm so excited about what we do at VIP Ignite. Our team here at VIP Ignite, our fearless rebels and our prime movers, oh my gosh, like they motivate me every day. Some days I'm like, oh, why am I doing this? And then they send me their goals. I'm like, okay, that's why I'm doing this. When you surround yourself by people who want more out of life, you are naturally going to go for it harder. And not in like a grind kind of way, but it's going to be a joy. It's going to be so exciting to go through and practice and go through auditions and get told no. You may have told me no, but one day you're going to tell me yes, because you have a team of people behind you that are like, come on, let's do this. Come on, John Connolly, one more. Let's do it. One more audition, right? You're going to have a team if you're not going to feel alone anymore. Because we know that a lot of you, your families don't understand. It's not normal. Well, you're on here, you're not normal. But you know what? You could become a group of people that are abnormal in the same way you are, that believe that the world is their oyster, that the world is full of possibilities. Okay, so let's talk about tracking and measuring goals. First of all, set benchmarks. So define specific measurable outcomes. This is probably the least sexy part about goal setting, right? Set measurable outcomes. Example, I'm going to attend 5 auditions this month and submit out to 10 agencies. Continue to review your goals. That's why it's so important to write them down, because then you can go back and look, oh, how am I doing on my goals? Review them and celebrate your wins. Okay. And I think this is something that we fail to do, because we're like, oh my God, like I'm not a star on Broadway yet. I'm not a Netflix star yet. I can't celebrate. Well, you know what? If you nailed your audition, that's awesome. You just weren't right for that part, but you walked in with confidence. Celebrate yourself. Celebrate one another. Celebrate the small wins as well as the big wins. Okay? Because this is, again, this is really important, because as you're celebrating your wins, you're creating more momentum and you're giving yourself more permission to go out and take more risks for your career. Because if you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always gotten. That's not who you are anymore. Okay? And here's the impact. You're going to boost your confidence. Every time you go out, you do an audition, yes or no, you're celebrating yourself, you're going to boost your confidence. So the next time you go out and audition, you're going to be even better because you're going to be more confident. You're going to be more competent because you're going through the process and you're loving the process. You're going to transform your mindset. Once you start achieving goals, you are going to see that you can achieve anything. You're going to change your mindset toward it. You're going to build financial security. Once you start landing more opportunities in the entertainment industry, like one of our talent, and I know we talk about her quite frequently, but she went from making $35,000 a year to $35,000 for one day. Recently, she booked 2 days of work, $100,000. How much would that change your life? Do you think you'd be more financially secure if you could book 2 days of work and earn $100,000? Yes or yes in the comments. That's what this will do. It's also going to enhance your purpose because the more that you're going out and the more that you're meeting more people, you're going to you're going to have more purpose. You're going to get out of bed faster. You're going to move quicker. You're going to enjoy doing the things that right now might seem a little mundane because you know that doing those things is going to bring amazing results. That's the beauty of goals. Okay. And you're going to create momentum because the more you do it, the more you're going to do it. It's kind of like going to the gym. If you go to the gym today and you're like sore, and you're like, oh, I'm not going tomorrow, then you're dead, right? You're not in momentum. But if you're like, okay, you know what? I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back. Eventually it's going to be a habit. It takes 42 days to create a habit, right? So keep doing it. You're creating momentum. Do you think Nikenji is in momentum? Heck yes. She's always in momentum. She knows exactly what she needs to do. If she wasn't in momentum, do you think she'd be doing everything that she's doing? Her daughter is proof that she's in momentum because her daughter saw her love and her daughter has an aptitude. Now her daughter loves it just as much. Talk about a family in momentum. I need to hang out with them a little more. How about you? Right? All right. So here are your action steps. And I'm not going to ask you to do this right now, but when you get this handout, I really encourage you to start working on this. Tonight, after this call is over, you're going to be energized. You're going to be so excited. You're going to be like, oh my gosh, you know what? I want more. I want more. So when you're in that momentum, what I want you to do is I want you to sit down and write down your goals, A, B, and C for modeling and acting. Then I want you to break them down into what actions will you take daily, every day to achieve them. And then define why you want to do them. And then keep your goals visible, okay? Don't do this and then like close your notebook and like hide it in your dresser drawer. Keep your goals visible because what you focus on, you'll become. It's proven. That's why the first thing I'm going to have you do when you start working with VIP Ignite, I'm going to have you do a vision board. You know why? Because I want your goals visible because I want you in momentum. I want you going forward because that's why you're here. You want the same thing, okay? And then here's what I'm going to also recommend. Don't keep your goals secret. I talk to people all the time. I talked to a woman the other day and she's like, well, I'm just not going to tell anyone until I start getting successful. Okay, that's awesome. But what do you think the chances of success are if you're hiding your goals from the people you're surrounding yourself with? Right? So become a part of a team, become a part of the VIP Ignite, our prime movers team. Share your goals. Like once you set these goals, share them. You're going to have the opportunity to join our school community later today. If you're not already, like share your goals. I want to tag me in them. I want to see your goals because I'm passionate about helping people become even more successful. That's why your baseline today was not, hey, I'm here. Your baseline was, I am successful. Okay. So this will be available to you in, again, Jemima, if you could drop the link for this so people can download it, that would be amazing. But what I want you to understand is that your journey starts here. Your journey starts here. It's January 4th, 2025. Your journey starts now. It's day 4 of 2025. We have a whole year left to write. Let's write amazingness into this year. Because like we said at the beginning, it's your choice. Every choice you've ever made up until this very moment has brought you here. And I want you to choose to do even more. I want you to choose to do even more. So if you are ready to do even more, and I know we're only 4 days into this year, if you're ready to do even more, type yes in the comments. You're not typing yes to make me feel good. You're typing yes to affirm in you that you're ready for more. Awesome. I am so excited for you. You have no idea the sense of anticipation I have for 2025. It's amazing. So what we're going to do is we are going to keep this in momentum, okay? Because let me tell you something. You are in for a treat. Our next speaker is one of my favorite people, okay? She is going to talk to you about telling your story. Okay, let me see. Hold on, where? Oh, hold on. I know she had another call going on, so she may be, let me see here. I'm looking for her now. Okay. Okay, so in the comments, let me know while I'm looking for our next speaker. Let me know in the comments, what was your biggest takeaway from the goal setting? And what is one goal that you want to accomplish in 2025? And you know what? I'm going to challenge you. I want your big, hairy, audacious goals. What is one of your big, hairy, audacious goals that you are so excited to achieve in 2025? Let me know. Need to find my passion in inspiring others. I love that. Produce a movie, act in a movie. The fact there's so much to learn. I know there is so much to learn. That's what I love about this industry. There is always so much more to learn. Walk in the purpose that God has created for me. That's beautiful. I love that. I would love to know more about that. My goal is to love me for who I am and not let anyone tell me any different. That's awesome. Because you know what? And I know Alicia alluded to this and Michael talked more about this. Everyone we're going to talk to over the course of the weekend is going to talk about this. But being authentic is what's in for 2025. We're not looking for cookie cutters. We're not looking for any of that. We're looking for authenticity in 2025. And what you'll see as you work more with VIP Ignite and Truth Management and our prime movers is we value authenticity. Because I mean, if everyone in the world looked just like me or Alicia or Mike or you, how boring would the world be? I mean, we're all amazing. Don't get it twisted. But how awesome is it that there's a melting pot of people that you can like tune into and you could see someone that resembles you, right? Thank God we live in the day we do. All right. Well, Alicia, I'm going to have you take over for 1 second so I can locate our next guest.
Okay. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Let's always be on stage. Let me ask you a question. How many of you guys are starting to feel the community that we have here at VIP Ignite? You know, over the years, anybody here, like this is your very first time attempting to get into show business? Or has anybody on here been trying for a while? Somebody tell me, type it in the notes. For a while, or is this your very first time? Somebody tell me. No, I've been trying my first time. First time I've been trying. All right. So we got a little mix of everything here. But how many of you guys feel like you're on the right path now? Right? Because that's what it's about. When you're on the right path. Yeah. And
Literally, every decision they've
Go
made
ahead.
since they were born has led them to this moment. So they're definitely on the right path.
But you know, when Mike was talking before about like The Wizard of Oz or like Star Wars, I want you guys to think about how quick of a movie it would be if Dorothy just found out exactly what she had to do. Right? Think about it.
Snooze
And
fest.
you know, you are who you surround yourself with. So I want you guys to remember that. You are who you surround yourself with. So if you're asking, you know, opinionated people that don't share your passion for advice on what you should do to live out your dreams, do you think that's going to be great advice or horrible advice? They're not on the same path as you. They don't share your passion. A lot of times you're asking for advice from people that have tried and failed, or as Nikenji said, afraid to even get accepted, right? Well, what if my whole world changes? Isn't that what you wanted? Yeah, so you really are who you surround yourself with. Your network is your net worth. And I'm so excited. I see our next guest and I'm so excited. So
yeah.
Yay.
Awesome. All right. So are you guys ready to learn to tell your story? How many of you know, not believe, but know that your story is too big to play small? How many of you know that if someone just heard your story, you can inspire them to move forward? Do you guys know that? If you don't know that yet, you will by the end of our next presentation. So our next guest she's such a spitfire of information. And I remember like the first time I met her, I was like, "Ooh, I like her, but she kind of scares me a little bit." And then I had the opportunity to meet her again in October. We were both Alicia, Mike, myself, Kara, and James. We were all at a wedding together for one of our good friends, Bill Walsh. And before we went, I posted a picture of her, and she came up to me at the wedding. She's like, you posted a picture of me." I was like, "Yeah, when did you take that picture?" Because obviously we were all in the picture, and I told her, and it was like, I don't want to, it was amazing to meet someone whose energy was just right there. And you guys are about to learn from someone that I respect probably more than a lot of people I've ever known in my life. So let me introduce you to Baroness Consort Dr. Kara Scott Dentley. She is a double scientist turned entrepreneur and success specialist. She retired from the U.S. federal government at 35 after serving as a physicist and geospatial analyst. She led geospatial projects for radiological and nuclear emergency preparedness for over 9 years. She is recognized for research and scholarly articles that have been published internationally. She developed algorithms to highlight health disparities in underrepresented communities. She is the co-author of several collaborations and the author of Unlocking the Blueprint of Intention, The Keys to Governing Your Greatness with Science, which I'm currently reading right now and mind-blowing. She uses scientific laws and principles and strategies to optimize personal greatness. She is the founder of the lifestyle brand and athleisure wear Life by Kara. She promotes the message life, live in full expression, focusing on mind, body, spirit, and relationships. She is the creator of a branded hula hoop and a leader of an online workout movement inspiring women globally. She is the co-founder of the nonprofit Already Always Amazing, supporting children, veterans, women, and seniors. She is the recipient of the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award for philanthropy and research. She is a Knight of the Royal Order of Constantine the Great and St. Helen alongside her husband, Baron James Dentley. She contributes to charitable missions of service, chivalry, and community impact. She has been featured in the documentary Beyond Physical Matter, discussing energy, quantum physics, and water. And she homeschools her 11-year-old son, Caden, who is an aspiring grand chess master. Everyone, please give it up for our very good friend and the spectacular Kara Dentley.
Yeah, it's like I'm running out of the dugout.
Walks into the room and owns it. Hello.
Oh my God, it's so amazing to see you. I'm so excited.
Happy New Year.
Yes, Happy New Year. All of the good things, because we get to say that they're all the good things, right?
Yes, we do.
It's all perspective. So let me just first tell you both, thank you so much. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, Deneen. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity to come back and get an opportunity to share again with you all. I'm always grateful. I think that's the way to put it. It's just gratitude in all of it, because it's a blessing to be able to stand before you, and I know that what's from the heart reaches the heart, and to be able to be here and talk about just telling your story. Like, it's all the pieces and it's beautiful. I know Maya Angelou has a quote, and she says that people may forget something that you've said. They may even forget something that you've done, but they will never forget how you made them feel. And that is so key. And so, of course, we can relate that to things that we have personally felt, right? But what about the way that we project onto others, how we make them feel? And I know, as you all are actors and models, and you actually give and you give, and people come to see you, and you never know who's in the audience that are watching, right? That are pulling and drawing from your energy. So how you show up is everything. because they're looking at you, and some people are holding on to every word. They're just there. They're like, I need this, right? And you're the one to help bring them out of a rut, or help them to shift their perspective, help them to see something differently. And this is what I know. And so as I was thinking about, what should I say? I always come from a scientific background because that's just those are my roots. Because science is rooted in the word of sire, right? That's a Latin word, which is to know. And we're always inquiring. So the first thing that I had written down when you first reached out to me, Deneen, was the quantum you. All the pieces, right? We're not made up of any single moment, but we're made up of all of the experiences, all of the things that we've seen, all of the things that we've heard, all of the music that we've listened to, the movies that we've watched. All of the things contribute to the you that you call you. So when we're talking about our experiences, we get to give definition to it. What does this mean? What am I going to take it the way that would become offensive, or am I going to take it and say, I'm going to allow this to build me? I'm going to allow this to give me to give me a lesson. Our son plays chess, as you just heard, as Deneen read, and he I wouldn't even say an aspiring grandmaster. It's just a matter of time because before that grandmastership shows up, because he's so definitive about it. He's so adamant about it. And I mean, even like Lalini knows, we were on a cruise together, and this kid is on there like, hey, where's the chessboard? Like, where's the chessboard? He didn't want to get in the swimming pool. He wanted to, and that's just being adamant about it. And so when we're thinking about all of these different pieces that come together about just making us who we are, I want you to write down decide, because I think that is very important for people to understand. It's the decision. It's the decision. I've heard people say, well, how long does it take to get over a relationship, right? A painful relationship. When you decide. Some people say 2 years, 1 year. Some people say 1 month, 1 week. You decide. And you get to decide, what does all of this mean? If it means anything. If you can decide between it being offensive, or you taking it the wrong way, or being horrible, you letting this define you as you move forward. Someone says, tell me your story. And the first thing you reach back to is the thing that went south, the thing that actually damaged you. And you can tell what people are holding on to, that thing that is like holding them hostage, is when you ask them, well, tell me about you. Well, when I was 8, and they reach way back. And you're like, wow, you went way back. When I was 8, or when I was 16, or I've been divorced 6 times, or I've had 5 kids. What is that thing that when you stand on it and you stand in it and you say, this is who I am? What does that look like? How do you show up? I'm wearing my hoodie, right? It's life. Live in full expression. We get to say, what does that mean? I don't get to tell you what your full expression is. No one gets to tell me what my full expression is. I get to show up and tell my story. And it's all of the little pieces that come together that make me who I am, how I speak, what I say. This is me. This is how I show up. Sometimes we go through, life, and because of their lack of understanding, sometimes a parent may say or do something that can penetrate us to our soul. And then you become an adult, and that becomes the story that you tell. When someone asks, who are you? Someone say, well, I was molested when I was whatever, or whatever the case may be. But that's a part of the story. And guess what? With that whole chess mentality, the reason that I brought that up, because my son, when he plays chess, he said, you know what? Either I win or I learn. I don't lose. That should be your mantra. Either I learn or I win, but I don't lose. And so as you're telling your story, whether it's to one person or 10,000 people or 100,000 people, or you're on the big screen, allow it to be that's a piece that actually helped to propel you into the future of who you are today. It doesn't define you. It does not define you. So write that down. It does not define me. It was a happening. It was a thing. And someone else out there needs to hear your story because the same thing may have happened to them. And you will be the example when you say, yes, that happened to me too. And guess what? I overcame it like this. These are the books that I read. This is the belief that I had. We all have these ideas of what we want to be, but I want you to know that it's not about what you want to be. It's already there. It's already in you. You're already there. You just want to make sure that you continue to plug into VIP Ignite because they're going to continue to build you up and to bring people before you that will help you to see the greatness that is already there. No one has to put it in you. No one has to tell you you're great. You are great. It's there. It's there. It's not a question of it. The things that have happened, they've happened. And guess what? You could look at it now and just say, you didn't take me out. Now I get to tell the story. I get the glory from my story and I get to help somebody else along this path. You're not alone. No one's alone. Like we have so much more in common. We have so many other pieces that when people start to open their mouths up, which is why I do these retreats. Sometimes I do smaller retreats around the city just to put the right people in the room. And they say, oh, that happened to you too? I thought it was just me. And then it allows you to just kind of shed it. Like, okay, well, it's not just me. I thought I was a unicorn. You know, I thought I was a unicorn. I thought it only happened to me. It just happens. Things happen. Take that mantra. I don't lose. I either win or I learn. But stand on it. Like, let that be a thing that you stand on. Not to the point that if somebody bring it up, you're like shying away from it. Like, oh my God, how did they even find out? No, guess what? Let me tell you my story. Remember when President Obama wrote his book, The Audacity of Hope? He told it all. Because people wanted to put it out there like, he smoked weed in college. He did this. He said, yep, I did. But I'm an example of what's possible. So of all the things that have happened, when you tell your story, have your posture in such a way that your head is high, that your back is straight. You know, we carry emotion. When you see a person slouch forward, it's emotion. I know Lalini knows. She the studies, right? Knows about the massages, and she can feel what a person is carrying in their body because of the quantum energy. Most people, if they feel like they're carrying the weight of when you hear people say the weight of the world on your shoulders, like that's not just a cliche. Like people can feel like they are carrying the world on their shoulders, like they're not being heard. And it shows up in the shoulders. But when you start to do certain things, somatic movements to like really open it up, I've known people to shed tears when they start to open up the hips, start to open up the shoulders. Brandy said, that's right. They start to come alive again. How you hold your body, be intentional. That's why my book is about intention. It's not just coming into a new year, writing down a new goal, talking about how big of a house you want and all of those things. No, you have to become something first. You have to shed the things that are not serving you. You have to release the things, the thought patterns that are not helping you become the best version of yourselves. And it's not because somebody else have to tell you. That's an inside job, baby. You have to be the one to tell you. And then the other people around you, they're the ones that confirm it. You have Deneen and Alicia and Mike, and they're like, you got this. I'm sure you all hear them say it all the time. You got this. Carry your body differently. You would even know, right? As you're speaking, when you're speaking to people, if you sit and you're talking and I'm like this and I'm like, you know, my voice is projected downward. You can't hardly hear me, right? My energy is going directly into the floor. But if I come here and I'm talking to you and my chin is up and I'm telling you what's possible, then you're like, when a person walks into a room, you're like, sometimes people are like, who is that? Like you want people saying, who is that? As you walk in. Sue, as you walk in, Kevin, you want people to say, what? She walked like she is it. Like she running this place. Right? And so when you're going into different events, when you're around different people, what I want you to know is that as you pay attention, we go into these rooms and we hear what they say, we take the notes, we write the stuff down. Most of the time, people don't even go back to the notebook. It's just be stuff in a notebook. And then you go to another event, you got another notebook full of stuff, and you just have notebooks full of stuff. But what I want you to do more than anything is when you're in these rooms, watch the body language of the people that are in charge. Watch the body language. Watch the conversations, the time that they spend with individuals. Because they're on a mission, they're focused. You have to be the same thing with your task at hand, with your mission. What we do, I feel like it's ministry. No matter what your belief system is, it's ministry. We are here for a calling, because when we're not here anymore, it will be the work that we leave behind that people will gravitate towards, that they will speak on. And that's what people call legacy, right? What is your legacy? Whether a person decides that they want to have a legacy or not, you're leaving one. Decide that, you know what? I want my legacy to be what I am called to this earth to be and to do. And it happens over time, one day at a time, one moment at a time, one decision at a time. All of it counts. If I got on here and I started speaking negative and I know that it's going to like shatter your spirit, there will be something that you'll walk away and say, I didn't like that. Like that did something to my soul. Like, But be mindful of the things that you say to a person. I remember well, my son was much younger. I think he must have been like maybe 1, right? But I was, I'm used to, when I'm growing up and I'm used to yelling, get over here, where you going? And so I'm yelling, get over here. And I just remember this older lady. She was very careful in the way that she said this. But she looked at me and she said, young lady, whatever you do, don't crush your spirit. When I tell you that hit me, I never yelled at my son again. Because I understood on a molecular level what she meant. And I did not let that leave me. So as you're out there and you're showing up, remember that what you say, as you share your story, as you say your lines, you're pouring into people from a special place. Because when people are going through something, they say, let's go to a play, let's go to a concert, let's go to the movies, let's go, they want to go out. There's something that they're expecting from the actors and the actresses and the performers and the entertainers to share something that will shine light, that will give them a different perspective, a different outlook on things. It's a ministry, it's a responsibility, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful. You ever go to a play or you show up somewhere and you're like, wow. Like you can't even describe into words. If someone say, well, how was it? You're like, woo. That was good. Like that's all you can really say. Like you could try to put all the beautiful words and pile it in, but you almost you had to be there, right? Yeah, you just had to be there. Like I don't know how to say it. So in these roles, and as you're sharing your story, and you're telling people about the different things that you have come through, that you have overcome. And sometimes it's good to just show up to a place early so you can have something to work with, right? So that you can speak to like as my husband says, he trains speakers. He's like, so you can speak into the listening. If when someone says that they're dealing with courage, and it's a real thing, like the belief in themselves, they're like, oh, I really don't know. I say that I want to do this and I'm not really sure. And I feel, because when I was 10, my teacher told me, or someone told me that I could never amount to, when you're operating in this space, you want to make sure that you have the right people that are like pouring, that when you show up to certain places that people are like, hey, what are you working on now? What can I help you with? How can I serve? Because all of that matters, all of the different pieces. all of the different things. And that's why when I talk about being intentional, because I know that our bodies respond. If I start yelling right now, I'd be like, what's wrong with her? It would disturb your nervous system. I asked my son, I said, what if I just blasted the television and just started yelling and talking loud? Now he's 12. He was like, that would disturb my energy. I was like, I'm so glad that you know that at 12. I'm so glad that you know that. Growing up, I have been in environments that was total chaos. And this was like the norm. Everybody, it was just chaotic. And I was like, wow. But you don't know what you don't know. And most people carry what they've learned into adulthood. And that becomes their paradigm. And then they're like, this is normal. What do you mean? It's not loud. It's like, yes, it is. But knowing that. And so let's go through some things real quick, because I know that I've read somewhere, and I know that everybody reads something differently, but it was talking about, and all that getting, get understanding, right? And all that getting, get understanding, and wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom, because you can have data, which can turn into information, which can turn into knowledge, but until you know when and how to apply it, that's when it becomes wisdom. Because if it was information and data alone, everybody on here would be like, yo, we all have access to all the information and data. I mean, Lord, it's all out there. Everything is out there, but knowing when to use it, why to use it, how to use it, which is why, as you're telling your story, when you show up, this is where I was going. When you show up to a place and you get to understand where a person is coming from or what it is that they may be struggling with, you can speak to that thing as you tell your story to help to pull them out. And you may not ever meet this person again for them to tell you that the words that you said changed their life. But that's what we all get to do. And it's a blessing. Like, I don't take any of my encounters, any of the meetings that I have, anyone that I get to come across, I don't take it for granted, because I know that we can look back 100 years from now, that it'll be the things that we left, the movies that we made, the conversations that we had, the books that we've written, that the next generation will be able to read, to watch, to listen to long after we're gone. And it has no respect of a person, as far as saying, well, in that moment I was going through this. We need to just show up with the belief that I am put on this earth to do this thing, and I'm going to do it with everything that I have in my soul. Because I know when I am long gone, these would be the things that people would have to gravitate to hold on to say that I was here. I was here, not the things that parts of our stories that we think that takes away from us or breaks us down. No, that just makes us human. It just makes it part of the process. Remember, you didn't lose. You just learned. It becomes a problem when you don't learn from it. And you continue to perpetuate and communicate it, and you stand on it, and you hold it as a torch, as a badge of honor, and you saying, well, this is what I've been through, and I don't know how I'm going forward. You got everything that you need. It's really beautiful when you get a chance to just kind of laugh at it, right? When you look at some of the things that I thought was going to tear me down. I remember I was on a cruise before. Oh my God. Went through a little breakup. Oh my God. You couldn't tell me. I thought that was the end of everything. I was like, I can't go forward. I just can't. Looking back now, I'm like, how foolish. How foolish. And I'm sure there are certain things, certain parts of your story that you're like, I just don't think I can make. But when you look back, like, what? Like, that was so young and immature, but we mature as we go forward. That's that wisdom that kicks in when you're able to tell your story from a place of authenticity and say that without that happening, I wouldn't be who I am today. That had to happen because now I have a different perspective about life, a different perspective. When my husband was diagnosed with cancer, he continued to operate. Most people didn't even know that he was going through cancer. Like, they just didn't know. He continued to operate. And his perspective was, now when I talk to someone who has cancer, I could say, I don't understand. He shifted, as opposed to saying, look at what just happened to me. I got to shut down. I can't go forward. I can't move forward. I'm going to let this be the end of my story. This is the part that I would tell people when they ask about who I am. This will be the first thing out of my mouth. Well, I'm a cancer survivor, which he is, but that's not the first thing that comes out of his mouth. You learn about that as part of the process, where he's like, oh yeah, by the way, I overcame cancer. It's just a piece. It's just a part of the story. So for those things, when you tell your story, write it in such a way where it is so empowering that even when you go back and read it, it's like, what? Like, ask for the right wording, not just the words themselves, right? But the wisdom to put the right words in the right places, so that when you are speaking from a place, that you can understand that it is from the heart to the heart. That people will walk away after hearing you, after hearing your story, and say, I needed that. I needed that. We are one another's keepers while we are here. You are like my earth siblings, right? You're my earth siblings. And what we leave behind once we're no longer here, what does that look like? Will the next generation come through and say, they really screwed us up? Or are they going to be like, you know what? The generation before us did a phenomenal job. And we get to show up as examples. That's what's powerful. I don't want to be the one that's always just talk, talk, talk. I want people to see. That's what draw people to you. When people say, I know she's had to go through something, but what is it? It's the belief, it's the knowing that I am here for a purpose, as we all are. And allowing all these things, all of the pieces, because, they say hindsight is 20/20. So when you can look back and say, oh, now I know, because it may be something that happened that you're like, I still keep in touch with this person. And if I had not met this person, who may no longer be in your life, if I hadn't met this person, I wouldn't know this person, or I wouldn't know this person. So I'm grateful for this person that connected me to this person, even though the person that connected you is no longer there, or they did something that was uncool. But they were necessary for that next piece. And so when you start to allow, and you just feel like all things are working together for you, then nothing is impossible. Nothing. It's all possible. And so, yes, we're here at 2025, and everybody's like, I'm writing my stuff down. Let me get my goals together. You know what I mean? My son was like, he's so practical. He's like, the next day was just another day. Like, why don't people just change when they decide to change? Like, they don't have to wait for a new year or a new day. He said, because most people, whatever they decided that they wanted to do in going into 2024, they may still have those same things. And now they're like, no, this year for real. Like, he's so funny. He's so animated. He's like, no, this year for real. People are like, I'm going to change for real this year. No, you change when you decide. And so whether it's 2025, 2026, it could be mid 2025. It could be in the middle of June. Allow that to be the first day of the rest of your life, whatever it is. And so when you start to write different things down, and you start to look as we project and go into the future, make sure that you're intentional on how you embody it. And it's so important. You hear people say proximity is power. That is more than just a cliche. That is more than just a word. That is just more than just people saying that, but how does that actually take form, take shape? There's something called Tobler's Law. that says that all things are connected, and those things that are close and nearby are more connected than those things that are further apart, because you start to share energy and you share in the same space. You could even share emotions with the person. A person could have high cortisol levels, and it's called cortisol contagion, that you can actually prick up somebody else's stress levels because you're in the same vicinity, you're in the same household, you're breathing in their pheromones. It's so many things that happens that people don't even understand what is happening. They're like, wow, all of a sudden, am I feeling this? Every time I go around this person, I'm feeling this kind of way. So many things can be contagious, not just like a cold or viruses, because all of these things seek to live. Viruses, energy, it all seeks to thrive. And so that's why you want to make sure that you continue around people who can help to build, builders, not destroyers, builders. As a scientist, I realize that there's always a transfer of energy. Always, always, always. Even here, we're transferring energy. And I feel all good energy. So thank you all so much. I can appreciate that. Yes, I feel the good energy. I feel it. I feel it. I feel it. But I love that. I love that we get to do this. And the fact that, when I'm always conscious of the fact that everybody isn't doing the work. Right? That's a reality, that we go into our bubbles with the people that are positive, uplifting, that we just love. We're around Deneen and Alicia and Mike and the fellow actors and, actresses and models, and everything is peachy. Everybody's winning. Everything is good. And then you go back to those respective places and it's like, what is wrong with you? Why do you act this way? Extend them grace. That was one of the words that just kept penetrating. Is extend them grace, because they don't understand yet about doing the work. They don't understand yet. And so when you show up as an example of what that looks like, people always say you show a person, you show a person how to treat you. When the person understands that, they will start to see. And they will start saying, like, you're always so positive. Or, they will start asking the questions. Because I think ultimately people do want to be better. That is the way that I choose to see people. I choose to see the best in people. And if there's a reason why they're not there, there's a reason why they're not there. And it may be something that happened that have snatched the positive from their soul. And you may be the very one to help them to recalibrate and start to restore hope in humanity again. That's what grace can do. And so because I feel like we all have the power to do it, but that comes down to a decision as well. That we could easily snap, but it doesn't take a whole lot of control to snap. Anybody can snap. Animals snap and go off the hinge, and now people are trying to backtrack and apologize. I want to minimize those apologies because I want to think before I react. I don't want to be reactive. I want to be proactive. And saying, what is the best way to communicate this? Because it's not about me just saying it. It's about being able to say it where a person can receive it and use it to implement change and to grow and become the best version of themselves in that moment, because each moment changes. Each moment changes. I was on a call just before I got on this call, and each phase of our lives will call for a different version of ourselves. And that's called growth. It's called growth. But being open and receptive to it. When I know that, I allow the space for it. I allow the space for it. As a mom, I allow the space for it. Hey, I have chess tournaments. I have, different things that I need. I allow the space for it. Now, before I became a mom, it was like go, 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 go. Like not shutting down. Like there's no shutdown. There's no rest. Go. Then becoming a mom, I was like, no. Now I have to open up my bandwidth for this moment of my life, right? And it's okay. It's okay. Don't beat yourself up because you have other things that, there are other responsibilities because everybody's in a different place. If I got on here right now, was like, this is what everybody needs to do. A, B, C, step 1, 2, 3. First of all, if you understand anything about navigation, you have to first know where a person is starting. Maybe they don't have the capacity in that moment to do A, B, C, and 1, 2, 3, and it doesn't make a person bad. But here's a roadmap. When the time comes, here are some things that you can implement. That's why I don't buy into the idea of everybody can be everybody else's coach, because you might have a whole different belief system than what I have. You may be in a different place. And I've seen people destroy marriages because that person that they were following weren't married. And they're like, shut it down. If your spouse doesn't believe in you, cut them off. And it's like, wait, use wisdom. That's where that part comes in. Because it just may mean that that person isn't against you, but they're just there, and there are certain things that are calling and vying for your attention in that moment. I've known people that was like, your kid's graduating, so what? Don't attend the graduation. And I'm like, wait, like those are important milestones. Don't forget why you're doing it while you're doing it. These are important things. And all of that is like part of like the ebb and flow of life. Remember, we talked about in the documentary that I'm in, water takes the path of least resistance. If you understand the qualities and the character of water, you'll understand so many things of how we're supposed to just flow. Smooth. We take so many things so serious, and then our bodies start taking a hold, and we're holding on to stuff, and we're tensed up, and things are just like not flowing, and we're like, ooh, walking around with the mean face and the grim, and then starting to age us, and we start looking like what? Right, like Bruce Lee Kung Fu. I love it. And we're trying to figure this thing out. People are like, oh my God, I'm so stressed out, and it's like, who's doing it? Nobody can stress you out if you're not allowing them to stress you out. Stagnant water. Exactly. I remember my son was like, we don't attract our battles, we create them. When people say that life is hard, it's hard. Who's making it hard? You making it hard, or are you seeing things from a perspective of something and saying that this is hard? First of all, of course, life and death is in the power of the tongue, and it's just a thing. So now, when we're looking at all of these different things, and of course, I talked about like there are things that you could say certain things, you can to make a person think, you can do certain things to make a person think, you can say certain things, you can communicate in such a way where a person can feel what it is that you're saying. So when you go back to like telling your story, and I want you, when you look at how you write your story out, I want you to speak to yourself as if you're in the audience listening to yourself. Now, are you telling it in a different way? Because sometimes we want people to hear parts of our story that it has nothing to do with anybody in the room. And people are just like, okay, that was cool. But you want people to be able to walk away with something, because most people are thinking when they're hearing anything is, how does this apply to me? WIFM. What's WIIFM? What's in it for me? How does this apply to me? Exactly. So you want to be in a place where you're sharing information and you're helping people to get to a place from point A to point B. And of course, sometimes it is when you're on stage, but it's also when you're just communicating with your loved ones on a day-to-day basis. Now, I don't know if you all, when Deneen mentioned that I'm a scientist, right? I take all the things and always trying to figure out, what does this have to do with anything else? When I started to understand how our hormones are affected by our environment and the people that are in our environment, which can either set up poison or positivity in the body. And what does this have to do with your story? It has everything to do with your story. It has everything to do with your story. Because part of your story will be how you tell it. Part of how you tell it is how you felt in the moment of that thing happening. So now, when you understand that, and you understand that if part of our blood is water, we talked about water, and water can take on take on whatever is around it, spoken into it. You know, Dr. Masaru had that whole experiment of speaking to crystals that actually formed, they were deformed crystals based on what was said or spoken into the water. The same thing happens to us. So when we're thinking about that, it's not just what you say from your lips that penetrate the hearing. It penetrates the very cells of a listening person, a person that is listening to what you're saying. And so if you understand that, then everything that you say, you'll make sure that it is uplifting, that it is empowering, that you're not saying anything that would, as the lady told me, don't crush your spirit. Don't crush your spirit. So these are all the different parts that I like. The quantum you and the art of communication 101. I love it. I love it. So we talked about Maya Angelou. We talked about having wisdom and getting wisdom. And as you just continue to just go throughout everything that you do, when you stand on a stage, having crystal clarity about what it is that you want to communicate in that moment will drive how you say it, what you say, your body language, everything about that moment. Because even if, let's say that you have a multi-day performance, that first day will be different than the second day. The second day will be different than the third day, based on so many different factors. How you show up, if you show up late, if you're rushing, if you got received a phone call just before you walked on stage, it would affect everything. But that's why having that crystal clarity, that look, as I stated before, this is everything that I do. I feel like this is ministry, and that is not saying, hey, this is the church. It's ministry, because that's what it is. So when you're looking at that, and you have that clarity, and you have that intention, and you set that intention, and you understand that, okay, I'm here to deliver a word. I'm here to deliver a word. And so people, they will start to look and say, well, when this person is on stage, how does that make me feel? How does that make me feel? Because realistically, all the pieces, when you look at everything that comes together, there's always the molecular structure that makes the difference between one thing and another thing. Animals have the same build as humans. We all made up of the same thing. We're made up of the same thing as the earth, right? Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, phosphorus, sulfur, we're made up of the same thing. But what's the differentiator? It's a spirit, right? That's what gives us life. But then there's also the fact that the molecules, the structures of the molecules are different, which makes up that difference. So when you're standing on the stage and you're speaking to people, the molecular structure of a person and how they interpret and take in the information that you share, that can actually shift. Right? And that's just the scientific brain of me when I go deep, deep, deep. Deep, 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 because the protein folding and all of that, of course, quantum physics, that's all of those things, which I go into a lot of detail about that with the quantum physics. And I know they want me to focus on like the story part, which is why I keep going back to the science, because those are my roots. And then going back into telling that story. But the reason why it's telling the story in a certain way is so important is because that part is not just telling a story that you're just speaking to a group of people. You are speaking into their body. You are speaking into the cells of that person that is listening. So that's the part that I'm like, it's not just speaking from a place of I'm just here to tell my story and I just get to get up here any kind of way and deliver it. No, when you are clear that this is what I am called to do, I am here to cover you in such a way that I am here to empower and uplift. Having that clarity will change the way you get on that stage and the way that you deliver the message into the people, because there is a quantum part that is taking part in everything, in all the communication that you make across the board. Does that make sense? You follow what I'm saying? And that's why I'm bringing the quantum piece into it with sharing your story. Am I asking? I just want to make sure that it's making sense. So yes, make sure that you're doing those things. I want to make sure that I'm covering all the things that I said that I will cover. Yep. Yep. Yeah. So all of that. Thank you. So does anyone have any questions for me? Thank you. I hope that helps to, as you get ready to go on stage, because of course you have coaches that train you on, how your voice delivery and voice inflection and all of those different things about how do you go in and out, how do you reach the different personalities in the room. These are all the things, of course, my husband teaches those things, but I want people to understand why it is so important for you to deliver it in such a way and to understand what it is you're doing and why, when telling your story, the pieces and the parts that you have that make an impact, why you want to tell certain things, how you want to tell it, and why you want to tell it in such a way that you're building people, because we are leaving a legacy. And what does that look like? And we're deciding as we go. So I love you all. Thank you so much for your time here. If anyone has any questions, I am an open book. Speaking of book, I do have my book club that we on Wednesdays, and we do a deep dive into the book, because sometimes people may have questions about the different principles, but I weave it into my story because I want people to even see how these principles apply to them, so that it's just not a principle, but that you can actually take it in and say, now I understand. Now I see why I need to use these principles to impact my life, and not just yours, but even other people that are connected to you, because it makes such a difference. And it's called Unlocking the Blueprint of Intention. This is part of my ministry.
You know what? I love that so much. And something you said really hit me, because my life's goal is to empower people. But when you said that lady said to you, do not crush his spirit, like that touched a nerve, because so many times, like, we're going through life, right? And we're talking and we're saying, we're not saying anything with malice, right? But all of a sudden someone's like, but I don't understand. I'm like, I don't understand what you don't understand. So thank you so much for sharing that, because, like, again, I try so hard to speak with grace, but I actually had a conversation with one of our talent last night. She's like, but I don't understand. I'm like, I don't understand what you don't understand. So thank you so much for that. And I think all of Team VIP Ignite and Truth Management, they're all thanking you as well, because now I'm like, oh, whoa, I need to go back and rethink everything. But this is not the Janine show. Lalini has a question for you. So let's get Lalini on here.
And they always say, seek first to understand, then to be understood. Right?
Yes.
That comes back to that wisdom. And just, yeah.
That wisdom thing.
I know, but that's the work. That's why we're here. To
I
do
know,
the
I know.
work, to make it a beautiful experience.
Yes. Yeah, I love that. All right, Lily.
Love,
Hey, Lalini.
how are you? So I wanted you to let everybody know about Life by Kara because I see it right there. So let us hear about that because I know it encompasses everything that you do.
You're so right. Thank you, Lalini. Yes. So Life by Kara is live in full expression, which that everyone gets to define what does that look like. And I am totally clear on that. I love that because your life is you living your life in full expression. And there's a water drop right over the eye. Water, everything in life that it lives have water. And I touched a little teensy bit about water. Water is so powerful. A teensy bit about water. I could come back and talk about water another time, or you could just study it. I study these things, and then there's a key, as I mentioned, that the keys give us access, and we already have access. I wear keys. I have different keys. When people order my book, they get a key because I want you to know. I want it to serve as a reminder that you have access. Not you will have access, but you already have access. And then with my name, someone said, "Well, what about Kara?" I was like, okay, and I thought about it, and it dropped in my spirit that we have life from our knowledge, our awareness, our relationships, and our agreements. We always come into agreement with something, but what is it? Our relationships give us life, our awareness and the knowledge that we have. So thank you so much for asking. And then the colors is just bright, I wanted it bright. I want people to see it. I've had people not even knowing that this was my brand was just like, hey, I love your sweater. I love the colors. And I'm like, that's it, man. I just want to uplift and empower people. Just keep going, keep living, keep loving, keep thriving, and do you, baby, because can't nobody do you better than you. Yes.
What else is there to say? That's all. I love that so much. Thank you for asking that question, Lalini. That was awesome.
Yes. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, Kara, this has been tremendous. Like I was sitting listening in the background and I have a book too. Awesome. But I want to thank you so much for just bringing your energy because every time you walk into a room, like what she says is true. Everyone's like, who is that? I need to know her. Like when you're in a room with Kara, like she attracts people, and that should be our goal to attract people because we all have something inside of us that needs to be brought out. Like God put you, every one of us has the fingerprint of God on us that no one else has. And I think that's so important. That's why I love your message because I remember being taught that when I was growing up in church. And then it's like, oh, well, but I need you to conform and do this and that and the other thing. But if you're living life in full expression of who God created you to be, if we all did that, can you imagine how amazing the world would be? Like, I love that so much. And you have no idea how excited I am because yeah, I'll talk your ear off another time about this, Kara, but thank you so much for just bringing your energy and I know no one needs permission, but thank you for giving everyone on this call, everyone who heard the sound of your voice, who's hearing the sound of my voice right now. Thank you for giving them permission to be fully who God created them to be. Because
That's it.
if we could just create a movement of people that just live in full expression, like I can't even, it brings tears to my eyes to think about people like really giving way to who they really are. So thank you from the depths of my spirit, from as far deep as I can go. Thank you so much for being here today. This was beyond belief. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And allowing other people to live in full expression too.
Yes. Like let us all live in who God created us to be. You're
That's it.
amazing. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Wait,
So
I have
much.
a quick question for
Oh.
Kara. Kara, hi.
Oh.
You went to your first VIP Ignite event recently in New York City and got to go to our very first power lunch. What were your thoughts? Being that you've never been to one before.
You know, I felt like there was more. I felt like I wanted to be with your group longer. Like I just felt like something was incomplete with us. I just felt like and I mean that in the way that I was so excited that it was like we did the first day at dinner, at lunch,
We went to
and
Sardi's
then
with Dan Loria from the Wonder Years, the star of the
yes,
Wonder Years. Yeah,
amazing.
I
And
know.
to share those stories, and sometimes you get a chance, like when we're in a room, and the speakers that are there get a chance to share, but the people in the room, I want to hear their stories. So I felt like I want more. Like I felt like we needed to like go and sit around the fireplace or the fire pit, and everyone gets to share, and we get to just go there so that everybody can take the information from one another and build on it and go further and help each other in those little kinks that they may feel like this is what's stopping me, or this is what I feel like is stopping me, because it's nothing stopping you, but just saying that I feel like this is like a block, or I feel like this is a weight on me, and having the whole group like help shed it, like get rid of it, like stand in your power, like let's go. Like I felt like like I wanted to just be there longer. Like everybody, let's sit on the floor, cross your legs. We're in kindergarten. Let's make it happen. Like,
Crisscross applesauce, as Kaden
crisscross
says. Yeah.
applesauce, like it just having that moment. So I was really full from it. Like I said, I felt like there was more. Like I wanted all of us to like I felt like we needed a few more days, like of just being present with one another, so that we can go out and do the work and show what's possible, like as a unit, even in our individual respective places, but as a unit, because we heard something together, we felt something together, we experienced something together. And that's what the world needs more of now, like just people being intentional about just showing the love and showing up even when a person is going through something, and being able to say, don't worry about it. Shed it, cry if you must, but I need you too to stand in your power. So going out and helping other people that don't get a chance to come to your VIP Ignite live, that should have been there, but those of us who get to experience it, go out into the world to just like have that trickle down effect where it's just like exponential, where everybody's impacted by what happens in that room. Right. So it's just beautiful. I'm just
Yeah.
grateful
So
for it
many
all.
people feel lost and alone, and even on Zoom, we feel this like kindred spirit, but then when we're alive, we're on fire. And that I couldn't have said it better. So thank you.
You're
We love
welcome.
you.
Thank
I love you
Kara.
too. All the hugs, all the love, all the kisses. Let's
Even
go.
on Zoom, shine
We got
bright.
this.
Look at this.
Yes.
We're here. I love it.
Tell your husband we said hi and we love him.
I
Yes.
will do. Will
And
do.
we'll see him
Enjoy
tomorrow.
everybody.
We're excited.
Oh yeah, that's right. He'll be here tomorrow. We got the whole
Oh yeah.
family here. Yeah.
Yep. Awesome.
There you
Love
go.
you.
Kara, thank you so much for today. This is beyond belief. You're
welcome.
amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Love you. Peace and
Love
God
you.
bless.
Bye. How many of you feel full right now? Like you just want to go out and like take on the world and live your life in full expression. That's why you guys are here. Maybe you thought you were here because you want to learn more about acting and modeling, which you definitely are. But as an actor or a model or a speaker or whatever it is that you desire to do, you have to live your life in full expression. Because how many of you right now want Kara to come to like any event that you have in the future and just be there and talk to you for like 10 minutes, an hour, 16 hours? Like how many of you want that now? How many of you want to be that person that, you know what? Can we agree that she stands fully in her power? Yes or yes in the comments. That's what being an actor or model is all about. Yeah, you know what? It's about getting the tools, tactics, but it's about being in the right room. And today you're in the right room. Today you're surrounded by the right people. Today you're surrounded by the people who, when you tell them your goals, are not going to be like, they're like, yeah, let's go.
You need a bunch
You know
of
what?
Karas in your life.
I know.
No
We
more
need more
negative
Karens in
Nellies.
our
Only
lives.
Karas.
Yeah.
Always.
No Karens, only Karens. If there's any Karen on here, we still love you. But yeah, because I want you guys to understand that's what we do. Team VIP Ignite, Team Truth Management. We're all about empowering you. We're all about getting you in the right room. We're all about giving you the tools and resources that you need so that those goals that you wrote, the ones that made you sweat a little bit when you were thinking about them, but maybe you didn't have the guts to write them down yet, we're here to help push you forward for those things. Because you know what? A rising tide raises all ships. You're welcome, Kingston, because every time I talk to Kingston, he says that now. But a rising tide raises all ships, and we're here because we want all of you to rise, and that's what we're doing. Okay. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take off our mindset hat, but we're gonna keep it on. Okay. And I want you guys to be open-minded now. Can you everyone type in the comments open-minded? Open-minded. I want you to come in a blank slate. Okay. Because you know what? Being an actor is amazing. There are so many opportunities, more opportunities in 2025 than in the past 10 years are opening up with the streaming services, all of these things. But you know what else is opening up? A ton of modeling opportunities. And the amazing thing is, and you're going to hear more about this in just a moment when Michael comes on, but I talked to so many people. Like it's so funny because Alicia used to say, I've talked to so many people, and I'd be like, oh, okay. But now I'm like, yeah, it's kind of like, anyway, I talk to so many people, and so many times people only have one lane that they want to get into. Even the comments, like I was going through some of the text messages coming here, and people are like, well, I only want to be an actor. I have no desire to model. Okay, so let me ask you a question right now. This is for every person on this call. Maybe you only want to be an actor. Totally cool. I love it. If a brand were to offer you $100,000 to be the face of their brand, would you be like, no, I'm only an actor? Or would you be like, heck yes, sign me up? If you're a yes, type yes. If you're a no, type no. If anyone types a no, I don't know why you're still sitting here because we just talked about living life in full expression. Right? Yes, you all say yes to that. So when Mike gets on and he starts talking to you about modeling, that's the energy I want you to bring. I want you to think, okay, you know what? Where can I fit into this industry so I can maximize my voice? I can maximize my talent so I can truly live my life in full expression. Are you guys ready for that? If you are, let me see your energy because you know what? I know you've been sitting down, but Kara infused so much energy in us over the last hour that you guys need to bring the energy and welcome to the stage the one and only Mr. Michael Fompkin. He's like, how do I follow that for a change?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All
Normally
right.
Mike's the one with all the energy, but here I am.
I know. My goodness, that was great. She was so good. I love her so much. And I can't wait tomorrow. Dr. Sir James Dentley will be here tomorrow. That's like a super headliner. For those of you who never had the chance to hear him speak, people pay tens of thousands of dollars to hear him speak. You guys are going to get to have him here live and interact with them and speak with them. So if you think today's good, tomorrow we're taking it to a whole nother level tomorrow. All right, let me continue today. I know earlier we talked about the modeling industry. So let me talk a little bit about the modeling industry. One of my favorite presentations, especially for those of you that are brand new. Make sure that pulls up and you guys can see my screen. Steve, give me a thumbs up if you can see it.
We
All
got
right.
you.
How about Dwayne? Can you see my screen, Dwayne? Give me a thumbs up. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, buddy. All right. So this is diversity and being you, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? So a lot of times when people are just starting out in the industry, it's kind of like what we talked about earlier about the acting industry, kind of finding your character, finding where you fit into the industry. So the same thing with modeling. There's a lot of misconceptions. A lot of times people have don't really understand how the modeling industry works. So by the end of this presentation, not only will you understand how the modeling industry works from a very high level, but you'll also know exactly where you can fit in. So with that thought in mind, let's get started so we keep this show on time. All right, so obviously the world's changed. Obviously it's a brand new year, 2025. The one thing in life is the world will always be changing, right? Trends change, styles change. People come in and out of your life, right? There are people who come into your life for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. So things are always changing. And once you accept change, you'll live a lot happier of a life. So many times people get stuck. Well, yesterday was a better day and so forth. You need to concentrate on having gratitude for what you have in your life. The moment you say, instead of worrying about what you don't have, you say, thanks for what I do have. And then you focus on what you have to get the things that you want, right? You use the resources within your grasp to create the life that you want. Obviously, today and tomorrow, you're getting a lot of opportunities. You're getting a lot of knowledge. Today is all about foundation, right? Building up the mindset, giving education on the industry. Tomorrow, we'll move into transformation. Tomorrow, we'll open up even more ideas and more higher level concepts. Will give you opportunities to, be a part of the industry at the highest possible level. give you some shortcuts and some ideas that you can apply to your life right now. And at the end of the day, it's all about mindset, right? Deneen spoke about this earlier. Success is 80% mindset and 20% tactics. And it took me a long time to realize that. Probably about the first 15 years of my career, I kept thinking about tactics and strategies and automations and all this other stuff, when I realized that it really is mindset. What you set your mind to do, you can accomplish. When you ask yourself better questions, you're going to get better answers. When you start learning, surrounding yourself with people who are very successful, people who are doing the things that you want to do. In 2025, we're going to have the opportunity to be in Time Magazine. We're going to be in the top 100 most innovative companies. So we're really excited about that. Tomorrow, we're going to do what's called State of the Union. So I'm going to talk about some of the things that we're working on, some of the opportunities for people who are brand new. But at the end of the day, once you have a good mindset, you surround yourself with the right people, life becomes a lot easier and a lot better. A lot of times people think that if they have all the money in the world, that they'll be happy. And that's really not true. If you think about it, there are many people who have a lot of money and they're really not happy. Money is not what makes you happy. It's having financial abundance and being able to do the things that you want to be able to do in your life. And you have to question yourself, again, who are you surrounding yourself with? If you add up the 5 people in your life, most likely you're probably within the same income level. So if finances is what your main concern is, you need to change your outlook. You need to change the people you surround yourself with. You need to open up better books. You need to learn more. You need to find out the processes and the frameworks of the people that are successful, to be able to copy them, to be able to follow them, and so forth. You go out and you find the best people in the world at what you want to do, and you follow their framework, right? Success leaves clues. Once you start realizing these things and you put them into action, you write your goals down. Deneen went over a really great training this morning, and I'll tell you something. If you write down those 10 goals and then you write, step by step how to accomplish them, and you actually put it into application and you actually wake up, and it's really like an hour a day, right? Think about all the time you play on social media, right? Just scrolling away. You get caught into that TikTok tornado where you're just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. Over the course of the day, you're probably spending an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, and you're not applying that to yourself, right? It's like giving up TV, right? An hour a day instead of watching TV. Hey, what book can I read? What YouTube videos can I watch? How can I make my life a better place? Once you start having this new mindset, you're going to see results come fast. They build momentum and things start changing very rapidly, but it's putting it into application. And that's why being a part of a community, having a team, having people that hold you accountable is so important, because when you're all by yourself trying to do it, it's a lot more difficult. When you have a team and you're surrounded yourself with people who are consistently pushing themselves and pushing you, you'll find that you go a lot further, a lot faster. In today's modeling industry, it's all about diversity. Age no longer matters. Location no longer matters. It's all about different looks. It's about different types of clients. The industry has grown so much. Within the next 2 years, there'll be more opportunities in the TV, film, and modeling industry than there have been in the past 10 years combined. So let me state that to you again. Within the next 2 years, there'll be more opportunities in the TV, film, and modeling industry in the next 2 years than in the past 10 years combined. The industry is exploding. Okay. The world is exploding. The population is exploding. There's new brands, new concepts. 2025, you'll see a lot more AI, within your phone systems, within your household, and so forth. There's so much opportunity out there, but it's being at the forefront. And again, surrounding yourselves with the right people. Again, location doesn't matter. Age doesn't matter, right? It's all about what makes you unique, right? Ads and campaigns need different looks, right? Just like we talked about acting, the shopkeeper, the doctor, the lawyer, the person for the Home Depot ad, the McDonald's ad, all these different consumer products, educational ads, banking ads, and so forth. They're not going to hire somebody who's 12 years old to be in a banking ad. They want somebody who's mature, with gray hair, with glasses, who has that look, right? That represents trust at the bank, and so forth. Credit card companies, and I can go on, thousands and thousands upon consumer products. So again, it's all about what makes you unique in the industry. Okay. We've been doing this now for 18 plus years. We're obviously really good at what we're doing. In 2020, we started our own agency. We own an agency called Truth Management. We're also partners with a high fashion agency, Colby Model Management, which I'm a co-owner of, and Alicia. Truth Management is based upon commercial print. So commercial print's going to be magazines, billboards, catalogs. We work with a wide variety of talent. We place talent in a wide variety of ads and commercials and so forth. So not only do we do events where people get to come out and meet with 35 of the most powerful people can snap their fingers and change your life in 30 seconds or less, but we also represent and place talent with larger agencies across the United States. Okay. And we work with a wide variety, everything from fashion to lifestyle to commercial, social media influencers, voiceover, TV, film, spokesmodels, and so forth. Okay. So let's talk about the modeling industry. So most of the world, when asked to describe a model, will answer with the wrong answer. So for the average person who does not work in the industry, if I was to go up to them and I would say, you know what? Describe to me, what do you think a model looks like? What does the average model looks like? The answer you will always get will be, they always will say female, and they'll always say they're tall, they're thin, and they walk the runways of New York, Paris, and London, and they lead this really glitzy and glamorous life. That is the biggest misconception in the industry. But let's talk about that and why. Okay, so the average person will always lean into what's called high fashion editorial. Okay. So let's give the exact definition of high fashion editorial. So these models are tall and slender, right, for females, unique looking models. So they're not designed to be overly attractive. They're designed to be unique looking. You don't want the face to distract from the clothing. They're typically hired for high fashion. British Association of Model Agents, AMA, explains that female models' height should reach between 5'8" and 5'11", with a 6 to 8 dress size, 34, 24, 34 bust, waist and hip management. Okay. For men, runway models, editorial male models who wear the latest designer fashions must be at least 6 feet tall. Male models photographed for editorial advertising purposes are required to be 5'11" to 6'2" and fit into a 40R jacket. Okay. The reason why they have very specific measurements, okay, for high fashion editorial is when you're a designer and you're producing clothing for a show, these are normally one-of-a-kind pieces, which means they're very labor-intensive to produce, which means they're very expensive. So by having a set standard, when you call an agency and you say, I need 10 girls and 10 guys for a fashion show, when the models show up, since the models are almost all identical in size, the clothing will fit the models with very little alterations. Which means as a designer, if I'm doing a show in New York, it means now when the show in New York is done, I take the clothing, I fold it up, I ship it to London. I call Storm in London. Storm's a legitimate agency in London, one of the bigger ones. And I say, I need 10 girls and 10 guys. When the models show up in London, the clothing will fit the models the same way it fit the models in New York, the same way it will fit the models in Paris and Milan, in Turkey, Australia, Dubai, and so forth, Tokyo. So at the end of the day, the reason there's specific height and measurements, all it has to do with is just the cost of the designers, the expense of the designers. So by having a set standard, it makes the industry very easy. Now, I'm not talking about free shows, where models like are walking at some local show at a mall and, Iowa and so forth. That's for fun, right? That you don't put on your resume. As a model, you should never pay to be in a show. So when you see those places online, so you have to sell tickets and all that, you're being taken advantage of because for one, not only are they making you pay, they're making the designers pay. You're getting zero out of it. You can't use it on your resume and so forth. So I'm talking New York City, Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week, Paris Fashion Week, and so forth. Like this is legitimate models who can go on and do campaigns, $2, $3, $4, $500,000 for a campaign. So at the end of the day, that's the reason why they have the stats. Here's the interesting thing. Even though the average person always associates high fashion, right? And this is because of the media, the glitz, the glamour. They always associate high fashion with the modeling industry. The reality is high fashion editorial is less than 10% of the industry. So this is actually the smallest segment of the industry. The average model ages out between females about 21 years old. They start off about 17, 18. They age out by 21, 22. For males, they go a little bit longer, probably about to 25. And they just want that fresh look and so forth. A lot of times, if you do book a campaign for Gucci or Versace, oh my God, you've made it. Well, yeah, you've made it for that campaign, and making $200,000 is great. but a lot of times nobody else will hire you after that because you were the face of Versace. Like Gucci's not going to hire you. Another competitor is not going to hire you. This is not like a Verizon ad, right? So that's the unfortunate part. There's always fresh models to replace these models. There's always new blood coming in, right? And so forth. The pay scale for the 99% of the models, they will make less than $150 per show. By the time they pay for their flights, their hotel, their costs to come to the city, they usually will probably break even or actually lose money. So even though there's the glitz and the glamour to this, for the models, 98% of them will not produce an income. The 2% that do, that's why agencies will do this, because then they can land that one model who's $1 million girl. Most big agencies, they only have 1 or 2 models in their entire roster that's consistently earning over 7 figures. So even though everybody dreams about this, at the end of the day, 98% of them will fail at this. They will have a very short-lived career. At the same time, 98% of the world's population will not qualify for this industry based upon height and measurements. So you had to have the right mom, meet the right dad. It's all genetics at the end of the day. Okay. So that's the first segment of the industry. That's the biggest misconception. The second part of the industry is what's called commercial print. Okay. Commercial print is going to be the largest segment of the industry. This accounts for just about 80%, a little bit over 80% of the entire industry. When Deneen was talking earlier, I kind of went through everybody who was on camera. Literally 99.9% of everybody on this call qualifies for this part of the industry. This is where you would find the most work. Now, there may be 1 or 2 of you based upon height and measurements I couldn't see because everyone was sitting down at the time that may have qualified for high fashion editorial, but 100% of you guys, 99.9% of you guys will fall into this category. Commercial print is magazines, billboards, catalogs. So when you think about like here's like a stock photo for an ad, you can see the mom, the dad, the baby. This can be used for pediatrics. You can be advertising for hospitals. I'm sure in every city and of everybody on this call, you've driven around and you've seen billboards advertising hospitals and ERs and doctors and so forth, lawyers and so forth, and all those types of ads. Those are commercial print ads. Those are billboards. Some of them are localized. Some of them are national. Some of them are international. So depending upon your agency and depending upon the client, you can be paid where the exposure for that is in a local market. You can be paid where it's in an international market. So again, having an agency, having a manager, they're the ones who handle those types of negotiations for you. So again, commercial print's going to be the largest segment of the industry. This is 80% of the industry. This is what most people who don't work in the industry, they don't think about this, right? Because they don't, you don't know what you don't know until you know it, right? So again, commercial models work many different jobs, including print advertisements, catalogs, campaigns, television shows, magazines, trade shows, and so much more. There are no height or size requirements to be a commercial model. Print models must have an attractive face, good skin, nice body, and a pretty smile. Okay. So when you see like Macy's ads, JCPenney, you see all your local Target ads, all of those Dillard's, right? Those are all commercial print models. Okay. Those are commercial print models. They have an agent, they were set up for a casting, they went in for the photo shoot. Usually things are done 3 to 4 months in advance for magazines and catalogs and so forth. So from the time you shoot to the time it comes out, usually there's about about 90 days on average before the ads will come out. In today's world, you see a lot of different mixed ethnicities, right? It's no longer just blonde hair, blue eyed. Now you see a big market towards Hispanics, Latinos, African Americans, Asians, Middle Eastern, right? The country's dynamics are changing, right? People move, populations shift. So it's not uncommon now to see 2 men in an ad, right? 2 dads, 2 moms, mixed ethnicities. Advertisers appeal to trends. They appeal to the market. Their goal is they don't care about your personal preferences. They care about where is the target market for people who will purchase those products. Okay. Children will always be commercial print. When you're a child, when you're dealing with an agency, you have to have what's called a Coogan account Coogan account means that the money earned by the child, it goes into a trust fund, right? The money is held in escrow for when the child turns 18. The parents are able to spend money out of that. So if your child's earning $300,000 an episode for Stranger Things, right, which those kids did and do, that money's held in escrow. That doesn't mean you can use the money for education, for training materials, for things like that, but it doesn't mean that dad can go out and buy like a brand new yacht or a boat or golf clubs. The child has the right to sue the parents when they turn 18 if they felt that the money was inappropriately used. If you're a parent of a child and you're dealing with some, local agency and they didn't ask if you have a trust fund or a Coogan account set up before speaking with you, I would walk the other way. It means they're not going to book you on work. They couldn't by law. It means that they're just trying to shift you and sell you classes or something that's just probably more of a waste of time while trying to fool you into believing they're going to help your child. It's not uncommon. It's very easy because a parent loves their child. A parent wants to help their child. So a lot of these, false agencies, they take advantage of that. That's why you always consistently want to work with legitimate agencies, people who are listed on IMDb, people who have a track record, they're licensed, and so forth. I'll talk more about that tomorrow, kind of explaining it to you guys in more detail. Today, I just want to focus on the basics. Here's some of our talent. So this is Christina. She's what's considered a commercial print model and actress. She's part of our inner circle. Our inner circle is our highest level of talent we represent. She's also an international speaker. She's an entrepreneur. She has a foundation that she created through the relationships of the people she's met with. Her husband was a former NFL player. He succumbed early in life. He passed away due to head injuries in the NFL. So she created a foundation to help NFL players to bring awareness to that. But she can play lots of different roles. She can play a mom, a grandmother. She can play an aunt. She can play a military person. She can play a doctor, a lawyer, a president, right? So again, she has what's called versatility. So versatility is kind of for modeling, leaning into the different types of characters and roles that you can play or the different brands that you could represent. Right. So she's got great versatility because she can represent a lot of different brands across the board. She can play in a banking ad, a 7-Up ad, a Coca-Cola ad, a McDonald's ad. So she has really great versatility. That's why being in commercial print is so good, because there's so much opportunity out there. Again, it's the largest segment of the industry. So again, age doesn't matter, right? A lot of times people always, send emails to Alicia, I'm 49, I'm too old. I'm 29, I'm too old. I'm 59, I'm too old, right? Age doesn't matter, right? Because when you think about it, probably being over 35 is like the best place you can be. There's a lot less competition, a lot more opportunity. As the population ages, there's so many more brands, so many more products that target that age range, right? You can even see here as a woman probably in her 70s, Australian company. One of our partners is in Australia, one of our business partners, right? Here's an ad representing a leasing company, right? So again, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. Here's another African-American woman, got a little bit gray in her hair, right? We spoke about this, right? Having the right headshots, that commercial print, right? That professional photo. They said, hey, we're looking for a spokesperson. We want to do an ad for AARP. We want to appeal to people who are African-American, that are between, over the ages of 50. We want somebody who looks professional. Her agent submitted her headshot, and she got booked for the job. Tomorrow, she could be playing a sergeant. She could be playing a doctor in another ad. She could be on a TV show. She could be playing a surgeon. She could be playing the vice president of the United States. She could be playing a villain in a Disney show, right? There's so many things she can do. So again, she has the versatility. But at the end of the day, it's about having the right tools, the right resources for your agent to be able to consistently book you, right? Having the right training. She's got a great smile, right? So again, she went in. Again, location doesn't matter. Age doesn't matter, right? Here's an example of e-commerce, right? You can see mixed ethnicity here, right? You can see African-American mom, African-American child, Caucasian dad, right? And you can see nice look, right? And this is for what's called e-commerce. So e-commerce will pay a little bit differently, pays a little bit less, believe it or not, than magazines or billboards or newspapers. But this was for an Old Navy campaign, and this was run through e-commerce, right? So they probably had a dozen different ads. What's great about the internet and when you use tools to track things, so they could have had a dozen different ads. So there could have been 13 versions of this. Maybe one had an Asian wife. Maybe one had a Caucasian child and an African-American male with a Asian wife or a Latino wife or so forth. They would run these ads and they would see by clicks which ad did the best. And then they would start showing that ad more. So before, when you did only print and newspapers, you just send out 1 million copies and you'd cross your fingers and you would hope that people would buy or come into the store. Today, with technology, you can zero in on what ad works within minutes. Within the first 100 clicks, you'll know. So what's great about the models is they don't quite always know right away. So there's more opportunities. Just because you saw one ad, that was an ad targeted to you. There were probably 11 other ones with 3 models, which meant there were 36 models hired for that campaign. I want you guys to realize that, like this, I'm explaining to you from the business side of it, not only just from the model side, okay? Here's Sid, also one of our inner circle. Sid worked for the city of Philadelphia for many years. She retired at the age of 60. You can see her, she has a different religious background by her garb. She's one of our more successful talent. She lives in Philadelphia. She retired. She got into this industry very later in life. She wanted to do something after her retirement. Sid's probably been on about 20 to 25 major television shows. There's literally not a week that goes by with Sid. I think next week she's on Law and Order. She's been on like almost every single show imaginable. She's professional. She's reliable. She shows up. She always makes a great impression. She is like the best person you could ever imagine to work with. She's got like a heart of gold. She's always smiling. She's always happy. When she talks to you, she holds your hand. She looks into your eyes. Like casting directors just love Sid, right? Because she's there and she provides variety for the scene, right? She has that different type of look, right? She's like that perfect person doing some background work or principal background work and so forth. She's actually now we're working on getting her SAG card. She's only been doing this for about a year now, maybe a little bit longer. She'll be getting her SAG card, which means she's going to start doing speaking roles in commercials and so forth, called the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Radio and Television Advertising. It's the union. We'll learn about that tomorrow, right? We'll learn about why you need to be in the union to do like major productions and so forth, how the industry actually works, not how you imagined it to work. So again, commercial print, magazines, billboards, right? Think of Times Square. We just, had New Year's Eve in Times Square, all the billboards that were there, all the different types of ads. I want you to start looking at things differently. I want you at the end of the night tonight, maybe if you're going out to dinner, maybe there's some, junk mail. I want you to start like looking past the product and start looking at the faces and the people in the ads, realizing, hey, that could be me, right? That's somebody who's gone ahead and did this, right? Everyone who starts off in the industry has to start someplace. Our biggest success stories all started not understanding the industry. They all had fear. They all had misunderstandings, and they all went on to become successful, right? Because as you learn, you build upon the things each day. You apply it. You put a process into it. Okay. Again, we've been doing this now for 18 plus years. We've had the opportunity to win over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. 2013, we won the Tony for Best Play. Next year, we'll be in Time Magazine, top 100 innovative companies of 2024. Myself and Alicia have a new book coming out later in 2025. Deneen is working on her book. Her book is based upon scripture. Actually, a phenomenal book. I got to see some early versions of it. For those of you who really understand the power of scripture, this book will transform your life. So I definitely want to give a shout out to Deneen for that. We got a lot of things. Alicia will be having a new television show coming out later this year, probably after June or July, probably with a launch later in the summer. But you guys will get to see her whole journey for that. We're working on a really cool television show ourselves, something that's going to be like absolutely amazing. For those of you that are here tomorrow, make sure you're here because we're going to do a big reveal tomorrow And at the end of the day, it's all about surrounding ourselves with the right people, right? Having the right people, working with people who are very successful in the industry. We've gotten to work with NASA. We meet Neil Armstrong, and Alicia's gotten to open up NASDAQ, and a lot of amazing things. And our talent have gone on to do amazing things. We have over 10,000 success stories every single day. We're always putting out new success stories and celebrating our talent. That's one of the keys: is never be jealous of anyone's success. Be curious and celebrate them, because when you celebrate others' success, people will celebrate your success, versus people who become jealous and bitter. There's too much jealousy and bitterness in the world. Be the person of light. Be the person of kindness. You will catch a lot more bees with honey than you will with vinegar. Okay. Again, billboards, right? Commercial print. Here are some of Ryan's talent. You guys are going to get to meet him next. He's a New York, LA power agent, been in the industry for over 40 years, former art director of Vogue magazine. These were shot in New York. These ads were not seen in the United States. They were seen in Korea, right? So look, again, location doesn't matter is the point I'm trying to make, right? It doesn't matter where you live, right? It has no bearing on where you live. Age has no bearing on this industry. There's opportunities for everybody, okay? Again, some more examples. You guys will get to hear about Ryan. He'll be talking about the fashion industry, especially with February coming up. Those are the big fashion shows launch in New York and then start kind of going through around the world. Here's James Johnson, one of our talent, very successful. He came from a small town in the middle of nowhere. He worked as a coffee barista. Literally, they only had one traffic stoplight in the entire town. He came to New York. He met with Ryan and some of the other agents, would go on and have a huge career in New York as a fashion model. So he qualified for fashion editorial. He did that for a few years. From there, he relocated to LA. He's now a writer and an actor. He lives between LA and Las Vegas. Okay. When he first started, though, his father was in prison at the time. I believe his father's still in prison. He was told he would amount to nothing. His father was like the local meth dealer, right? So imagine like Breaking Bad, like super bad guy, super criminal. But he changed his life. He didn't allow others' thoughts of who he was to define his destiny. And so many people, I can tell you, they allow others' thoughts to define their destiny, right? If you got haters, so what? Everybody has haters, right? It's not listening to them. It's listening to your heart and listening to the people who believe in you, okay? And I get it. It's so easy to be hurt, to be offended, and so forth by those people. And sometimes they could be the closest people in your life. But you have to live your best life. You have to make your decisions to live your life. If you don't take a shot at something, then you're automatically failed. But at least take a shot, at least try, because you'll be very surprised what you can accomplish when you have the right team and the right people in your life. Here's Mike Trash. He's absolutely amazing. Formerly with the WWE, started again his career later in life, was a software engineer, sold his company, became a model, actor. He's done over a dozen films. He just had a realtor commercial come out for realtor.com, nationwide commercial just last month, or maybe even actually a few weeks ago, right? Yeah, probably in December it came out. So just a few weeks ago. He's a podcast host, a filmmaker, an editor. Also one of our inner circle. He is absolutely amazing to work with. He is the nicest guy, so helpful. Commercial print, right? TV, film, acting, right? He leans into playing those characters. He's played everything from a dad to a creepy uncle to a monster. He actually got to play a monster in a movie. He was all made up like this deformed monster and so forth for a short film. He has fun doing this. He enjoys this. He has the best time ever. Okay. He's living his best life. Okay. And he could have chosen to retire and sit at home in the dark and just wait. But no, he's out there making his life, his best life possible every single day. He went on a great weight loss journey. He's lost like probably over 150 pounds. He's super healthy, super energetic, and so forth. So again, age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. It's all about mindset. Here's Tony A, real sharp looking guy. Came out to one of our Hollywood events, was signed by one of the largest agencies in Hollywood. His background is music. He's a musician, guitar player. He's also a nurse. He's a nurse, right? That's his day job as a nurse. You would have never guessed that, right? He looks like a model and actor right out the gate, right? But he can play a villain, right? He can play a narcos, a detective, right? He leans into it. He's got the gray hair and the beard. He can play that lawyer, that doctor, and so forth. He speaks 2 different languages. He speaks both Spanish and English. So it's a plus for him because now that opens up more opportunities. Realize something too, guys. Any special skill you have is a plus. Can you ride a bike? Can you shoot a basketball? Can you fire a gun? Can you whitewater a raft? Like anything, things you may think that are just ordinary are opportunities for you to get hired. Just so you know, right? When we bring somebody on board, we go through a whole list. It's like 1,000 different options that we can check off that open up opportunities. You can shuffle poker chips. One of our talent, he's done 12 Hallmark films. Okay, the first one was because he was able to shuffle poker chips. Got him in the door. He's done 11 more movies since then. So like poker chips, he was able. Nobody else showed up for the audition. He learned how to do it the night before. He went on YouTube. He's like, I bet you nobody else is going to be able to do this. He practiced all night. Like when the players shuffle the poker chips, learned how to do it. 12 films later, still in the industry. So again, things you may not realize are your superpowers, right? And so forth. Here again, age doesn't matter, right? You recognize the voice from the one commercial, right? Geico ads, right? Again, commercial print, the mom, the dad, the dog, the grandmother, the kids, and so forth. Star of the ad, the Geico commercial, right? Here's Flo from Progressive. I can guarantee you everybody on here knows Flo. You've seen those ads at airports, on TV, on e-commerce. Boy, Flo. I see Flo more on TV than I see President Trump on some days, right? All right, unless he's getting himself into trouble. But the point is, do you know who she is, right? Do you know how she got her start? Who's her agent? Who's her background? IMDb, right? Just go on IMDb. You can look her up. I'll show you. Her name's Stephanie Courtney. There she is without her little flow coloring and styling going on. She could probably walk right past you. I just walk right past you. You probably wouldn't even, you might like, oh, she kind of looks familiar, but she could probably blend in pretty good. Okay. Here's Jesse Hyman. He was in a Super Bowl ad. He's been in over 150 movies and television shows. He was in The Social Network, which won like the Academy Award. He was in 2 of the American Pie movies. He's been on Entourage, Curb Your Enthusiasm. He's like in everything, right? He does a lot of principal background work. He's considered the world's greatest extra. He was in a Super Bowl ad for GoDaddy. He got to kiss Bar Raphael. That was like his big main claim to fame. He loves talking about that. But he's like the nerd, right? Let's be honest with you. He's like the nerdy, geeky kid, right? But yet he's been in over 150 movies. What are you doing if the nerdy kid could? And don't lie to me, because maybe you weren't the one who picked on him, but you definitely knew somebody who picked on this kid in high school. But yet he's running circles around you, and he's going to be almost 40, right? He doesn't look 40. He's almost 40 years old, okay? But again, he leaned into that character, right? That became his character. And because of that, every movie, every TV show, every time they need the nerdy person, he's the one who gets the call consistently, okay? Again, it's mindset, right? There's so much opportunity out there. Let's talk a little bit more about Flo. I pulled her resume off of IMDb. Her resume is like 3 pages long, so I just pulled the first couple of pages, right? So she originally she wanted to be a comedian, right? So a lot of great actors, they start off in comedy. She went to what's called Second City. It's one of the most well-known comedy schools in the country. A lot of the players from Saturday Night Live, the cast members from Saturday Night Live, probably 99% of every superstar actor who's, $10-20 million movies started there at Second City. But you can see she wanted to be a stand-up comic. That was her original goal, right? She obviously leaned into playing those roles. But she was on Mad Men. She was in 5 episodes of Mad Men, Cavemen. What else do I see that I probably know here that I want? The Jay Leno show. She's done a lot of voice, 2 Broke Girls, right? So Mike Tyson's Mysteries, the Goldbergs. Actually, one of our coaches is from the Goldbergs and so forth. But she's done a ton of stuff. So before she even booked that very first role as Flo, she was working in the industry. And most people, they just know her as Flo, not realizing, look at all the work that she's done. And one day she got a call, right, from her agent. Her agent said, hey, we have a commercial for you. It's for a company called Progressive. Are you interested in doing it? Right? She now earns $1 million per year playing Flo from Progressive. right? Typically, when an actor portrays a character for a long time, they end up negotiating a direct deal with the brand outside of the typical SAG-AFTRA union pay scale. So the union now, they have like certain pay scales you go, but she now works directly for them, right? They get a pay bump. She's the official spokesperson, residuals, right? Which means every time those commercials are airing, right? Exclusivity, buyouts. We talked about that earlier, right? That means she can't work for a competing company, right? She can't work for another company, but she's now making, this is actually outdated. Her newest contract, she's at $3 million per year. Okay. Playing that role. That's not a terrible life, right? At all. Okay. And all because she said yes. Okay. And again, she's not a supermodel, right? She's not super tall. Location didn't matter. Age didn't matter, right? But yet she's now playing that role for a long time and will continue playing that role for a very long time. So we talked about high fashion editorial. We talked about commercial print. Another subdivision is called promotional modeling. Promotional modeling is like live modeling, trade shows, car shows, boat shows, the Budweiser girl, the Coors Light girl. There's Comic Cons, baseball games, the goldfish crackers. Anytime you need models to demonstrate products, and those models can make anywhere from $15 to $80 per hour. It's not uncommon for models doing promotional work to make $1,000, $1,500 just working on weekends. What's great is you build up a network of different casting directors and so forth. A lot of times the promotional model will go, and it's for men and women. You have to be 18 and over. But a lot of times you build up, relationships with casting directors and producers and people shooting the commercials or in charge of the event. And a lot of times they'll have other roles in their roster, right? In this industry, it's all about proximity. The more people you know, the more opportunities you have, the more exposure you get, the more jobs you get, and so forth. So promotional modeling, live modeling, trade shows, boat shows. Then another category is fitness modeling, right? Fitness modeling is a huge category, and it doesn't mean you have to be jacked. It just means there's like supplements, right? So this is all ages, right? You see all kinds of commercials for memory loss, for different types of, companies for fitness and health and sneakers. So many independent brands, a lot of e-commerce companies. So this is, again, a huge opportunity. So if you enjoy fitness, you enjoy health. We talked about Christina H earlier. She's also a yoga instructor. So she does a lot of fitness ads in the yoga industry. I saw some comments. Some of you guys are into fitness and yoga. So this is also a great category. So not only do you have the opportunity to be a commercial print model, but you can also do commercial print geared towards fitness. So now you're specializing in a very certain category. Plus size or curve, huge billion-dollar industry worldwide. Obviously, later today, everyone here is going to be on a super health kick when Deneen goes through our training. But at the same time, there's still a lot of opportunity there. People are getting into shape, getting more healthy. There's still stuff geared towards people who are just larger, right? Larger side. They have more curves. Not everyone's going to be a stick, right? No matter how you could be the most healthiest person in the world, it's just your body shape at the end of the day. So again, this is curve and plus size, right? Again, a huge part of the industry, okay? Lots of opportunity there. So again, age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. This is a part of the industry. Tons of opportunities. Kids, like I said, kids will always fall into commercial print. Tons of opportunities for kids. Again, here's some examples, right? Different mixed ethnicities, different families, different looks, different age ranges, right? Again, about versatility and so forth. Tomorrow we'll talk about that. We'll go a little bit more into depth about versatility in the modeling industry, how to have the right photos, how to get signed to an agency, how to get signed to Truth Management to work with us. Obviously, we would love to bring everybody on board. There is an interview process, an audition process. We'll go over that tomorrow for those of you who want to take your career to the next level. But listen, guys, it's 2025. It is the beginning of the year. We are on the first week of a brand new year. All the opportunities in front of you, have the opportunity to say yes, have the opportunity to live your best life and so forth. Everything you want to be possible can be possible when you surround yourself with the right people. Because at the end of the day, the world's changed and will continue to change. It's all about mindset. Okay. At the end of the day, having the right tools, the right resources, you still have to have that right mindset, right? Don't say, why can't I? Say, how can I? Change one word, change your life. Okay. It's all about what makes you unique. And everyone on here is very unique. Sherry, you got a great look. with those glasses and that smile. You got a great background. Xavier's got it going on there. He's got that long hair, got that little goatee mustache going on. Chavez has got a great look. Dwayne, my man, you got a good look. There's so many things you could do. Steve, look at Steve, man. Steve's got a great look. He can play a sergeant. He can play a military guy. He can play the uncle and all that. He can play the killer next door, right? So it's leaning into that, right? We'll talk more about that tomorrow too. At the end of the day, people succeed at the highest level. We're partners with Tony Robbins, good friend of mine, is Alicia's. You never had the opportunity to listen to his stuff. He's phenomenal. Great person. Leads from the heart. But people succeed at the highest level and not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. Never lean into that poverty mindset. Somebody's just lucky. They're not, right? And if you talk about it, it's a dream. If you envision it, it's possible, right? People all say, I dream to be a model. That's just a dream. That's what you do when you're sleeping. You schedule it. You actually write it in your calendar. This is what I'm going to do today. This is what I'm going to do tomorrow. You guys are all here, right? You guys took the action to be here, right? So many other people, they're not getting this education, right? You're not only getting an education on the entertainment industry, you're getting an education about life, right? How to lead your best possible life. Because what we want to do, the reason we do these, people ask all the time, why do we do these? Why do we spend 16 hours, doing all this? Because it creates a ripple effect. If we can show people how to live their best life, it puts it out there in the universe. And when you put something good into the universe, it comes back to you 10 times over. Right. So we want to be able to do that. We want to have that ripple effect. We want to have the right people on our team. We want to see people successful. That's what we celebrate here, other people's success. Okay. So again, we've been doing this for 18 years. My name is Michael Fomkin, and this is Diversity and Being You, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? Are you high fashion, runway, editorial, promotional, fitness, plus curve, teen, child, commercial print, lifestyle? A lot of you that are commercial print will fall into lifestyle. So I'd love for you guys to put some comments in there where you feel you fit into. You can fit into more than one. Tomorrow we'll talk a lot more about this. But I'm going to turn this back over to Miss Deneen because we still got some really powerful speakers coming up. I hope you guys learned something from the bottom of my heart. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Make sure you are here because we are doing a big reveal tomorrow that will change your life, and it is only available for people who are on day 2 that have been here for the whole weekend. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great night, guys. Thank you and God bless.
How awesome was Michael's presentation? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you guys learn? Let me know, how much did you guys learn in his presentation? And whether this was the first time you heard his presentation or you've heard it multiple times, I want to know in the comments, what type of modeling do you qualify for? And you know what else I want to know is, why does that make you excited? Why does it make you excited that you qualify for modeling? Because you know what, like, again, maybe I'm crazy, I don't know, but I go through the text messages, I go through emails, I go through comments on Facebook, and I hear so many times, oh, I couldn't do that. Oh, I couldn't do that. And I'm like, why limit yourself, right? Why limit yourself? Because how many of you, before you heard Mike's presentation, were guilty of that? You limited yourself because you didn't know, right? You don't know what you don't know until you know it. Now that you know it, you have to take action on it. And I want you to really process that, because in life, the most important things that you could do is A, gain knowledge, and B, take action on that knowledge. The world's waiting for you to step up and live fully as who you are. And now that you know what type of modeling you qualify for, and I saw someone, I don't know. Okay. Let me give you, I'll give you the Cliff Notes version. You would be a commercial print model. And if you have the gift of gab, like I do, you would be a promotional model. Sometimes I joke around. I'm like, wow, if this whole thing with VIP Ignite doesn't work, maybe I should go be a promotional model because I love to talk to people. Okay. So, but the possibilities are endless. And what I want to do is, I know that our next speaker is coming up because he's been texting me. Are we on time? Are we like, what are we doing? Are we going to be ready? So you're going to have the opportunity to hear how you can become a fashion model in 2025. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to surprise you with this too. Like, I know that when Mike spoke about being a high fashion model, being a runway model, there are very specific specifications for you to do that. But did you know that there's another way you can do that where you don't necessarily have to fit the specifications? Alicia and Ryan Colby, former art director of Vogue, are going to talk about that in a couple of minutes. But before that, I kind of want to take us on a little bit of a journey on where we've been today. Okay. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but do you realize how far you've come? Do you realize how far you've come today? If you do, type yes in the comments. Okay. Because at the beginning of the day, we talked about stepping into your greatness. How many of you feel that expansiveness? Like Kara talked about this. Like, do you feel that expansiveness in your chest? Like, okay, you know what? I have a little more swag. I have a little more bounce in my step. I'm walking with a little more purpose because I now understand that I have that greatness. I am successful. We talked about the 6 characters that every person needs to master. And you're in the comments, let me know. What character are you going to master? I'm not asking you to list out all 6, but what character can you master? Can you be the goofy friend? Can you be the leading lady, the leading man? Can you be like that, the computer nerd that's solving everything? Like, what character can you lean into? And I'm not asking you to typecast yourself, but I am asking you to be really real with yourself and say, okay, this is what I can do. Okay, I do goofy friend. I am funny, the leading man, the leading lady, the best friend, lead. Okay, yeah, right. The best the best video production promotion. Okay. Aunt, grandmother, friend. I think my personality is literally a little bit of everything, but not the leading lady. Okay, so James cannot be the leading lady. I'm so sorry to hear that, but at least you know that, right? All right, awesome. I like vintage style. Okay, Kevin, yes, you definitely are a meathead, and I say that with all the love inside of me. Definitely true. The villain, best friend, villain, protagonist, a little bit of everything. I love that. But I want you to really now that you know that, really cultivate that, right? I know growing up I was such a super nerd. Like I was never picked for sports, but you know what they always picked me first for? Like math Olympics and science Olympics. Let me push up my glasses now. But you know what? Now I'm like, okay, you know what? It's cool that I'm a nerd because you know what? Nerds rule the world, right? Anyway, there we are. So I want you to really lean into your character. Then we talked about with Nikenji, and you had an opportunity to do a little voice lesson. How many of you loved that? I don't know about you, but I loved that exercise that she did. But even more than that, how many of you loved her story? Like, how many of you are inspired? Her mom built a business with $75 in her bank account to the point where she was employing over 1,000 people. How many of you know that even today in 2025, that would be kind of tough? How many of you are like, wow, you know what? Now I'm inspired to do even greater things. That's what I want you to leave with. I want you to leave, okay, you know what? If Nikenji's mom could do it, and Nikenji's a Broadway star, she's done all of these amazing things. Her daughter's doing these amazing things. I can too. With each person's story, I want you to see yourself in it. Then we talked about goal setting. How many of you are excited to sit down and write down your goals? I'll be honest, as I was listening to Mike speak, I'm sitting there and I'm writing out my goals too. Because you know what? I have to write out my goals just like you do. Because I don't know about you. Mike talked about the book that I'm writing. That's something that I've been wanting to write since I was 7 years old. 7. I'm going to be 50 in September. That's 43 years where my message has been caught inside of me and not brought out. And I'm not saying this because it's going to be so cool. No, I'm writing this. I'm saying this to you because I understand. I understand what it's like to have that thing inside of you, but then you need to sit down, put it on paper. That's what your goals are going to do. They're going to help you get to that place that you've known since you were a little kid. I think a lot of you, how many of you knew since you were a kid that this is something you wanted to do? If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. Because I know that. I know that you guys are here for that. Then you learned how to tell your story. Like, come on now. How many of you are going to walk into a room now and own it? How many of you feel that knowing how to tell your story, the way Kara described it, is going to, when you walk into an audition room, people are going to be attracted to you. Maybe you're not the most qualified. Maybe you're not the most talented, but you're the most magnetic. How many of you would be willing, you know what? Cast me because I'm magnetic. How many of you are working on developing that magnetic character? Right? That's what I want you guys to be working on. Right? And then again, Mike just spoke about what type of modeling you qualify for. You qualify for modeling. Congratulations. That should be empowering to you. That should be exciting to you. Because you know what? The possibilities are endless. That greatness is inside of you. And that's why you're here today. You're not here because you're ordinary. You're here because you're extraordinary. You're here because you know that you have greatness inside of you that needs to come out. And that's why at the beginning of the day, I told you, the way that we're starting is I am successful. Everyone say that with me. I am successful. I am successful. And I see some of you and you're like, I'm not saying anything she says. That's fine. You're not hurting me. You're only hurting yourself. But you know what? Tonight, when you're sleeping, you're going to hear those words and you're like, whoa, I am successful. All right. So we still have so much more. On Zoom right now, we have greatness inside of this room. We have Ryan Colby. I'm going to introduce him in just a moment. Okay. He and Alicia's like, don't, Denise, stop it right now.
Drink him more coffee just for this one.
Okay. You drink some coffee. I'm having matcha in the background, so we'll match our energy levels. But I want you guys to understand, like, this is a great opportunity for you. The person I'm about to introduce to you is someone who literally Liam Neeson has him on speed dial. He's a stylist for Liam Neeson. So you're about to hear from someone who's been doing this is literally the only job Ryan Colby has ever had, is being a part of the entertainment industry. So he and Alicia are going to talk for a while. And then after that, I'm going to come back on and we're going to talk about our health. Okay. I was just sitting down writing my health goals. And we're going to talk about health because you know what? Like, I want you to live in your greatness for a long time. Okay. So are you guys ready to hear about becoming a fashion model in 2025 with Ryan Colby and Alicia Kayback? If you are, bring me your energy. And I'm going to introduce Mr. Colby. So our next guest has been labeled as one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career as a model at the age of 13 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact, his first gig was for the United Colors of Benetton. When he was 15 years old, he opened an Emmanuel Ungaro show in Milan, Italy. He has art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout in the industry. He has run his agency successfully for over 13 years. Through good times and bad times, he has never once wavered. He had a record number of covers in 1 year, 72 for his agency, which happened to be during the global pandemic. He also has for 2 decades, he has styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars, taking them from worst dressed to best dressed. He has placed talent worldwide for campaigns for top luxury brands in the world. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Ryan Colby. Hello, Mr. Colby. How are you?
Hey.
Happy New Year. I feel like this is the first time I've seen you on Zoom this year.
It is.
Yes, it is. I did one the other day, but you weren't on it.
That is correct. I wasn't. I was working on other stuff, and I did one as soon as you were finished. If we're going to have a Zoom off, sir.
I see he brought the sass in 2025. I was afraid you left it in 2024.
Nope. Never leaves behind the sass. Awesome.
Oh, I saw Juan yesterday picking at Vogue covers because he showed me some old ones on my phone that I only saw once, which was weird. We did a German Vogue cover of this girl named Maureen, and I only saw it one time, and he had it on his phone. I guess his agency is doing his archives, like, you know,
nice.
Sometimes you can resell stuff, you know, years later, once it's done, you can like resell it to different companies, whatever. So when you're a big enough photographer, you do what is called an archive of pretty much all your work. And the agency tries to sell this and that and the other, you know, while you're represented by them.
So is he in New York then?
Yeah, he was in New York for a gig that he's shooting. And so I stopped by the studio to say hi. He was shooting, I think he was shooting Patagonia or something. It looked really basic when I walked in the studio. I didn't really go over to the rack, but I saw the clothes and it looked very Land's End-y, Patagonia.
This is not my style, but I'll stay.
And I
here
know
to say
he
hello.
shoots for
Basic.
Patagonia. He shot some of my guys for Patagonia like 2 years ago in Maine. So I know he shoots for them. So I was just assuming it was them. I didn't even ask him. We just hung out for like 15 minutes while he was on a break.
Nice. Well, I can't wait to see him in warmer weather than New York City. That's for sure.
He comes up here a lot. He's always up here in Toronto. He actually doesn't. Lately, he hasn't really shot anything in Miami. It's everything is in Toronto or New York. So he's forever flying, and he's kind of just lives there, but he doesn't really shoot there much anymore.
Cool. All right. Well, Mr. Colby.
But it just reminded me because one of my Vogue covers was with him with German Vogue, and he's like, "Have you seen it?" Oh, it was Marianne Schroeder, and not Maureen. Marianne Schroeder. That's. It took me a minute because she doesn't model anymore, but it was Marianne Schroeder. That's what it was. So
Nice. Well, speaking of models, now you and Alicia are going to talk about what it takes to be a fashion model in 2025. And I know that there's obviously one obvious path. Mike just covered that, but then there's a less obvious path. So I'm excited to hear you guys discuss this.
less obvious. There's so many paths to becoming a model. There's like
I know. So
there's
you're gonna
not
discuss
a
those.
path. I mean, you could be found in the ER. You could be found
That
in a deli.
de-escalated so
You could be
quickly.
found on a baseball field, like hanging out. I don't know. There's so many ways. As long as there's a set of eyes there that's in the industry.
That's how Pam Anderson was discovered. In
Who?
like Pam Anderson.
Oh, I don't know how she was discovered, but yeah, I mean,
on like a jumbotron at a sporting event.
oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, as long as there's a set of eyes there, that's like, oh, that works in the industry, and it's like, oh, I like that person. They can jumpstart your career. Doesn't matter your location.
Well, back in the day, we had scouts. You remember those days? Back in the day, where real agents
and they did an okay job. There were some scouts. They did an okay job. I mean,
it was kind of
90%
creepy
of them
walking up to somebody going,
were useless.
"You gotta look," and people would look at you like, "Who are you?"
But some of them did a good job. I mean, they found
so many
James Devine
before the internet,
who's still breathing.
Yeah.
Who else?
Thousands of success stories here at VIP.
James Devine is the only one I can think of that's still breathing. But yeah,
by choice, by you allowing him to breathe. That's good. All right, so we are going to get started. And are you sneezing? Coughing? Which one?
Coughing. I've had a cough since like April.
Yes, I know. I was with you, and you're still coughing, doctor. No.
Yes, I have an inhaler.
Okay.
But I don't know. I got to go back. I don't know.
All right. Well, I'm dealing with strep. Thank goodness we're not all getting it from Zoom. Okay. So we've got a lot to go over. And okay. So let's do this. Let's go over a little bit about, you are a top agent, but you started off as a model. So how did that transition come about? Let's talk a little bit about your background.
How did that transition come about?
And Thomas Ryan, we don't text people after these calls. So you got to stay on, put in the work, listen, and then we'll go over everything with you. So just make sure you stay on. Okay, go ahead.
I worked at a publishing house called Condé Nast after I was done modeling, and that kind of morphed into me becoming an agent because I was doing so many things there. I was casting the models, I was styling the shoots, I was art directing the shoots, I was dealing with photographers, dealing with studios, dealing with agents, and it kind of morphed into becoming an agent when some of the ad agencies would hire Condé Nast to like redo their ads. Sometimes what you don't know is that magazines like Elle, Vogue, W, the big ones, the big 5, the big 10 magazines have a lot of power. So when you want to advertise in those magazines, whether it's bridal or whether you have a shoe company or whatever, and you're not like a top tier, like a Marc Jacobs or Calvin Klein, but you have some money, you got some financing. Say you own a bridal company and you got some financing and you want to advertise in Vogue. Of course, they'll take your money in 2 seconds, but they want to see the artwork first, because sometimes it's not about the money. And if they don't like the artwork that you're supplying, they'll deny your ad. They'll be like, no, come back when it's a little higher end, a little more sophisticated. So sometimes companies like that would get frustrated and hire the team at Condé Nast to redo their ads that weren't accepted to make it up to snuff. So that's where I came in. I got hired by Samsonite. I got hired by Doc Martin and a few other companies that their ads weren't mending well with Condé Nast, and I redid them. With Doc Martin, I redid them with Juan. Actually, we had a kiddie pool and we had them all splashing, and it was a whole thing. And from that came looking for models on the street for these jobs, because the budgets were kind of low and they wanted like fresh faces. And the agencies, although they have fresh faces, they wanted higher rates. So we're just like, just go find them in the streets, literally. So that's what I did. So I would go find faces in the streets, and 90% of them weren't interested, but you get a few that are, and then they would go off and be like, I just did a shoot for XYZ, and they would go to Next, they would go to Ford, they would go to Elite and get signed. And then I am kind of standing there like, I found that person, I'm not getting anything out of it. So it kind of slowly had my brain working like, if I can find these faces that are doing my job that I hired them for, but now they're going off and going to Next and doing Tommy Hilfiger and doing great jobs, I'm like, I can do that myself. So that's kind of how it started. It wasn't like immediate. It took a minute, because you can't just decide overnight to be an agent, because I had no way to contact clients. I didn't have any phone numbers. There wasn't Instagram or Facebook. You couldn't like look them up. It didn't.
How would you even find people? Like
you
the
can't.
local pages?
You can't.
Like, where would you even start? I'm like trying to go back before the internet.
You can't. You couldn't. There was a thing called Le Book back in the 80s and 90s, and it was like this big, and it had all the agencies in there, the foreign agencies, the American agencies, the Asian agencies, but it also had the reps of all the working photographers in Europe and America. And it also had brands, Levi's,
the people you needed to know. Yeah.
And it had those contacts in there too. Like, how do you get a hold of Levi's? How do you get a hold of, whatever? And it was like $2,000 to buy this book. So
how many of you guys would buy that book? Just out of curiosity, how many of you guys would invest in that book with the agents' phone numbers, email addresses, top photographers, top brands?
Yeah, you'd have to buy. You had no choice. They had you over a barrel, so you had to buy it. And one day I don't know what, I think I was at Ford. I was at one of the agencies, showing them a guy, and I saw last year's edition of Le Book sitting in the conference room. Oh. And I went through it because I never seen it, because it's a private purchase. You cannot buy it on the stands.
Yeah, they're not selling it at Barnes and Noble.
No.
Yeah. Do you have a book?
It's a private purchase.
Yeah.
So I had never seen one. I just knew it existed. So I saw one in the conference room, going through it. I'm like, oh my God, I need this book, because that's the answer to everything. Like, all the information is right there. So Sam, who's the head booker at Ford, who still is actually to this day, he still works there, gave me the year previous's edition. He said, just take it. We have like 10 of the new ones, because agencies would have to buy them every year. Even though they get updated very little, they still bought them every year. The one from the year before is still 98% valid. So
look like last year's iPhone. Same thing.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like last year's iPhone. So he gave it to me. I remember it was so heavy. I put it in my backpack. I mean, it's literally like 10 pounds. I mean, it's like this big, and it had a big wire binding, and it was extremely.
Is it almost like Devil Wears Prada when Meryl Streep's like, get me the book?
Yeah, but that's like this big. This was, okay. I'm saying this is like this big.
All right.
So I tore through that, and that's how I started and got some clients and started still giving the models away to agencies. But luckily I was getting a mother agency commission, and I was getting
Like developing them so that
I
an
was developing, I
agency
was
would
giving
find
them
them
away
viable.
because
Yeah.
I didn't really know what I was doing. But it took like a year, and then I figured out like, okay, I can do this. And you know, that's how
And
I
running
did
an agency is not cheap, guys. I'm going to let you know right now. Between office expenses, even if you're working from home, I remember when you started Colby trying to develop the software, you had
it.
to literally license the software. Some of these software guys, companies will pay like $50,000 to have this like built format. It's like a do-it-yourself, like literally it's created for you, and then you pay a fee every month. So just like Netflix comes off your card, I remember one of your softwares was like $750 a month to be able to log in and get access to be able to submit over clients.
Yeah, I mean now it's more user friendly and cheaper,
Yeah.
but back then there was only one company that did it,
Yes.
and they had you over a barrel because
CDS.
you had no choice but to
They
use
had to
them.
come into the office and hardwire your computer.
Yeah.
It was not like, oh, I'm going to download, Excel. I'll just purchase it online.
Yeah.
Somebody physically came into the office and
Yeah.
uploaded, and you could only have one user. And I
No,
remember
well, you could
they
have
also
more
had-
users, but you got to pay.
Yeah, but then you had to pay an extra
Yeah.
user fee, which was $750. How many of you
Something
guys
like
right
that.
now would spend like $1,500 a month? That's not even including like the offices and the rents and the internet and the phones and the computer and all the technology. But just because agents, that was the portal. That was the only way for them to submit talent. Now, Ryan, back in the day, again, previous to the internet, do you remember when you used to get ready a phone call or even a fax with the list of what they needed, and you would hand pick people off of the walls? And I remember when we used to have the photos and like the portfolios all over the walls, and these like cute little like clear Lexans, all the blondes, all the brunettes, and you would literally like you were at a grocery store pulling these photos. Can you talk a little bit about the casting process then?
Yeah, they would make a phone call to you, or send an email saying this is what we want.
Before email.
Oh, before email was only a phone call. I mean, when I started the agency, I luckily had both. I had phone calls and emails. But even before that,
Or a
you
fax.
would just get a phone call, period. And you would have to put the pictures of the people you proposed in an envelope and send it to them. And they would go through it, and then they would call you back and say, I like whoever. And, I will say about the process that's different now than it was then, is that people made more definitive decisions back then. Now they're so wishy-washy because there's so many choices. Back then, if you wanted a redhead, there was like 10 in the city. That's it. So you better pick quickly. There was no choices. Like you didn't have choices. Like there weren't that many, so
yeah.
So therefore people would just decide on a person, and the job would be booked and you'd move on. But yeah, that's how it was done. You'd put it in an envelope and send it to them. If for some godforsaken reason you were in a really good building and you had clients in the building, you could just walk it down to them to save money. I've done that before. Because
one thing that you may not be thinking about for anybody here listening that isn't an agent, as a model, Ryan, every single time you submitted somebody, those courier expenses, that was going on the model's invoice. That was a fee. Somebody was physically coming to your office, grabbing the envelope. Not in addition to the model was responsible for all of their photos, all their printing costs. Could you guys imagine? Let's just do the math, right? A courier is coming out. It's a service that they're providing. It's a third-party service. They're getting an envelope. Ryan is submitting over, let's just say, Robert, Steve, Dwayne, Lalini. He's putting your headshots or your portfolio in this book every single time he's submitting. Let's say he submits you 3 or 4 times a day. All of that is going on the invoice. What if you guys are, and Ryan, it would get expensive for the models.
It would. I mean, because the messenger fees were crazy. They were $10 to $20 a pop, depending upon where they were going in the city.
Yeah.
And they didn't bill you every single time. They billed you once a month. And sometimes you forget. Like when you're doing something once a month, you forget how many times you use it for those 30 days.
Right.
And that bill would come and it would be crazy, you know? And you'd have to kind of guesstimate who was in the, I wasn't big enough to have an automated system. I would kind of guesstimate it because I know who I'm sending out. Like I can tell by visually looking.
Yeah.
And if you're not in town, obviously I'm not sending you a bill because I never sent you out because you weren't even here. But I know who's here. I know how many times I sent you out. If I was off by 1 or 2 or 3 times, oh well. But I
You
would
didn't have a lot of dead weight either in your agency. Like, and that's
No.
the best part about being boutique versus going with an IMG or a Wilhelmina or a Ford or
Well, they have automated. Their stuff
Yeah.
was automated. It's kind of like a self checkout. So if when I worked at IMG, you knew to the
penny.
second
Yeah.
to the penny who was being sent out because it was all automated.
We sent out a fax. We made a
And then,
copy. We
yeah, it was all
put a
automated.
stamp on that envelope and we mailed out your check. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was different for the bigger agencies because it's automated. With me, it was more of a guesstimate. I was 90% right.
But all your people were booking work. If not, they wouldn't be on your roster. And that's the best part.
Yeah, I was 90% right. So it is what it is. I mean, it was fun back then because all the checks would come in. We'd get stacks of checks every week in the
I
mail.
remember. Yeah.
That were like the mailman would come and he'd have to tie it with a
String.
rubber band.
Yeah.
It's something we don't use anymore. No, who uses rubber bands anymore? Anyway, tie it with a rubber band and hand it to me. And it was fun, but you also know in your head, 60% of this is going back to the business because you have to pay Staples, the messenger fee, CDS, I don't know.
Office rents, internet, phone. Yeah.
But it was fun to get when the mailman would come.
We just had a stamp for deposit. And all the TV checks would just go in. And then you would have to try to figure out how much the model owed. So let's do some math. Are you ready to do math? Are you feeling well enough to do math?
Yeah.
Ready? Okay. So a lot of times people mention, oh, well, if somebody really wants me, I should never pay for anything. An agency always pays because if they're not legit. Okay. That's true and false. And let me explain to you. A typical agency 10 or 15 years ago, it wasn't what it is today. You couldn't live anywhere but New York City or LA because you were on call 24 hours a day. If Ryan got a casting at 9 o'clock at night, Lalini, you would be on set the next morning. You understood that, which was why you were assigned, which was why an agency invested in you because you were always on call.
To New York and
you had to make the money back.
Housing.
Right. So when you signed a model 10 or 15 years ago, we can even talk about the bigger agencies, the people that you invested in qualified for that investment. The model always paid for everything. So that whole notion, if somebody really wants you, you should never pay for anything. That's 100% BS. You paid for everything, but on the back end. If you didn't pay upfront, you paid for it out of the back end.
Yeah, it just took it. Like, here's the thing. There are 2 types of models. Agencies, if you're a girl or a guy and you have pretty good looks and you have a little bit of means to get to New York and you walk in an agency and be like, hey, I want to be a model. And they're kind of side-eyeing you or maybe like not sure. But then you say, look, I'm moving to New York in a month on my own. I'm living with a friend. I have a job at whatever restaurant. You're now more attractive.
Because you're less of a liability. Right.
Because now your liability level has dropped because you may not be as stunning as the girls behind me, but I don't have to put any money into you. So any money you make is good for me. So you are now more attractive to them because I don't have to do anything besides get you photographed, which is something I can do in my sleep. But trying to get you to New York, try and find you housing, that's the work that I don't want to do. So if I'm going to do that work, you have to be a higher end specimen. And therefore, I'm putting in XYZ dollars into getting you to New York. Where are you going to live? Calling my friends.
Shoots, comp card, show card.
Yeah, calling my friends to get you like a job.
Yeah.
To get you like a part-time job. So if I'm putting all that effort into you, then you owe me that money, which whatever cost that may be. And so therefore, I'm going to push you to the jobs that pay the most to get my money back quickly, or as quickly as
You're in
possible.
debt. The second you get signed, you are in
Yeah,
debt.
you're in debt.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's how it works. So there are two types of people. So if you want to pay for yourself to move to LA or New York and you have a car and you already have a gig and a place to live and you want to move to New York, the agencies are going to be more into you because they're going to be like, oh, well, all I got to do is develop you a little bit. Let's try and see what happens.
Yeah. So back in the day when an agency did invest in talent, there were stipulations. It wasn't just, hi, I want to be a supermodel and I have a pulse and a dream. Sign me.
Mm-hmm.
What did it take for an agency to invest in talent?
Oh, you have to be something that, like, if we're going to spend flights and sometimes multiple flights, it's not just one, multiple flights. We're going to get your hair done. We're going to redo your look. We're going to house you for a month or 2 or 3 while you get your jump start going. You have to be someone that we're 95% sure is going to start working in that first 90 days, whether it be runway, print, whatever, because there are faces that 100% they're going to work. Like, it's not even, I
They
don't
don't
even
look
have to,
like everybody else.
I don't even have to develop you. All I have to do is send a couple pictures that I can take up against a white wall and you're going to work. Like, there are faces like that.
Yeah, of course.
And when you find a face like that, you should invest because, well, at least back then, it was easy to invest because it's like, oh my God, I'm going to get my money back by the end of the week. Like,
There also weren't millions of aspiring people on social media.
well, there was no social media. So
Yeah, exactly.
You're dealing with someone one-on-one.
Right.
There's no outside influences coming in. And it's easy. You're getting your money back within a week or 2 because this person's going to work pretty much the day they land. So those kind of investments were easy because you knew you were getting your money back. Then there was some that you thought they're going to work. And then you realize, something's off with the personality. The looks are there, but the clients aren't responding. For whatever.
Almost like a first date. They look good until they open up their mouth.
Yeah, the clients aren't responding.
Yeah.
No one's really vibing with this person. You kind of ask why, because we're not at the castings. We don't know what you're doing.
Right.
We tell you what to do, but it doesn't mean you're actually doing it. So those are problematic situations because you're like, damn, we flew them in. And when you're with a big box agency, they want you gone immediately. If you don't generate some sort of dollar in the first month to show that you're going to start paying off this bill, they don't want to put any more money into you. So you got to go home.
Right. And you're going to go home with an invoice for any money because they have to make it back.
Yeah, they will ask you for it back. Now, here's the thing. Agencies do lose a lot of money every year. Big agencies lose a lot because it doesn't mean you're actually going to pay it. And they're not going to take, if you owe them a couple of grand because they flew you here and put you up for a month, they pray that they're going to get it back. But if you just decide not to pay them back, then whatever, they just move on with their day. And you are never pretty much allowed to enter New York City for the rest of your life. Because if you do,
sounds so good, fellas. Yeah.
If you do,
Somebody's
and you find out about it, then it's on and popping.
But they weren't just investing in people because, oh, please, I want somebody to sign me. You had to be the right height, the right weight, the right age. So let's go over the stipulations.
Yeah, for girls, you had to be 15 to 22 years old.
This is back in the day, guys. So if you're over the age of 22, breathe, because today's a different world. This is back in the day when agencies used to invest in talent up front and recoup it.
Yeah, so you had to be between like 15 and 22. In rare cases, even 14 if you had more mature features. 5'9" above. Size.
So 15 years old, 5'9". So hashtag freak of nature. That's based on mommy and daddy. Yeah.
But there are. Carly Kloss was 14 when she came to New York, and she was 14. She was 5'11".
But and I hate to bring up these modeling schools like the JRPs and the John Casablancas. I don't have a problem with somebody learning how to walk the runway, but it doesn't mean you are ever going to book work unless you do qualify for that. And that seems to be a
no, you're not going to. And what they teach is really, 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 really elementary.
Can
You
they?
know,
Can
so-
somebody put that on their resume? Any of the
No.
modeling training?
The
No.
modeling agencies are not impressed. They kind of pat you on the head like a puppy, like that's cute. Like they're not impressed by it. It's nothing. It's like you wasted your time. Maybe you learned what color should go in your eyes. Good for you. Let's move on.
Just go to the mall. Go visit a MAC Cosmetic and work it out. I just need the $4,000.
Yeah, you had to be. So you have to be 5'9" and over.
Yeah.
You had to be between a 0 and a 4 dress size,
Okay.
depending upon height. No bigger than a B cup. As far as
Then I would be out. Yeah.
no bigger. And if you were a C cup, it had to be proportional. It
Okay.
had to work visually, which is hard to explain, but it had to work visually. No bigger than 30, between 32 and 34 hip.
So pretty much look like this. Walking hanger. Watch the model fall. Because that's what it
32,
was.
34 hip.
Squiggy. Yeah.
And that's it.
No curves, no boobs, no butt, no nothing.
No,
We're literally
no.
a walking hanger, which
Yeah.
was why the sample sizes fit interchangeably. It was like Barbie to Barbie, not Barbie to
Oh yeah,
Ken.
every
Yeah.
major designer would do samples in a 2.
Because that
and
was
that
the only
would fit
size. Yeah,
Any girl that walked in their office.
right.
And if they were a 0 and they had to nip it a bit, okay, fine.
Okay.
You
guys know
guys,
it's blunt. Yeah.
For guys, 16 and over, and you had to be like 5'11" and above. 16 to 24, age-wise. 5'11" and over, and no bigger than a 40 chest. So between 36 and 40.
Waist.
Waist 28 to 30.
That's like
And
Slender Man. That's like Jonas
Yeah.
Brother thing.
yes.
That's like
Inseam
that's
31, 32, 33. Those are the acceptable numbers. So you had to fit into that box. Now, I know what numbers are more attractive on a page. So I would up and down according to what I felt was best marketing wise,
Right.
even if it was a skosh off. Because sometimes if you tell clients, they don't like odd numbers with chests. So if you're like a 39, well, now you're a 40 because they don't like those numbers. They like 36, 38, and 40. They don't like 37 and 39. It makes them nervous and they sometimes will just not book you. So I would either go up or down depending upon what you look like visually. Some people can have the exact same measurements, but look completely different when they stand 10 feet away from you. You can take 2 people that have the same chest, same waist, whatever, but when they stand far away, one looks shorter than the other, one looks beefier than the other, one looks whatever. So you do the numbers up and down depending upon the visual, not the reality, because you're creating a fantasy. So if someone's a 37 chest and that's really what they are, but they look a little beefier for whatever reason, the way they stand or whatever, well, now you're 38 because I can't sell you as a 37. Or if they look a little more, if they look a little skinnier, but they just happen to be a 37, well, now you're 36, because you just visually look that way. So yeah, that's how it works. And you kind of just change it according to life. Sometimes someone's here for a couple months and they start to stand different. Now you look taller. You're not, but now you look taller. So now
all that mindset training.
I'm putting an extra inch on your card because now you look taller.
Stand taller.
Even though you aren't.
Okay.
So all of these things.
So like when an agency gets tested, like you had to win the genetic bingo, age, height, location, you had to be in the right location. And then every dollar, so that whole notion if somebody really wanted you, they'll pay for me because if not, it's legit. That's all.
No, you always pay back.
You
I have a
always
funny
paid it
story
back with interest.
with Sex and the City Part 2. I had like 6 guys in that movie and 5 of them didn't really owe me anything. They owed me maybe 100 or 200 or 300 bucks.
They always have expenses. Yeah.
Yeah, like normal crazy expenses that I would never go after them for because they were working.
Hire a lawyer for 100, probably.
They were working guys, so why would you bother? Because that's how you lose people. If you nitpick, they'll just leave. You kind of give and take. Anyway, but there was one of the 6 that owed me big time. He was chilling in a model apartment for like 2-3 months, not kind of, I don't know why I was letting him get away with murder, but he was kind of laissez-faire about it. He would kind of go to the gym, kind of not. He was kind of communicative, but then he'd go missing for a day or two, hanging out with friends. So when this gig came, I was about to get rid of him. But then when this gig came up for Runway Guys for Sex and the City Part 2,
This is when modeling and acting go hand in hand.
the
I
movie,
don't want to act. You're not getting paid because you could do Shakespeare. Shush, you look good.
yeah, there was
Get
like
on
a
camera.
run. Yeah, there was like a runway fashion show in the movie.
Yeah.
They hired a bunch of models for it, real
Right.
models. And it took forever to shoot this scene. So you just rack up those days and you're getting model
All the
rates.
time
So
you want. Yeah.
yeah, keep them there for, I don't care how long.
Overtime.
They were there for, I don't know, I think it was like 8 days or something. So you rack up those days and 550 plus overtime times 8 is like good $4,000.
Right.
So when the checks come, the 4 or 5 boys that didn't owe me anything got
They cashed their check.
got whatever
They're
they got.
excited. Yeah.
But then this one that was chilling in a model apartment, wasting time. I was so happy.
Accruing debt
Finally,
daily.
Accruing debt.
Yeah.
I was like finally happy that he got a big enough check to pretty much wipe
you
away
back.
what he owed
Yeah.
me. And he was left with $20.
Oops.
Literally.
Sorry, not sorry. How
A
many of you guys understand that
$20
math? Yeah.
He was left with a $20 bill. He completely flipped out.
Because in his mind, he's already spending it. Surprise.
Oh yeah, and he heard from the other guys. They were like, they're guys. They're 19, 20, 21 years old. They're at Stussy buying, a skateboard. I don't know what they were doing with their money. I don't care what you do with it.
It's your
But
money. Yeah.
it's their money. But they were like doing teenage boy weird things. And he heard about it and he called me and he's like, oh, so-and-so got their check. I go, oh yeah, actually your money's here. I just literally handed him a $20 bill. It was in my pocket. I was like, here.
Here's the debt that you owe. So
That's
how
all
many
you're
of you
getting.
guys learned anything from that particular example? You always owe the money. Now, Ryan, in today's world, I can't even believe I'm going to say 2025. Do agencies ever cover upfront fees?
Extremely rarely. I mean, every year it gets rarer and rarer and rarer. The only time they cover it is if a big client is interested. Like, say an agency finds a girl or a guy at a convention or on the street or whatever, and they promote you a little bit. Say they have digitals on you that are actually really good and usable. Sometimes agencies will experiment where they will be like, you know what, these 3, 4, 5 girls actually look like they could be stars, but we're not spending $1 on them. So let's pump them out to big clients like Maybelline, Prada, Dior, whoever, big clients, and see the response. If you get a resounding, like, get this girl here, we will use her, blah, 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 they'll rethink, maybe have a meeting and be like, you know what, it's worth it. Let's bring her in. They don't do it off the cuff like they used to anymore. It's got to be more orchestrated, meaning like there's got to be a pretty good reason to bring you in. Meaning like back in the day, if there were 10 girls that had promise, all 10 of you are coming to New York, but only
You're
one of
going
you.
to New York and you were going to New York. It was like Oprah. Yeah.
All 10 of you are coming to New York, but only 1 or 2 of you are actually going to work.
And these are not your friends. This is cutthroat. Yeah.
You're never going to know which one it's going to be, but they would just send everyone to New York because they had the budget, they had the money. Agencies had
You weren't getting your own apartment.
They had unlimited funds in the bank, to spend this kind of money, and they could make it pretty much back quickly on all the girls, but only 2 will rise and become stars. The other 2 will work their debt off, absolutely, but they won't become stars. So now what they do is they kind of half-ass it, where they're like half promote you to see what's up, get a gauge, and then they'll bring in who gets the highest responses. That's how it works now.
But even to get those like level 10 opportunities for like the Dior's and the Gucci's and the Dolce & Gabbanas, you have to have the photos to go with it. And this business has changed dramatically, Ryan. So can you talk about how to become a model in today's world if you don't live in New York or LA? Is it still
Yeah,
possible?
well, you have to take really good the art of taking gorgeous daylight selfies is underestimated. That can change your life. You take really good selfies, or set up your camera on a tripod and work it out. You don't have to be holding the phone, but that can change your life. I have a kid named Robert right now. He lives in near Boston, not in Boston, but like outside of Boston. He takes the best selfies. It looks like it was torn out of Italian Vogue, but it's in his bedroom. So I've been using those photos because he's never shot professionally in New York. He's from Boston. He wrote me on Instagram. He has a great look. He looks like David Bowie slash, he looks like that 1985 Leif Garrett, David Bowie, David Cassidy, that he has that like face. So I'm promoting him, but he has no photos. He's never shot. And I said, take some selfies and send them to me. When he sent me those selfies, I nearly fell off my couch. I was like, what are these? They were so good. And I was like, oh, I can use these. So if you take really good selfies, that can substitute until your agency can get you somewhere, because clients love that. You have no makeup on. And that goes for the girls too. You have no makeup on. You look great. I can see your body. I can see what you look like. I can see your hair color. I can see your eye color. I can see your skin, what's going on with the skin. And clients love that. They eat that up. They love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, because it shows a real version of you. And they can tell there's no filter. I can tell there's no filter. They can tell there's no filter. And they love it. So if you can do that, that gives you a leg up on 90% of the agency, because most people can't do that well. They do really piss poor versions of it. And when you don't live in New York, you kind of have to up your game, because I can't just bring you in for selfies. Like, no one's doing that. So you kind of have to learn how to do that. I would definitely take that as a quote unquote challenge, is to get really good at it, because that can save you. You have a client that asks overnight, oh, we need to see what he looks like or what she looks like, and you can take a banging selfie. You probably got the job over someone that has a book with professional photos. It happens all the time. I'm not saying you don't need professional photos, because you 100% do, but that can be a helpful tool until you get that.
Well, sometimes, like when you submit over like professional photography, they want to know what do they look like today, and sometimes even being able to do that.
I just got some. I have a kid named Justin, who I just got a client ask about shows like at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. I was taking a nap, so I didn't get the message. When I woke up, I texted him.
Of course. It's nap time. Yeah.
I texted him and I said, the client wants to see what you look like right now. Like literally like
now.
Right now. And he took these selfies, and I'm sending them to the client. He's in his car smiling and whatever, because they want to see right now. What do you look like right now? So yeah, so
okay. So in today's world,
I mean, these aren't the best selfies, but the client will know, okay, this is what he looks like today. And they'll move on with their day. Either they'll want to see more, or they'll be like, no, he's not right.
Well, in today's world, Ryan, I want to go over just a little bit about some of these like modeling sites, because we get people all the time. Oh, I'm working with Calvin Klein. Oh, who's your agent? I don't have one. Okay, you're not really working with Calvin Klein. Oh, I walk New York Fashion Week. Who's your agent? I don't have one. Okay, you didn't really walk the real New York Fashion Week. Ryan, how do models get those real castings? Is there a way for them to
I'll also tell you a good story about, speaking of Calvin Klein. That viral video that went viral last year with the boys dancing for Calvin Klein to Crystal Waters' song, it was hugely viral last year. One of those boys went to the casting and he did not have representation. He found out about it through a friend. They loved his dancing, but they said, we can't use you until you get representation, because it was legit for Calvin Klein. And they're like, we can't just, because a backstory of why a lot of times the agents, you can't get used for these big clients, is because you have to fill out a merchant account, which is really annoying. I actually have to do 3 this week for 3 different gigs, which is really annoying. I don't like it, but you have to fill out all this information. It's called a merchant account. And you're not a business, you're not an LLC. So how can you fill out this merchant account? So that's one of the main reasons why big clients, Maybelline, Revlon, Calvin Klein, Nike, whatever, they cannot hire some rando off the street because you don't have a merchant account. So therefore, even if we do like you,
Also for licensing, usage, AI,
Yeah.
like
even if we do like you,
Yeah.
we can't use you. So this boy had to get an agency, like, I don't know, in a couple days, and he found someone that was interested because he's like, look, Calvin Klein's interested in me, but I need an agency. So they took him and he booked the job and it went viral, and now he has an agency and now he's working, and blah blah blah. So they will not hire you without an agency because you're a liability. You don't have a merchant account, and
you may or may not show up.
for a myriad
You
of
may
other
not
reasons.
look like the way you portray yourself on the internet.
Yeah, this was a
You don't know
rare
your
case.
social competence, mental
Yeah,
competence.
they will not know what you look like.
Safety's at an all-time high right now.
Yeah, the agencies have to tell the truth. Like, it's not like court. I mean, it's not.
It's like a vetting process. You could vouch that this person really looks like
Yeah.
them. They're of sound mind. They're
the
reliable.
hair,
They're
the
really gonna
hair
show
is
up.
right. They're
Yeah.
really 5'10". They're really, a size 2 or whatever, because people will say anything to get in the door.
Do you remember when we used to have the office in South Beach? We would have those ladies show up. I'm 5'10" with 6-inch heels. You're like, no. My friends say I look 40. Your friends are senile. Like, don't tell me what you think you can do.
Yeah, no. And
Not
that's
even
the
a
problem
scooch.
on set, because
Yeah.
when you're spending money for studio time and photography and whatever,
They don't
and
want
you want a
surprises.
21-year-old for XYZ skincare, this girl better be 18 to 21. Like,
Right.
we're not playing games here.
Not what your friends think.
So that's another reason, the vetting process, because if you lie and say something and a client finds out, then the client will just pretty much destroy you. They'll be like, look, don't work with this person. And you know how quickly that spreads? All it takes is one email from a client being like, do not work with this agency because they just screwed us over on XYZ job. You're done by the end of the week.
And then not only that, but let's say somebody got booked. Let's just say, hi, Brandon. Let's say you booked Brandon Dermond and he did not show up for a job. Then the agency could get sued for lost wages, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that would suck. All right, so Ryan, for anybody on here that doesn't live in New York, doesn't live in LA, let's just say in their 30s, 40s, that's not this high fashion, again, you guys saw my crazy drawing, but how could one really model now? Like how much has the business changed, now that we do everything on Zoom and digitals, and yeah, they don't live in the location. How does it work today? And what type of expenses are the models like having
How does
to
what work
invest?
today? I mean, the Zoom is slowly being phased out, so it's still popping, but it is slowly going
I
away.
love when you say popping.
Meaning it's still active,
Yeah.
but it is slowly going away.
Do you think there will ever be a time where you physically have to live in New York or LA again to be able to do
Yes,
this?
and I can't wait until that happens. I had I can't wait. I can't wait for it to happen. I look, for the past 4 years since we've been
You've dealt
having
with
this,
it. Yeah.
issue with the Zoom and the health and the masks and the this and the that. Obviously, like, you adjust.
It
You're
wasn't
like,
cute.
we're animals. You adjust. If you want to survive, you adjust. Okay, fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But do I want to go back to the way it was before the pandemic, where everything was in person and you have an appointment at 2:00 and you got to go to this address? And
With your book and
yes, I want
and
that
you leave a
back. I'm
comp
not
card.
gonna,
That is the only time you buy comp
I'm
cards,
not-
kids. When
yeah,
you
I'm
actually
not
have
gonna
an agency
pretend.
submitting you.
Yeah, I'm not going to
And you leave
pretend
the
that.
comp card with the agent. You don't get comp cards just because you want them.
Yeah, I'm not
Waste
going to
of money.
pretend that this was fun and that I love it like this and that, oh my God, I love, I don't. I find nothing interesting about it. And I want it to go back
Okay.
to the way it was.
So if somebody said like Raquel, I'm in Texas, Austin local agency. Are those the same
Oh,
types of?
no. Yes, there are local agencies all over the country. And if you live in Austin or Dallas or Miami or Seattle or Chicago or San Diego, whatever, there are agencies all over the place and they're very good.
Yeah.
They're good ones. So you can start there and build your experience, build your confidence, build your resume, and then move your ass to LA or New York. You don't have to automatically, because you got a photo shoot or two, start packing bags and coming here. You can start there and then come here.
How important is it, Ryan, to get real photos done by real photographers? Because I mean, anybody could sell photos, right? Anybody could say, "Oh, I'm a professional photographer." You go to PetSmart, professional photos with your dog. Why would one really want to work with real photographers? And can it get
Well, because
expensive?
then you're learning the industry for real. These are photographers who actually work in the industry and you're learning real skills. Every photographer is different. This isn't a machine. So if you're shooting with people who aren't working photographers, you're learning skills that they're just making up in their head. They have no idea how models pose because they've actually never
They're
shot.
giving you the photos they want to see, not what a casting
Yeah, they've never shot one.
Yeah.
So they're just like making stuff up and you're following it. But that creates bad habits. So when you do get into the industry, now you have all these bad habits to undo. So
and bad photos. Yeah.
why not start the right way? Shoot with working photographers, get
like
some
Juan.
real habits,
Right.
like Juan.
And we couldn't get Juan on our own. Juan's daily rate's like 10 grand a day.
Yeah, like Juan, like he'll give you
who has an
tips.
agent. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll give you tips that are really usable. And
it also looks really good on your resume to say you shot with him.
Exactly.
Right.
So you have to have good photos with working photographers because it shows it builds you as a real model. It doesn't have to be for a job. No one's ever going to see these photos besides it's going to go in your book and on your agency's website. But at least the experience is there. You know this person is working tomorrow for JCPenney or they're working tomorrow for a magazine. This is just part of their job is shooting models as well. But they're treating you as if it was a job. So therefore you're getting that in your head. Now, when you're working with someone who's never done a job a day in their life, what are you getting out of that? Maybe you'll get one picture out of this.
You're getting photos, spread the cheer for your friends and family on Instagram and Facebook, but they're not photos that a top agency wants to see. Now, Ryan, there's been a big change, or I should say the industry has evolved quite a bit in the last 4 years. What are some of the trends for 2025? And we kind of have gone over this before. Yeah, like are they going? I mean, the transgender thing was a big thing.
Oh, the trends within the industry.
Yeah, like within the industry.
Well, diversity is never going to go away. I'm glad that one trend started before the pandemic.
Right.
Started, I think they really went heavy in like 2016, 17.
Diversity and
which is great because it was a shame that these amazing Black girls and guys and Spanish guys and girls were never going to be seen in a magazine cover, never going to be seen on a runway,
non-binary,
never going to get a chance to act or do anything. So that part of the industry being forced, literally forced to do it is a good thing because you open up the dam, here comes thousands and thousands and thousands of models, actors, singers, blah, 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 trying to get record deals, trying to get on TV, trying to get, on runway, and the cream rises to the top. So there are some stunning, amazing actresses and actors and models that have come out of this forced diversity.
That in the past, they weren't even getting seen.
Oh, they weren't getting seen for anything.
At all.
Coleman Domingo was struggling.
They didn't fit into the mold.
Yeah, all of these great actors like Coleman Domingo and all these, they couldn't get arrested. Now he's obviously one of the most talked about actors in the world right now. So people like that deserve it and have come through, and their cream rises to the top. With the cream rising to the top, under the cream
Is it custard level?
is a lot of,
Tiramisu.
I don't know
layers.
what's going on.
Okay.
There's a lot of people that snuck in to the industry that shouldn't be here.
Across the border. Okay.
And they're benefiting from this diversity word, and they're getting jobs that they don't qualify for, and it's hurting the industry. And the industry was scared to say no because they were scared to be sued, scared to be put on blast by the New York Times or CNN or Huffington Post or whatever. They were scared, so they would hire these girls and guys to do runway and to do advertising. What is happening? Like, why are they here? They have zero qualifications for this. They don't know what they're doing. It's one thing to hire someone who's been struggling and trying and giving them their shot. Great. But it's another thing to just pluck someone off the street because you decided you're, a plus size Black girl who happens to be interested in modeling, but you've never taken one picture in your life, and now you're doing Vogue. Like, to me, I'm not into that. I don't like it.
There was a backlash even with Dylan doing.
I never have.
Yeah.
I never have liked it. I've been very vocal, and it's gotten me into trouble. People have been very angry with me for saying these things, but I don't believe everyone in this diversity era deserves to be here. I think a lot of them need to go somewhere, and I stand by it. I don't care if it gets me tomatoes thrown at me.
The LGBTQ community.
Oh no, they're livid. They're livid with me, but I don't care because you don't deserve this. You don't. It would be like me deciding I'm bored and there aren't any gay NBA players. So guess what? Next week I want to be on the NBA, and if
I would pay any amount of money. Let me get my wallet. Hey, wallet now.
If you don't let me into the NBA, I'm going to make a stink. And, why would I deserve to be there? I've never touched a basketball in my life besides handing it to
I would like to have a
someone.
lineup of the different balls. Sounds dirty when I say it like that, but
I've never touched a basketball in my life. I've never played a basketball game. So why am I on the court dribbling a basketball?
Can you wear the short shorts?
Like on TV playing for the Knicks? Yeah. Why am I there? I don't deserve to be there. Now, if I'm a gay, amazing basketball player, I've played high school, I went to college, I did this, I did that, I played by the rules, I did, and I'm being denied because I'm talented, but I'm gay. Well, then you should
now we're gonna hear about it.
And you should get on a team. I'm just not into these people just arriving and showing up to places that they don't deserve to be.
It's like the Met Gala. You bought a ticket. Tickets aren't for sale.
So that's my take on the matter.
All right. Well, in today's market, this is the best market now, more than ever, guys. Real brands are looking for relatable faces. How many of you guys think you have a relatable face? Right? Ryan, this was
relatable face. I mean, we talked about fashion here.
Yeah.
High fashion. But I'm saying this also holds true for relatable commercial print lifestyle. I guess, we just, this is more of the fantasy hour, but
the NBA and you, for sure.
This is more of the fantasy hour, but this all pretty much all this information, 95% of it holds true for lifestyle print commercial as well.
And you still need an agent for those jobs. You still need an agent.
Even more, because there's more money on the line. Sometimes.
How much could you get paid, Ryan, for doing like a
Kohl's
ad?
So, Kohl's and Hilton and all these different companies are not going to hire you for no reason. They're going to hire you because you have good teeth, you have great pictures, you have good skin, you're believable in interacting with others. Like, that can only be got with imagery that your agency sends to this client. You can't just say I'm good with people and
And
Hilton
those
could
castings
hire
are
you.
not posted, guys.
Yeah,
not
they're not going to
posted.
hire you for
Yeah.
a 6-figure rollout advertisement for their new spa in their new hotel. Like, they're not going to do that. They're going to hire commercial print models who have experience, who have an agency, who have, you know, a reason to be there.
I'm still waiting for that 6-digit, like, love pasta, we're looking for you modeling job. Who wants that one?
6-figure what?
A 6-digit getting paid to eat pasta campaign. I'm all about that.
Pasta. I mean, back in the
It
day,
could happen.
back in the day, Pizza Hut did juicy commercials in the 90s, and they
It's
paid
true.
nicely.
That's true.
So
And
did Olive Garden.
there's more money in commercial print, guys, than high fashion.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, of course.
of course.
Everybody knows that, or at least.
Well, no, not everybody knows that. That's why they're here, because they want to know that. Those high fashion runway shows, the New York Fashion Week, sometimes they barter with the free clothes, or they'll pay like 200, 300, 400, and you're hungry at the end of the day. Why not be a commercial print model, do some catalog work, e-com, get paid 5,000 and enjoy your life? That's what I have to say.
E-com is great. E-com is good.
Again, you need an agent. All right, guys, who here needs an agent? Right? New York, LA? I hope. Yeah. Well, Ryan, this was delightful. I have to know, what will you be wearing tomorrow?
No idea. I'm not feeling well, so maybe a blanket.
Oh, okay. All
I'm
right.
gonna send you a recipe for feeling better.
She just
Okay.
sent it to me.
I just sent it to her. I'm sending it to you. I'm
Strep
making it
throat.
actively in my house.
Not fun.
So it's real good too. I promise you.
Recipe, is it like a liquid?
It's something you put in a liquid, but it's not like whiskey.
And it's not vodka.
It's
I
actually
haven't
really
had a
good.
drink in days.
Good.
It actually
Good.
Happy
bothers
New
my
Year
it
to
bothers my
you.
throat until it clears up. It like actually irritates it. So
Good.
All right.
I'm sorry to hear that your throat's irritated, but I'm happy to hear that because I'm about to talk about health. So that's one of the things that you need to
What a
cut
great
down a little bit
segue.
on.
oh, but I'm
Oh,
not
it's
saying
a
I'm not
Today Show.
going to. I mean,
Oh, I know, Ryan.
once
I've
my
met
throat
you.
clears up, it's on and popping.
I've met you.
with the
I've met you.
poppin'.
It's on and
That's the
popping.
word of 2025. Poppin'. It's coming back.
It's on and popping. All right. Well, Ryan, thank you so much for being here today. Go rest up. I'll send you that recipe so you can get rid of that cough. Trust me, it'll work.
Ugh,
She'll
bad.
send you the recipe.
I'll send
Okay.
you the recipe. All
Okay.
right. So Ryan, thank you so much for being here. On a scale of 1 to 10, everyone, how much did you learn from listening to Ryan and Alicia talk about modeling and agencies and agents? Oh my gosh. How many of you are ready to become the person that an agent wants to work with? Like, you want an agent, but are you what an agent wants to work with? That's what we're talking about all weekend. We've been talking about that all day. We'll be here all day tomorrow talking about it. But first, we're going to let Ryan Colby go get better. Everyone say, feel better, Ryan Colby.
Bye.
Thank
But
you,
your
Ryan.
skin still looks flawless for being sick.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Just
yeah.
put it out there.
Of
Of course.
course.
Well, you have to actually take better care of yourself when you're sick.
I
I've been
know.
drinking more water and moisturizing twice
Yeah.
a day because the skin is the first to go when
First
you're
to
not
go.
feeling well. You know.
Okay, well, don't let your
First
skin
thing.
go. Keep moisturizing, keep drinking water, and we'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Colby.
Okay, see you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye. That always works. What's your skincare regime?
I
He
know. If
loves
he's ever in a
talking
bad
about it.
mood, brings him right back to life. I love
Yeah.
it. He's
You
like,
could literally
yes,
be
I
a
know.
tirade at a photo shoot. Ryan, your skin is glistening. I
My
know.
skin-
And
I know,
that's
my
it.
skin. And we know it takes him like an hour and a half to do that.
You want
So,
to say hi to Antonine really quick?
hello, Kaden.
Hello.
Are you here to learn how to
Colby
get
is on.
healthy? I'm about to talk about eating yummy, delicious foods.
That means no cookies. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, Antonine.
no more cupcakes.
Yeah.
I make real, you know, I make really good healthy cookies. All right, guys. So this has been an amazing day. I just want to end our day on a high note about talking about your health, because it's like, as Ryan and Alicia were talking and as other speakers were talking, I've been sitting down and writing out my goals personally. And it's really not easy. Lilini, you were right. Oh my gosh. I'm sitting there. I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, what is going on here? But one of my biggest goals for 2025, besides writing my book, is getting healthier. I want to be even more healthy. Okay. And we talked about this earlier, and I want to talk to you guys a little bit about your goal, about how to word the goals. Because as I'm going through the process myself, I'm like, oh, wait, hold on. I forgot to mention this. So when you are writing out your goals, Okay. And this is going to branch right into our health very seamlessly. Just stick with it. Do you guys have like 10, 15 more minutes in you to get a little more knowledge so you can get even more successful? Is that cool? Give me a thumbs up if you have it. Okay, awesome. All right. So as you're writing out your goals, this is what I want you to think about too. Okay. The words that you speak are very important. So if you're like, oh my gosh, I want more money, what you're saying by saying that is that you don't have enough. So when you're writing your goals out, not only are you writing them in present tense, but you're writing them from a baseline of, okay, I already have this, but I want even more. Does that make sense? So if you're like, oh my God, I want to be successful, that means you're telling yourself that you're not successful and you're talking crap on yourself. So when you're writing out your goals, say, I want to be even more healthy. I want to be even more successful. I want to book even more roles. Okay. Does that make sense? Because your language is very, very important. Okay. Because you're going to attract what you're writing. You're going to attract what you focus on. You're like, oh my gosh, I'm not this, I'm not that. Don't do that. Come from a place of baseline is I have what I want, but I want even more. Okay. With that thought in mind, let's talk about our health, because I want even more health in 2025 because you know what? I want to live a long, healthy life. I don't want to be that person who's like, oh my gosh, like I'm this age and I'm just trying to figure all of this out. So what we're going to talk about is a health initiative, because here at VIP Ignite, we care not only about your acting career, about your modeling career, about your mindset, but we care about your physical health as well. So 2025 is going to be the year of holistic health here at VIP Ignite and Truth Management. And so what we're going to do is we're going to talk about just a few things that you can do now to start eating even more healthily so you can have more health. Okay. So I want you to understand that as a model or actor, your body is your most valuable asset, right? Like if you are sick, if you are infirm, if you don't have the energy levels to sustain like a 12-hour, 14, 16-hour day, then you're going to be a liability on set. You're not going to be an asset. So we want you to be an asset, and we want you to understand that your body is your most valuable asset. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through like how you can fuel your body in a way that's better than the way you're doing it now. Okay. And for some of you, maybe you're like, oh my gosh, you don't understand. I eat a completely clean diet. Good for you. But maybe there's still something you can learn. Okay. Because I can guarantee you that we're all going to learn something as I go through this presentation. Okay. And this is supposed to be about, this is a wake up call too, because it's not just about eating clean, because sometimes that clean food that you're eating that you think is really good for you is really poisoning you. Okay. So let's talk about the first thing is processed foods. So how many of us grew up in homes where processed food, when I was a kid, like having a TV dinner was actually like a luxury. Like, oh my God, we get a TV dinner tonight. This is so exciting, right? Like we ate relatively healthy, but it was also a different time, right? So there are a couple things that you definitely want to avoid when you're eating food, okay? And processed food is probably the worst thing you could possibly eat, okay? Because it poisons you. But let's take a look and see how we can make better decisions. So the first thing is that high fructose corn syrup. I don't care what they tell you. That stuff is not good for you, okay? And this is why you want to avoid it. Okay, if you're eating food that's high in cane sugar or has high fructose corn syrup, it's going to spike your blood sugar. So that means you're going to go up, you're going to be really high for like 2 seconds, and then you're going to crash. Okay. And what that's going to do is that's going to create insulin resistance in you. It's going to cause prediabetes, inflammation, and that shows up as acne and wrinkles and fatigue. And before I go any further, I want you guys all to understand I am not a medical doctor. This is not medical advice. This is just advice from one person to another saying this is what I'm doing in my life to make myself even more healthy. So do we all understand? I don't want anyone suing me. Oh my God, she said I had to cut out high fructose corn syrup and she's not a doctor. No, I'm not a doctor. And I don't even play one on TV. These are just things I'm putting into action in my life. Do we all understand that? I probably should have said that before we got started. Okay. My lawyers will be happy now. Okay, so back to high fructose corn syrup and cane sugar. Not good. Okay. And sugar is actually the fuel for chronic illness. When I was in my 20s, I worked in a health food store, and I learned so much about health during that time. And we had a woman come into the store, and she had cancer. And she kicked cancer's butt by eating a raw diet and cutting out sugar. We all have a sugar addiction. Maybe some of you have already broken it, but sugar is highly addictive, and it like feeds disease. It feeds cancer. It accelerates your aging by decreasing your collagen and your elastin. So if you have wrinkles, let's try cutting out sugar or cutting it down to the bare minimum. Okay. And definitely if you still want sugar, get rid of the cane sugar and the high fructose corn syrup. Okay. Here's another poison. I remember when I was growing up, my great grandmother, my nanny, she was like, "Oh my God, we need the Oleo, we need the Crisco." And I was like, "Oh my gosh." And like, I was guilty of this, right? The best chocolate chip cookies, the best tasting ones, butter Crisco, am I right? But what I found out is that that's poisoning us, right? So make sure you're staying away from canola oil, soybean oil, corn oil, and palm oil. And when you're going into the store, be on the lookout for these things, and you will be so upset the first time you try to do this, but afterwards you'll be so thankful. Nearly everything we're eating that's processed has one of these four poisons in it. Okay. So they're highly inflammatory. So anyone else like me, like I have pain all over my body. I have an autoimmune disease. So when I find when I'm eating more processed foods, I'm in pain all the time. And now that I'm cutting this out, my pain level has gone down significantly. Okay. So they're highly inflammatory. They inflame everything, including your brain, making you sluggish. So if you have any brain fog, maybe if you cut out all of these processed oils, it would help you. Okay. And you can read this part on your own. Like what they're doing to our food, it infuriates me and it scares me, but that's why I'm here to educate you. Okay. So just be really careful. If you see those things, don't buy them. Okay. Another thing is like artificial ingredients and preservatives. Like if it says natural flavors, MSG, any of that kind of stuff, stay away from it, because again, it's creating toxicity in your body. Your liver is getting, even if you're not consuming alcohol, your liver is getting overworked by all of the toxins you're taking in by eating processed food. Okay. And I know this is a real high note, right? Everyone's like, yeah, woo, let me go out and have some dinner now. But I just want you to be aware of what you're putting into your body, because I genuinely, even if I've never met you, I genuinely care about your health, and I care about you, and I want you to be a healthy person. We all deserve to live a long life, right? So just stay away from them. And a lot of the ingredients that they're putting in the food here in the US are illegal in every other country in the world. So if it's illegal all over the world, but only legal here, are we smart or are they smart? Just food for thought. Huh, pun intended. Okay, refined carbohydrates too. So if you're going to eat carbohydrates, eat complex carbs. Don't eat like the enriched flour that they put into food. What that really means is they've taken everything out and then they've added chemicals to make it so that they can call it flour. So just avoid these things. And there is an uptick, a huge uptick, more than an uptick. It's almost a pandemic of Alzheimer's, dementia. All of that is being linked back to not only to refined carbohydrates, but also if you go back to the sugars, the higher the sugar level, the more sugar you consume, the higher probability you have for developing Alzheimer's or dementia. So can we all agree that we're going to be safer? Okay. So how do you protect yourself? So there are many ways to protect yourself. First of all, read the labels. My rule of thumb generally is if I'm buying something and it has more than like 5 ingredients, I put it back. And if I can't pronounce something on the label, I definitely put it back. Okay. But again, just avoid things with added sugars like cane sugar, corn syrup, or anything ending in ose. That's all a sugar. Stay away from canola oil, soybean oil, palm oil. Palm oil has actually been like made illegal in other countries, but here we are still consuming it. And if you are someone and you're like, okay, you know what, obviously you need fats in your you need fats in your diet, right? Because I have people in my, I'm not eating any fat. Okay, well, your brain needs cholesterol, your brain needs fat to actually function. So when you are replacing those fats, make sure you're doing something like avocado oil. Like if you like to fry food, and it's okay to have a treat every once in a while, use avocado oil because it smokes at a higher temperature, so it's safer to fry in, right? Olive oil. Be careful with your olive oil too. You want to get 100% extra virgin olive oil, okay? Because they're a little tricky with that too. Like they'll add other oils to it. It's an oil blend. Make sure you're getting extra virgin olive oil or coconut oil too. Like the best coconut oil is unrefined. It comes when you get it. It's white because it's literally it's solid when you get it. So that's the type of coconut oil that you want. Again, skip foods that have artificial ingredients or a long list of chemicals. If you can't pronounce it, do not eat it. And here's the other thing too. I semi disagree with this part here, or you can definitely, if you have the choice and you know you can verify that the foods were organic, definitely go for organic foods. But here's the BS on the organic. Sometimes they're going to charge you more for organic food, but it's actually not organic because it's literally sitting right in the same box or right next to food that's not organic. So you're kind of getting cross contamination. So definitely there are certain foods that you should definitely get organic because they're better for you. But at the same time, don't fall for Whole Foods BS where they're like, here's an organic avocado right next to a non-organic avocado. Explain that to me logically. Maybe we should get Kara back so she can explain to me why they're lying to us. But anyway, also non-GMO. It's nearly impossible to buy non-GMO food here in the United States, but if you have the opportunity, do that. And here's a couple of ways to tell if something is GMO or non-GMO. If it doesn't have seeds, don't buy it. So if you're buying a fruit and it's seedless, don't buy it because how does fruit grow? Think about this logically. How does fruit grow? From a seed. So how are they growing this food if there's no seed inside of the food? Food for thought. Okay, so definitely stick with non-GMO if possible. But again, the organic, yeah, you want to buy that, but be really careful. Don't trust it. Just don't trust that it's organic. Okay, so I'm not going to go through these amazing recipes that we have, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this in once I'm done speaking here, I'm going my assistant had a power outage, so she's not here. But I'll drop these in the comments here. And then I'm also going to, what I'll do is I'll also drop all of these in the school community on a post I'm going to go over with you guys in just a moment. Okay. But definitely try some new recipes, 2025, try some new recipes. I actually made overnight chia pudding last night. Mike and I had it for lunch today. It's really good. So definitely try the detox smoothie, the chia pudding, try some new grains, quinoa. It's actually a complete protein. It's really good for you. The Quechua Indians in Ecuador live off of quinoa, right? Try some wild caught salmon and roasted veggies. Again, whenever you're buying fish, make sure it's wild caught. And there's a brand called Wild Caught. So you're not looking for the brand, but you're actually looking that someone caught your fish in the wild if possible. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Sweet potato hash with eggs. That looks good. Zucchini noodles with pesto. Almond butter energy balls. These are really good. We've tried these. Bone broth soup. That's really good. Not only, but the reason bone broth is really good because it helps you build collagen. There are a ton of minerals that you can get out of bone broth. So definitely highly recommend that. Cauliflower rice stir fry. So Trader Joe's, obviously not sponsored by Trader Joe's, but their cauliflower rice is really good. We've been living off of it the last couple of weeks. So try making a stir fry, but instead of using rice, use cauliflower. You're getting some veggies in, right? And a berry parfait. Okay. So how can we start implementing this for 2025? Plan ahead. I know especially on boot camp days, sometimes I'm like, oh my God, I just want to eat whatever, when this boot camp's done, usually I'm like, okay, it's food time, right? But why not start planning? Like plan your days, like meal prep. Meal prep actually gets really cathartic if you start doing it. So start planning on what you eat, because if you fail to plan, you plan to fail, right? So we're all here because we have these big goals for 2025. So start planning out your meals. Okay, it'll save you money and it'll save your life in the long haul. Stay hydrated. I don't know if you guys know, I'm on like number 3 of these today. Make sure you're staying hydrated because it's going to flush out the toxins. It's also going to help fill you up. A lot of times when you think you're hungry, you're actually thirsty. So definitely like lemon water is a great way to keep yourself hydrated. I just like straight up water with ice, but definitely keep hydrated. Also move. Like I think moving is underrated. And I know I've had you guys sitting here all day. Okay. So you guys are probably like, you're telling me to move, but you have me sitting here. Like I stand for the whole most like 90% of the boot camp. I'm standing. So tomorrow, if you want to move around a little bit more, maybe figure out how you can stand for the day. Will it be uncomfortable? Yeah, but you know what? You're burning more calories just by standing. Okay. Sleep. I had someone in my life who used to tell me that sleep is for the weak. You need to sleep at least 7 to 9 hours a night because your body needs to recover from the day. Your body needs to detox and your brain needs to detox. Your brain needs the downtime to process everything. I mean, imagine all the information coming at you all day long, right? Your brain needs time to shut down to process. Okay, so sleep cannot be, I can't overstate how important that is. And finally, detox your social media. Again, like if you're following like Peter Pan Donuts in New York City, like I am, unfollow them or don't interact with them. Like start following healthier channels, start following people that are giving you health tips versus like where the best gelato is. You know what I mean? Like really be intentional with your whole entire life, not only with what you're eating physically or what you're drinking, but also what you're inputting in your brain. Okay. So just detox. Okay. Anything that's that's pulling you in the wrong direction, just block them. They're not going to lose any sleep and you're not going to lose any sleep. You're actually probably going to get more sleep because you're not worried about like what's going on with them. Okay. So I just want you to really understand, like you work too hard to let yourself fall victim to a bad diet, to processed ingredients, and to just making bad decisions. We started off our day by talking about how every decision you've made since the day you were born led you to this moment. How many of you are thankful that you're here today? If you are, type yes in the comments. If you're thankful, type yes in the comments. Oh, okay. Nutmeg tea will help you go to sleep. I love that. I should have been reading the comments as I was talking. You guys were giving, I'm going to have to download the comments so I can read some of this stuff. But I want you guys to understand something. Again, here at Team VIP Ignite, yes, we want you to be successful actors and models. We're going to give you the tools. We're going to give you the resources. We're going to put you in the right rooms. But we also want you to be holistically healthy. Like we want you to be healthy body, mind, and soul, as well as your career. And the only way you can have a long-standing career in the entertainment industry is by being healthy. Okay. Today we went over so much information. We talked about what type of modeling you qualified for. We talked about setting goals. We talked about how to become a model. Like what's it like working with an agent? Like how many of you would love the opportunity to work with Ryan Colby as your agent? Right? Or maybe how many of you would maybe you don't work with him as an agent because he specializes more in like high fashion men, but how many of you would love him because he's the former art director of Vogue to style you for a shoot? Do you think on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you think that would help you? Like if you had Ryan Colby personally helping you to pick out your clothes like he does for Liam Neeson, do you think that might help your career just a little or a lot? Absolutely, right? That's why we're here today. We want to make sure that we're giving you everything that you need. Okay. And we don't want this just to end because this is a 2-day event. Everyone type 2 days in the comments. 2 days. That means that tomorrow you're going to be back here again. We're going to start at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to share our school community with you. Okay. We want you to come and join us in school. Okay, so I'm gonna share the link with you guys first of all. Control. Let's see if I can use this computer. Okay, so I'm gonna share the link here. Okay, and if you're not already a part of our school community, I want you to join our school community. Oh, Jamie Hatcher, I just sent that to you direct message. I'm not sure why. Control V. Let's see. Does that open up? Yep, that opens up. Okay, perfect. Okay, so what I want you guys to do is I want you to make sure that you join our school community. Okay, for a couple of reasons. First of all, we have a lot of resources in there, and I'm going to share the resources that I shared today. I'm going to share the health guide in there. I'm also going to share the goal setting guide in there. In the interest of full disclosure, I'm going to take it down tomorrow morning because only the people that were here today really should have access to it, right? Because you earned the right to have access to it. So I'm going to share those in that community. And then for anyone who's currently a part of the team, I'm going to also share that in our other group as well. But I'm going to share a little bit about school with you. I'm going to give me like 2 more minutes here, maybe. Let's see here. Why? Oh, why are you acting crazy? Okay, let's see here. Zoom. My first day on Zoom again. There we go. Okay, I'm going to go into our school community. And I just want you guys to, this is what I'm going to ask you guys to do. Are you guys up for a challenge? Are you up for a challenge? If you are, type yes in the comments. Okay. It's going to be like the world's simplest challenge. Okay. So the first thing is that Ryan was telling you about one of his talents that's really good at taking selfies. Okay. So what I want you guys to do is I want you all to take a 2025 selfie. And this selfie is going to represent who you are now and who you're going to be going into 2025. Okay. So I want all of you to take a selfie and I want you to share it in this comment here. Okay. Here, let me add this. And then the other thing I want you to do here, we're going to edit this in real time. 3, share your 2025 selfie. Okay. Save. Okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to go into the school community that I just shared. Okay. And right at the top, pin post, takeaways from model and actor spotlight formula event. So what I want you to do is I want you to click on that. First of all, I want you to share your biggest takeaway from today. Okay. I want you to share one of your big, hairy, audacious goals. And then I want you to share your 2025 selfie. And I'm going to correct that grammar because I am a grammar crazy person. Share your. I want you. Oh, look, I have typos too. It's like, Deneen, I don't even understand your language here. Okay, save. There we go. Okay. So what I want you to do again is go into the school community. I just shared it with you. If any of you still have to join, click on join. I will happily let you in as soon as this call is over. Okay. And then I want you to go here. And not only do I want you to like this, thank you for the 3 of you that liked it, but I also want you to go in here. I want you to share your biggest takeaways. I want you to share your big, hairy, audacious goal, one of them with us, and share your 2025 selfie. Okay. Oh, Sharon's like, I'm on it, Deneen. I'm on it. I love that I could see people typing. It's kind of like a little creepy, but crazy. All right. I hope, how many of you had an amazing day today? Did you guys have an amazing day? Like, how many of you grew? Did you feel, I made a big promise this morning to those of you that were here. And I promised you that if you played full out for the next 2 days, that by the end of the day tomorrow, you would be a completely different person. But how many of you already feel the seismic shift in yourself? You're like, okay, you know what? I feel more possibility. I feel more energy. I had the opportunity to be in the right room today. How many of you know that doing this on Zoom is amazing, but doing this in person would be even more amazing? Like, how many of you would love the opportunity to be in an immersive experience where for 3 days you have the opportunity to get all the resources that you need to have a successful career? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much would that change your life? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much would that change your life? I want you to think about that overnight. Like, okay, you know what? Like, I want you to sit down. I want you to really write down your goals for 2025. And I want you to really think about, okay, how can I achieve these goals at a higher level, at a quicker level? And I want you to think about, what team do I want to be surrounded by? Do I want to be surrounded by people that are business partners with people like Kevin Harrington, Brian Tracy, Bobby Finaro from The Sopranos. Something we didn't even announce today that I'm really excited about is we're actually partnering with Nikenji on her foundation to help fund it. Okay, that's something we're going to be partnering with her on. We're going to be working with her. We're developing an app where all the proceeds from that app are going to her foundation. How many of you want a part in that? Like helping underserved people get educated, helping underserved people get access to the arts. That's what we're doing here. In addition to that, we have an initiative where in the past, we've already helped to free 3,500 kids from sex trafficking. Our goal is to exponentially increase that. You could be a part of all of that. That's what we want. We don't want people that are just here, oh, me, 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 me. We're not looking for minions. We're looking for people that are dedicated. We're looking for people that are going to show up. We're looking for people that take this seriously, but also like to have fun. Okay. You can't be serious all the time. Like, imagine going out and karaokeing with me and Alicia. Whoo-wee, that was fun. Every time I drive by, I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe we did that. But here's the thing, like in life, you have to have balance. You have to work hard. I mean, everybody knows that we're Americans, right? Most of us are Americans, but you also have to have fun. And we have a lot of fun doing what we do. They say if you love what you do, you don't work a day in your life. And when we're on set, it doesn't feel like we're working. It feels like we're just all hanging out, pushing one another to go even further. So make sure that you're here tomorrow. Again, we have so many amazing things we're going to hear from. We're going to have Ryan Colby back at the end of the day tomorrow. We're going to have Alicia and Mike back and myself, obviously. We're also going to have the opportunity to hear from Haviland Stillwell. Played Fantine in Les Miserables on Broadway. You're going to have the opportunity to hear from Gino Bisconti. He's a comedian who toured with Artie Lang, who was on the Howard Stern show. You're going to have the opportunity to really learn. You're going to have the opportunity to learn how to speak from the stage, how to have an audience hear your story in a different way from someone who's trained people like Les Brown, Bill Walsh, like literally the trainer to the biggest speakers in the world is going to be on here tomorrow because he loves us, because he loves giving back, because he knows that in this room, there is someone who's going to hear what he has to say and go out and change the world. That's what we do at VIP Ignite. Yes, we want you to be successful in every area of your life. We want you to be even more successful. But in order to do that, you need to show up. So let me ask you a question. How many of you are excited to show up for yourself tomorrow? If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. And I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Alicia, do you have any parting thoughts before we go?
I'm just thinking about having Gino Bisconti on from the Howard Stern show on Sunday. Like, usually Sunday is a day where we don't curse. I cannot guarantee he may or may not curse tomorrow.
Okay, I'm going to make you 100% guarantee he's going to swear profusely. And if what you're going to do is you're going to put on your thick skin and you're going to laugh your butt off just like I am.
Yeah. No, I'm excited. I really want to say, I know some of you guys, there's so many people in here that I know. Hi guys. But some of you have been on our calls before, whether it's just my calls that I do, the open calls that are 2 hours. But the reason why it's all day Saturday, all day Sunday, I always like to say it's kind of like building a home. Today, day one, it's kind of like we're clearing the forest. Tomorrow we build. So it's not over. Tomorrow it's going to be a big day. So I hope everybody will stay tuned, and then we'll go over tomorrow how you get a chance to work with VIP Ignite. But if you've been trying to do this on your own, maybe you paid for websites or pictures or classes, even if you're a member of the Screen Actors Guild, it doesn't matter. You're here. That means, hi, I want to do more. Is there anybody here that wants to do more? If you do, type I want more. Because tomorrow we start at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Do not be late. So you should know your time zones. That's 8 a.m. Pacific Standard. Tomorrow we go until we're finished. It's kind of like being on set. Mr. Spielberg, what time are we done? Shh,
when we are
stop
done.
talking. When we're done, right? So it may be 5:30, it may be 6:30. So please don't fill up the comments with what time are we done? We're gonna have tremendous people on, but most of all, tomorrow it's focused on how to get you to where it is that you want to go. Sometimes, like day number one, we have to do a lot of like reset on mindset. You know, it's kind of like Caden with the Play-Doh. You know, anybody ever play with Play-Doh or slime? My kid has like
Oh.
dirt, hair, rice. I mean, I don't even know what the hell's in it. It usually goes in the trash. So today it was about let's remold the Play-Doh. Let's get to the point where tomorrow we can build with it. Sometimes it's about clearing out the misconceptions, or you know, a lot of times you've been told that you couldn't even get into this industry by people that love you. How many of you guys are glad that you're here, right? So I'm really excited. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. It's the same link as today. So just make sure you're on the same exact link. And that's it. Tomorrow, same, just bring the energy. Sorry, I'm losing my voice again.
Okay. Go drink a medicine
I
ball.
will. I will.
All right. Bring the energy tomorrow. Make sure you go into the school community. Make sure you comment, because there are a couple of reasons I want you to do it. First of all, it's going to show me who takes this really seriously, because I'm watching. I'll be looking at all of the comments. Thank you to those of you who already commented. I appreciate it. But second of all, it's you writing to yourself. Yes, I'm going to hold you accountable. If you start working with VIP Ignite, I'm going to put your foot to the fire, because I want you to be successful. I want you to be even more successful. But it's also you committing to yourself for your own success. Okay. So give me about 5 to 10 minutes. I'm going to upload those 2 documents that I promised you to that post as well. So you can go in and you can download them. And I can't wait to see all of you tomorrow, because you know what? We're going to bring the energy, because you know what? Day 2, better than day 1. I promise you that. All right, guys. With that thought in mind, have an amazing night. Go eat something healthy that you can pronounce, and we will see you tomorrow. All right. Have a great night, guys.
Thank you, Deneen.
You're welcome.
I'll
Bye,
see you
guys.
tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Hasta mañana.
I'm gonna
Bye,
put
guys.
that thing now. Okay, bye.